Chapter 530. Long Chen was really a blank. From the day he obtained the dragon jade, he had been learning how to kill people. As for these things, he had long forgotten them. Therefore, he had been living in the midst of killing. Compared to their freedom, Long Chen felt that he was much inferior. His cultivation was on the right path, but in terms of mentality, it had taken a detour. In particular, the mystique of blood refinement had completely plunged him into the abyss of blood and killing. I really don't know anything. Long Chen waved his hand and smiled bitterly. No, then Sister Lan will fulfill what she said just now and strip you naked. Lan Ling threatened. Ling that's enough. Don't scare him. Moreover, you are a virgin. You take advantage of other people's mouths every day. If I really asked you to take it off, would you dare to take it off? Lan Ling was embarrassed and angry by his words. However, Long Chen, you can't just watch without performing. We will give you a mission. If you complete it, we won't force you, Xueqi said. What mission? Long Chen asked. If you can invite you out, we will spare you, Xueqi said. Long Chen was puzzled. The five of them were having so much fun here. Why didn't Long Yu come out? Big sister has always been like this. She is too hardworking. She never pays attention to us when we play. Therefore I said, if you can invite Big Sister out, we won't make things difficult for you, Lan Ling added. All right, I will try my best. Seeing that they were all unwilling to let him go, Long Chen could only stand up and walk towards Long Yu's wooden hut. Perhaps because she liked peace and quiet, her wooden hut was a little far from the others. Looking back, they were playing again. They were still like this at their age. Long Chen was quite speechless. Long Yu's wooden hut was silent. After Long Chen walked to the door, he was about to knock when someone said, "Come in." It was Long Yu's voice. Long Chen pushed the door open and entered. As soon as he opened the door, Long Chen was stunned. At this moment, he saw a woman dressed in loose silk clothes. Her hair was tied up and she was practicing a fist technique. It looked ordinary, but in her hands, it gave off a mysterious feeling. Long Chen's eyes were instantly sucked in. He quickly forgot his purpose of coming here and quietly immersed himself in Long Yu's fist technique. Every punch seemed to be connected to Long Chen's heart. He opened his eyes wide, and the scene in front of him became incomparably wide. In his eyes, Long Yu seemed to be standing in the center of the earth. Every punch of hers could cause the pulse of the earth to surge violently, or it could be said that although every punch of hers was ordinary, it was closely connected to the pulse of the earth. It was as if she had become the center of the earth, and her movements caused the surrounding ground to tremble. Time and time again, profound trajectories flashed before Long Chen's eyes, and many indescribable feelings appeared in Long Chen's mind. He was sure that no matter how much strength he used, he would not be able to unleash such a punch. This was not a matter of strength. Long Yu used very little strength, and did not even make a sound. Such a small amount of strength is able to cause the pulse of the earth. This should not be related to strength, but rather to the heart, to the soul. Just as Long Chen realized this, Long Yu slowly retracted her fist. Only then did Long Chen recover from the shock of her opponent's fist technique. At this moment, Long Yu was no longer wearing her tight armor. She had tied her long hair into a ponytail and was wearing soft white clothes. She looked even more gentle. Long Yu's appearance was not inferior to Lan Ling's. Lan Ling was like a coquettish little woman, while Long Yu had a dignified temperament. Her eyes were filled with a might that made people not dare to look at her directly. The aura around her body made people who stood beside her feel their hair stand on end. At this moment, she looked at Long Chen and said, "Did you feel anything from the fist technique just now?" "I'm confused. I don't really understand." In front of her, Long Chen did not dare to display his slight skill in front of an expert, so he said doubtfully. Long Yu changed the topic and said, "I heard that when you were in the Heaven Ascension realm, your cultivation speed was very fast. In just 1 or 2 months, you have soared a lot." "Yes." Long Chen nodded. He did not know why she asked this question. "I bet that with your cultivation in the 3 great martial realms, you will definitely not be able to break through at such a speed," Long Chen said straightforwardly. "Why?" Long Chen still did not understand. He knew that by refining blood into qi, he would be able to quickly improve no matter what realm he was in. "It seems that you do not understand the 3 great martial realms at all. The 3 great martial realms are different from the 4 great basic realms. The 4 great basic realms are purely about the improvement of one's true qi and the opening of the meridians and apertures in the body. However, the 3 great martial realms are different. It can be said that only by stepping into the 3 great martial realms can one be called a true warrior and be worthy of the word martial. Why do you say that? Long Yu's words had completely overturned Long Chen's understanding. In the 4 great basic realms, only the foundation will not be too bad. Refining some elixirs and improving one's true qi will eventually open the 1st heaven aperture and reach the 9th level of the heaven ascension realm. But why are there so many people who are stuck at the 9th level of the heaven ascension realm and are unable to reach the 3 great martial realms for the rest of their lives? That is because they do not understand what martial arts are and what the martial realms are. Long Yu's eyes sparkled as she looked at Long Chen. What she meant was that if Long Chen did not know, it would be very difficult for him to break through to the martial realm. Long Yu was a martial artist at the 3rd level of the earth martial realm. She had enough authority to teach him. Long Chen knew that since she had said it, she had the intention of pointing him in the right direction. Thus he quickly said, "Sister Long Yu, please explain to me in detail what the martial realm is." Seeing that he would not persist in his own opinion and was instead asking for advice, Long Yu secretly nodded her head and said, "The most important thing for you now is to get rid of your internal injuries. Then, use the Emperor Flame Bead and advance to the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension realm on the day of simultaneous birth of the 9 suns in 8 days. At that time I will teach you what the martial realm is." Long Chen knew the principle of being impatient and not eating hot tofu. Thus, he nodded his head and said, "Thank you." This Long Yu was indeed a woman with a very strong character. She was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Long Chen would not suffer any losses by being on good terms with her. "You don't have to thank me. You and I share the same bloodline. When you become stronger, you will be able to leave more bloodlines for my clan. This is also my dream," Long Yu said. Even if she was not surrounded by armor, when she spoke, there was no expression on her face. "The spiritual medicine is ready. Since you're here, I'll start treating your injuries. You used the method of squeezing out your potential, so I can't help you recover the lost potential. However, in terms of your body, I can make you as good as new. You must remember that you absolutely can't use that method again." From her cold words, Long Chen could hear the hidden concern in her voice. He knew that this Long Yu, because of their bloodline, still took good care of him. "Are we starting now? They are all waiting for me outside," Long Chen said a little awkwardly. For some reason, in front of Long Yu, Long Chen felt like a little brother. He was afraid that if he did not perform well, the sister in front of him would be dissatisfied. "Ignore those idiots," Long Yu said directly. Following that, Long Yu brought Long Chen to his residence. "Your injuries need to be nurtured internally and externally. It will take at least 3 days and 3 nights to be completely healed. I have prepared a lot of elixirs for you. Only by combining them will there be an effect. One of them is a low-level king-level elixir, the Sacred Snow Heart Lotus." Long Chen only nodded his head. As for the matter of healing, he would let Long Yu handle it himself. She should have been prepared a long time ago. She took out a huge rock from her cosmos sack. There was a smooth pit on the rock that could accommodate Long Chen's body. This pit. Long Chen was a little surprised. "You can guess it. Not bad. I made it." A trace of admiration appeared in Long Yu's eyes. Long Chen was extremely surprised. The deep pit on the rock was so bright, as if it had been formed over a long period of time. Long Yu actually said that she had used her fist to create it. The martial realm is used to this extent. Long Chen was speechless. Immediately after, under her orders, Long Chen entered the deep pit in the rock. Under Long Yu's control, the prepared medicinal liquid began to flow into the deep pit. Long Chen's body was quickly surrounded by the medicinal liquid, and the essence of the spirit medicine was currently seeping into his body, causing him to feel extremely comfortable. Immediately after, Long Yu consumed the Sacred Snow Heart Lotus. This must be her so-called internal and external recuperation, Long Chen thought to himself. With a king-level spirit medicine, the Sacred Snow Heart Lotus, and the precious medicinal liquid outside, under this kind of recuperation, for 3 days and 3 nights, the hidden injuries on his body caused by the 3 stages of blood sacrifice would be cured. After everything was done, Long Yu warned him for a while before leaving. Bathing in the spirit medicine, feeling that his body was gradually getting better, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief, and then he began to think about his current situation. "I've finally survived. and I've even obtained the Emperor Flame Bead. Although the process was complicated, the result is more or less what I expected. Now that I've already left the ancient demon realm, I'll decide where to go after I reach the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension realm in 8 days. After having a goal in mind, Long Chen's mind was also much clearer. It seems that I still have to follow them for a while. Otherwise, it won't be easy for me to reach the so-called martial realm by myself, and Long Yu obviously has plans to teach me. The Divine Wushu Sage Dynasty is the world of the Wushu Alliance, and it can be seen that the Wushu Alliance has a very strong control over the Divine Wushu Sage Dynasty. If I go out, I'll definitely be wanted, and I won't even know how I died. Being with them is indeed not bad, at least my life is guaranteed, and they are indeed a group of interesting people. Chapter 531. The struggle along the way was quite dangerous. With the existence of a force like the Martial Union, the Divine Martial Sacred Dynasty was definitely a dangerous place. Long Chen was someone who refused to be controlled by others. How could he not start a conflict with such a force when he was threatened by them? Big brother, Fat Cat told me some good news. While Long Chen was recuperating, Little Wolf, who was in the Great Virtual Realm, suddenly said excitedly, "What good news?" asked Long Chen quickly. "Have you seen a king-level beast?" asked Xiao Lang. Of course not. There were no king-level beasts in the entire ancient demon region. Fat Cat said that monstrous beasts above the king grade have the ability to transform into human form, and the stronger they are, the more powerful their fighting strength is. However, when monstrous beasts transform into human form, their fighting strength is basically not that strong, but compared to their beast form, when they reach the emperor grade, or even the god grade, even in human form, they will be able to display powerful fighting strength. But no matter what, I have a chance to start over. What? Long Chen was so excited that he almost jumped out of the rock. For him, Xiao Lang had lost his body and become a sun-devouring wolf. It was a great regret. But today, Xiao Lang had a chance to take human form. Even if he did not have much fighting power, it did not matter. The key was to take human form. Who would feel comfortable living in the form of a beast? In the Shenwu Sacred Dynasty, as long as you are a martial artist, you basically know that a king-tier demonic beast can transform into a human. What's so strange about that? I can't believe I'm with you two ignorant country bumpkins. This is really degrading. Kitten sighed. Shut up. Long Chen laughed and scolded him. Then he said to Xiao Lang, "This is indeed good news. When the 9 suns coexisting day is over, I will try my best to find you a fire attribute treasure to help you break through to the king level. I am looking forward to seeing what will happen when the sun-devouring wolf becomes a king-level beast." Big brother, thank you. Xiao Lang was also very excited. We are brothers. Thank you my ass. In the ancient demon area, Long Chen had never heard of any king-level demonic beasts, nor had he inquired about them. Therefore, this sudden news really surprised him. This was the happiest thing that had happened since he had left the ancient demon region. The wolf cub had left its home to follow him. It was his brother for life. He knew that in the wolf cub's heart, he had turned into a demonic beast and lost his human form. This was the biggest knot in his heart. Although he was still a demonic beast after turning into a human, at least he could live a human life. The sun-devouring wolf was only a rank 1 earth rank beast, but it had such a heaven-defying devouring talent. Long Chen knew how terrifying Xiao Lang would be when he grew up. Among the various life forms on the dragon sacrificial continent, the primordial divine dragon was of course the highest level. They were born as super experts. Long Chen didn't know about other life forms, but for the beasts and humans, there were strong and weak beasts, but the strong and the weak were destined. Of course, apart from the abnormal sun-devouring wolf, the sun-devouring wolf was more like a human because it could improve. Humans were the weakest species, but they were very malleable and had high intelligence. They could create cultivation methods to improve their strength. If it wasn't for cultivation, the dragon sacrificial continent would have long been the world of beasts. How could humans have the qualifications to survive and dominate the continent? Long Chen secretly decided that no matter what, he would make Xiao Lang stronger as soon as possible. He was a human. Even if he was a beast, he had to live like a human. 3 days and 3 nights passed by quickly. On this day, Long Chen finally walked out of the wooden house. The medicine prepared by Long Yu had been completely absorbed by Long Chen. Long Yu was naturally reliable, so Long Chen had completely recovered from the injuries caused by the triple blood sacrifice. As for the damage to his foundation, Long Chen's foundation was originally much stronger than others. This resulted in his superb comprehension and cultivation speed. He had absorbed 1% of the ancestral dragon's inheritance blood essence. When he obtained the ancestral dragon's inheritance blood essence again, these small damages would soon be completely repaired. Long Chen still remembered that when he absorbed all the blood essence, he would transform into a real primordial blood spirit dragon. Of course, it would only be a baby among babies and would need countless years to grow. But what was certain was that at that time, he would be able to take away Lingxi openly. The gloomy future not long ago was now glowing again. Long Chen's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. His body was filled with his own strength again. The ordeal in the ancient demon territory didn't knock him down. Everything will wait for the 9 suns coexisting day in 5 days. 9 suns suspended in the sky, all of which were the remnant souls of the Golden Crow. What kind of grand event would happen then? When he had the power of the Golden Crow in his body, he would be able to exert super strong strength even if he was in the 9th level of the reaching heaven state. Kitten had said that the sun only contained the remnant souls of the Golden Crow, and what he could obtain was only a trace of the remnant souls. However, the divine bird, the Golden Crow, was so powerful according to Kitten's bragging. It shouldn't be weak. Long Chen had a premonition that it would be a strong support for him in future battles. The next step was to wait for the 9 suns coexisting day. Long Chen looked around and didn't see anyone. He used the soul-devouring demon eyes and found that the others were in the wooden huts. They should be cultivating. Only Lan Ling Er's room was empty. Long Chen was wondering where Lan Ling had gone. Suddenly, a strong force came and pushed Long Chen into the calm lake. Long Chen got up helplessly. Lan Ling was laughing so hard that she was convulsing with laughter. "You've been a drowned rat for 3 days. I didn't expect you to be a drowned rat the moment you come out." Lan Ling laughed as she covered her full chest. Long Chen couldn't stand this girl. She was already in her 20s, but she was still so playful. He got up quietly and dried his clothes. "Long Chen, you're recuperating while they're cultivating. It's been so boring these few days. You have to accompany me for a walk." Lan Ling stood in front of Long Chen and her eyes flashed with a crafty light. "Would Sister Long Yu allow you to go out by yourself?" Long Chen asked. Of course she would. "I, Lan Ling am not a 3-year-old child. My disguise is 10,000 times better than yours. I'll take that as a yes. Wait for me." With that said, she disappeared in front of Long Chen like a blue whirlwind. When she reappeared in front of Long Chen was stunned. This was because the person who appeared in front of him was clearly an elegant youth. At this moment, this handsome youth walked a few rounds in front of Long Chen and said, "How is it, Brother Long? Can you still recognize me now?" Her voice was a little shrill, but it was very different from the softness from before. This shrill voice was something that most youths would have. It could be said that Lan Ling was indeed the demon girl of 100 faces. From her current face, one could only vaguely see the shadow of her original self. As for her height, everything else had changed. She was nearly 10 centimeters taller than before. She was a completely different person. "Sister Lan, I'm impressed." Long Chen couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. "Wrong. You should call me Brother Lan." Lan Ling corrected herself. Then, without another word, she directly grabbed Long Chen's hand and dragged Long Chen away. Long Chen only felt the wind whistling past him. He vaguely felt that he was being dragged through the forest by Lan Ling. I have to say, the power of the Earth martial arts realm is really terrifying. Back then, I was able to kill the Red Ghost King because of luck. At that time, his power was naturally great. However, it was also because the Red Ghost King looked down on him, which led to the tragedy in the end. Otherwise, if he used all his strength, Long Chen might not be his match. Lan Ling must have escaped. When she left the area of the spirit stream, her speed decreased a lot. Long Chen could basically see the surrounding scenery clearly. When they were almost out of the forest, Lan Ling basically told Long Chen to hurry on by himself. Seeing Long Chen's serious face, Lan Ling grabbed the corner of his clothes and said coquettishly, "My good brother, what are you so nervous about? It's just that it's too boring in the spirit stream. I'm just taking you out to play." Long Chen couldn't stand it anymore. Okay, just play. Do you think I'm afraid of you? That's more like a man." Lan Ling giggled when she got her way. At this time, Long Chen felt the aura of many people around them. They should be above the 7th level of the reaching heaven state. These people are 5th brother subordinates, the killers of Scarlet Soul. Because of the pressure from the Wushu Alliance, Scarlet Soul didn't take on any more killer missions. However, Scarlet Soul's intelligence network is very strong. We can find out anything that happens in the Wushu Sage's dynasty in a short time. For example, we can find out where precious treasures have appeared. Lan Ling Er's face was full of pride. This wasn't the first time that Long Chen had seen how powerful they were. You have to work harder. When you get their approval and become my 7th brother, we'll become sworn brothers again. Who knows, 5th brother might get a few subordinates for you to enjoy being a leader, Lan Ling Er said. Become sworn brothers with them? Long Chen thought about it and felt that it might be a good choice. I'll work hard, Long Chen said with a smile. Lan Ling Er nodded and continued her journey with Long Chen. When they left the forest, a city that wasn't inferior to Huangwu City appeared in front of them. Lan Ling Er turned around and looked at the vast forest. She said, "Little brother, there are many Scarlet Soul killers in this forest. If anyone wants to kill you in the future, we'll be able to come out as soon as you enter this forest and protect you. Of course, if you can stay with us, that'll be even better." Got it. Long Chen took note of Lan Ling Er's words. Lan Ling Er implied that Scarlet Soul had already taken over this forest. Let's go to Liangwu City. In front of them was a rugged mountain. Liangwu City was on the other side of the mountain. Chapter 532. The spiritual qi of the earth veins soared into the sky. Although Liangwu City seemed very close, it was actually very far away. After a while, Long Chen and Lan Ling Er arrived at the outskirts of Liangwu City. Liangwu City was a city similar to Yellow Marshal City, and it was the closest city to the spirit stream. Lan Ling Er had been here many times, but she had always come by herself. Now with Long Chen, she could force him to come here. You don't have to worry. Although Liangwu City is under the control of the Wushu Alliance, there is only one warrior at the 1st level of the Earth Martial Arts realm in the entire city. His strength is not even as good as mine. There will be no problem for us to go in. Lan Ling Er saw Long Chen's cautious look and quickly explained to him. The city gate is surrounded by the guards of the Wushu Alliance. How are we going to get in? Long Chen asked. Idiot, of course we'll sneak in from somewhere else. Who can stop a city wall? Lan Ling Er knocked on Long Chen's forehead and then led Long Chen around Liangwu City. They came to a relatively secluded area under the city wall. She opened her bright eyes and said to Long Chen, "When we go in, remember to call me Brother Lan." Long Chen smiled and nodded. Lan Ling Er quickly led him into the city. Of course, no one could see that they had sneaked in. After all, Lan Ling Er was an expert of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Why did you come to Liangwu City? Long Chen asked curiously. To play, of course. This colorful world is so exciting. They all like to stay in the spirit stream, but I don't like that place. It's too quiet. I prefer lively places. Let's go. Accompany me for a walk. Lan Ling Er led Long Chen away. Soon, they arrived at a bustling street. Lan Ling Er stared at some female decorations and didn't realize that she had disguised herself as a man. Long Chen could only follow him helplessly. Liangwu City had a population of several 100,000 people, but there weren't many high-level warriors. Long Chen looked around and found that most of the warriors were at the Heavenly River or Divine Core realm, and most of them were kids. Of course, there were also some ordinary people who couldn't cultivate. After accompanying Lan Ling Er and fooling around for half a day, Long Chen deeply understood how terrifying women could be. As long as they took a fancy to something, they would use all their might to get it. After half a day, Lan Ling Er finally felt a little satisfied. Long Chen was just about to suggest going back when there seemed to be a commotion ahead. When Lan Ling Er heard the noise, she quickly pulled Long Chen and said, "Brother Long, let's go and take a look." Long Chen was speechless. After arriving, Long Chen saw a luxurious restaurant in front of him. It was called the Martial Liang Restaurant. For it to have such a name, it must be the largest restaurant in Martial Liang City. Under this restaurant, someone had built a wide red arena. It looked very festive. There were many people watching, and most of them were men. With the strength of the Earth Martial realm, Lan Ling Er quickly led Long Chen to the front. She quickly grabbed a warrior and asked, "Brother, what's going on?" You don't know? The daughter of the manager of Liangwu restaurant is holding a martial arts competition for a spouse today. Anyone who is below the age of 22 and is stronger than his daughter can become his son-in-law. Let me tell you, the manager of Liangwu restaurant is the city lord's younger brother, and he is very wealthy. If you can become his son-in-law, you will be able to enjoy a lifetime of glory and wealth. Son-in-law. Lan Ling-er's eyes lit up. Sister Lan, stop fooling around. Our identities are sensitive. It's not good to make too much noise, Longchen said hurriedly when he saw that she was eager to go up and cause a scene. I'm just going to take a look. There won't be any problems. Don't worry about it. Also, don't forget what you should call me, Lan Ling-er said, pretending to be fierce. At that moment, in the Liangwu restaurant, there were 3 middle-aged men looking at the grand occasion below through the window. Among the 3 men, one was short and fat, another was ferocious, and the last one was wearing a solemn yellow robe with a huge Wu character on his chest. The short and fat one was the manager of Liangwu restaurant, and the one who was full of power was naturally the city lord of Liangwu city, who was in the earth martial arts realm. At this time, the city lord of Liangwu city said to the yellow-clothed man, King Qin Wu, my niece came up with such an idea to recruit geniuses. The man called King Qin Wuwang said with a smile, not at all. Yu is only 18 years old, but she has already reached the 8th level of the Reaching Heaven state. She can be considered a genius even in the Wushu alliance. If you can really defeat her, you will be able to become the son-in-law of the Liang clan. As long as you find out who that person is, it won't be a loss. Of course. We must find out who that person is. We can't let anyone with evil intentions or who is against the Wushu alliance sneak in, the city lord of Liangwu restaurant said hurriedly. In that case, let's watch carefully. Let's see what kind of genius Liangwu city has, King Qin Wuwang said with a smile. At this time, the main character of the martial arts competition for a spouse, the girl called Yu appeared. Long Chen took a look at her and found that she was indeed pretty. She was at the 8th level of the Reaching Heaven state. In the ancient demon realm, she could be considered a top genius in the king's palace. The girl emphasized that whoever defeated her would become the son-in-law of the Liang clan. Then the martial arts competition for a spouse officially began. Long Chen hadn't expected that Liangwu city would also have something that a small place like the Cangyang kingdom, such as Baiyang town. However, for Lan Ling-er, this martial arts competition for a spouse was quite novel. She was extremely excited. This could be considered a grand event in Liangwu city. More and more people gathered. However, only a few dared to go onto the stage. After all, this young lady was the #1 genius in Liangwu city. Several Reaching Heaven state level 7 experts had gone up to the stage, but all of them had returned empty-handed. Time passed quickly. In the end, there were fewer and fewer people who dared to go onto the stage. After all, although this young lady was pretty and attractive, everyone knew their own strength, so they didn't want to embarrass themselves. There are hundreds of thousands of people in Liangwu city. Is there not a single man who can defeat me? The young lady called Yu looked down at the crowd, her face full of mockery. Lan Ling-er said angrily, Damn it, how dare you look down on me? I'll show you what a real man is like. As she spoke, she rushed onto the stage and stood in front of the young lady. She's just a prostitute. What kind of man is she? Long Chen was speechless. He and Lan Ling-er had come here to keep a low profile. However, Lan Ling-er was too mischievous. Before Long Chen could hold her back, she had already rushed onto the stage. Lan Ling-er's words caused a huge cheer. She smiled and raised her hand to silence the crowd. Then she said loudly, Gentlemen, I didn't intend to come up. However, this young lady dared to look down on us. I'm here to uphold justice for all of you. Not only will I punish this young lady on the stage, but I'll also punish her on our wedding night. Only then will I be able to appease the hatred in my heart. Lan Ling-er's words caused an earth-shattering cheer. Long Chen was petrified. This Lan Ling-er was really a weirdo. Scoundrel, you're talking nonsense. You're courting death. The young lady blushed at Lan Ling-er's words. She hurriedly attacked Lan Ling-er. To everyone's surprise, Lan Ling-er subdued her with a casual move. Everyone gasped in surprise. Long Chen frowned. It seemed like he had caused too much of a commotion. Hence, he had no choice but to say loudly, Brother Lan, it's time to leave. If you don't, I'll leave first. Lan Ling knew that she had gone too far when she saw that Long Chen was a little angry. She smiled sheepishly and let go of the young lady. Just as she was about to walk over to Long Chen, an explosion suddenly occurred at the top of Liangwu restaurant. Two middle-aged men appeared and stood in the air. They looked at Lan Ling with glittering eyes. City Lord Liangwu said coldly, "Young man, you have to respect my rules just because you defeated my niece. Are you trying to leave?" Lan Ling's gaze instantly turned cold. She quickly shifted her gaze from City Lord Liangwu to the other man. At that moment, the man was also looking at Lan Ling. Suddenly, he glared at her. "Lan Ling, I didn't expect it to be you. I was wondering why there would be such a young expert in the earth martial arts realm. Only you, the 100 Faces demon, can turn yourself into a man. Haha, we've really worn out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find you by chance. Brother Liangwu, we're going to make a great contribution today," King Wuwang said excitedly. The crowd sensed the smell of gunpowder and hurriedly fled. They knew that one of them was City Lord Liangwu, and the other was on equal footing with the City Lord. How could he be simple? They looked at Lan Ling as if they were facing a great enemy. How could Lan Ling be simple? If they were to fight, there would definitely be a lot of casualties. An expert in the earth martial arts realm. He's an expert in the martial king realm from the Wushu Alliance. Lan Ling's expression immediately changed. She was alone while the other party had two people. If they attacked her together, she would definitely be no match for them. She had only come out to play. She hadn't expected to encounter such a situation. Lan Ling's mind raced. After they came out, she had been thinking of a way to deal with them. Suddenly, she had an idea. Her figure instantly changed and she grabbed the girl called Yu. She strangled her. With Lan Ling's strength, if the other two people attacked her, she would be able to kill the girl in an instant. At that moment, the fat manager of the Liangwu restaurant said in a panic, "Big brother, she has captured my daughter." City Lord Liangwu frowned. At that moment, King Wuwang, who was next to him, actually rushed toward Long Chen without saying anything. City Lord Liangwu did not notice what Long Chen had said to Lan Ling, but King Wuwang had. Since Lan Ling had captured Yu, why couldn't he, King Wuwang, capture Long Chen? The original contest for a spouse had suddenly turned into such a situation. No one had expected it. Chapter 533. Lan Ling had been so focused on holding the other party hostage that she had forgotten about Long Chen. When Qin Wuwang attacked Long Chen, her expression changed drastically. She realized the urgency of the situation. She was about to abandon the hostage in her hands and rush toward Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen's expression remained calm. He said loudly to her, "Don't worry about me. I have my ways." Ever since the incident, Long Chen had been thinking of a way. The other party had two experts in the earth martial arts realm, and they had already discovered Lan Ling's identity. Since it was 2 against 1, he would definitely win. However, since Lan Ling had kidnapped an important person in the other party's camp, City Lord Liangwu would not dare to take the risk. Therefore Lan Ling should be able to hold on for some time on her own. The problem was Long Chen himself. Long Chen knew that if he were to be kidnapped, he and Lan Ling would not be able to survive. Therefore he was thinking frantically. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind. Not only did he have to escape, but he also had to escape to inform the others so that they could rescue Lan Ling. Therefore, at the critical moment, Long Chen stopped Lan Ling from abandoning the hostage. He still had the strength of the 4th tier of the reaching heaven state, and his body was still in good condition. Therefore, he used the blood escape immediately. At this moment, Qin Wuwang had only moved a little forward. Long Chen's blood escape was very fast. However, because his strength had been reduced, his speed was about the same as Qin Wuwang's normal speed. That was enough. Lan Ling was the key. If Qin Wuwang went to chase after Long Chen, City Lord Liangwu alone would definitely not be able to stop Lan Ling. Moreover, Qin Wuwang had not been able to react to Long Chen's blood escape at first. He only reacted when Long Chen had turned into a streak of bloodlight and left Liangwu City. However, it was already too late. Even if he had caught up with Long Chen, it would have taken him a lot of time. What? City Lord Liangwu and King Qin Wushuang watched Long Chen leave with astonishment in their eyes. Lan Ling did not expect Long Chen to make such a move. She regretted it and was about to abandon the hostage to save Long Chen. She did not expect Long Chen to stop her with words and escape alone. This was not to say that Long Chen was too despicable to abandon his companions and escape alone. It was because he knew that it was useless for him to stay here and might even affect Lan Linger. Therefore, he made the decision to escape and find help for Lan Linger. Lan Linger was no fool. She quickly guessed Long Chen's thoughts. Long Chen is going to look for reinforcements for me. I must hold on until they arrive so that I can live up to his painstaking efforts. But this time, I've really caused a huge disaster. If Big Sister finds out, I'll be in deep trouble. Lan Linger was already very regretful. However, she had been with Long Yu and the others for a long time, so she had become a little ruthless. With the hostage in hand, there was still hope for her to hold on until Long Chen arrived with Long Yu and the others. I'll fight it out. Lan Linger's expression turned rather cold. Long Chen burned all of his true energy to cover the 5-kilometer journey. Liangwu City was at least 17 kilometers away from the forest. Long Chen knew that Lan Linger's life was now in his hands. After the 5-kilometer journey, Long Chen's true energy was already exhausted. There was still a long way to go before he reached the forest. Big Sister Lan said that as long as I reach the forest and find Scarlet Soul's people, they will be able to pass the news to the Spectre Stream. Long Chen recalled what Lan Linger had said. However, now that he had exhausted all of his true energy, he could only rely on his physical strength to run. He still had the king-level combat technique, but the problem was that at his current speed, Lan Linger might already be dead by the time he reached the forest. Long Chen's eyes turned red. Although we've only met by chance, we're all brothers and sisters. I can't let her die. At this thought, Long Chen ran wildly as he tried to come up with a solution. He knew that he couldn't continue wasting his time like this. Anyway, in 5 days, I'll be able to reach the 9th level of the Reaching Heaven state on the day of coexistence of the 9 suns. In that case, I'll just give up on the 4th level of the Reaching Heaven state. At this thought, his eyes turned bloodshot. Once again, Long Chen used the blood sacrifice. Only the blood sacrifice could give him strength. Of course, this time Long Chen used a layer of blood sacrifice, which could bestow him with a layer of power. With this power, his exhausted true qi finally had a trace of replenishment. The elixir and whirlpool in one of the acupuncture points were completely shattered and turned into blood-red true energy that flowed through Long Chen's body. With this true energy, Long Chen used the blood escape again and rushed into the forest in a short time. Scarlet Soul, come out. After rushing in, Long Chen used the last bit of his strength to shout. His body had just recovered, but in order to save Lan Linger, he used the 1st level of the blood sacrifice. This caused his body, which had just recovered, to crack again. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Of course, this injury was not as serious as the previous time. If Long Yu had similar elixirs, he would probably recover in a day or 2. However, the process of being injured was still very painful. Long Chen's shout successfully attracted a few Scarlet Soul assassins. Seeing that it was Long Chen, one of them quickly helped Long Chen up. Some of them had seen Long Chen and Lan Linger go out together. Now that Long Chen had returned injured and Lan Linger was missing, everyone frowned. At this time, Long Chen hurriedly struggled and said, "Quickly go to the spirit stream. Just say that something happened to Lan Linger in Liangwu City." When the Scarlet Soul assassins heard this, they hurriedly went into the depths of the spirit stream. Long Chen sat up with the help of the remaining people. He took a deep breath and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. This time it was really hard. However, he had finally completed the mission. Whether Lan Linger could survive in the end, it was up to the heavens. Long Chen took some elixirs and his body barely recovered a little. He looked in the direction of the spirit stream. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Long Yu appeared in front of him. Her cold eyes only glanced at Long Chen, then immediately disappeared. After a while, Jiang Wuya and the others appeared. When he saw Long Chen, Jiang Wuya hurriedly walked over. He frowned and said, "Long Chen, you used that method of squeezing out your potential again." There was a hint of blame in his words. "Sister Lan is in Liangwu City. There are 2 warriors in the Earth martial arts realm besieging her. If I didn't do that, I don't know when I would return here." Long Chen said helplessly. Jiang Wuya and the others looked at each other. Although they did not say it, Their eyes were all filled with gratitude. Zhang Wuya helped Long Chen up and said, Yu has already gone to save her. Don't worry. I'll take you to Liangwu City and show the people of the Wushu Alliance what happens when they move against the brothers and sisters of the dragons. Jian Chen, Lei Zhan, and Qi Ying hurriedly followed Zhang Wuya's footsteps toward Liangwu City. Their speed was not any slower than Long Chen's blood escape, so they arrived at Liangwu City very quickly. Currently, Liangwu City was a mess, but Zhang Wuya and the others ignored it. After arriving at the Liangwu restaurant, Long Chen opened his eyes and saw that Lan Ling was already in Long Yu's embrace. He could see that her face was pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. There was also a hint of fear in her eyes. Fortunately, her life was not in danger. Not far from them lay a female corpse. It should be Yu-er's corpse. Long Chen guessed that King Wu of Qin must have killed Yu-er in order to capture Lan Ling-er. He had done a great deed, so he disregarded Yu-er's life and killed her. Not far from Long Yu's feet were City Lord Liang Wu and King Qin Wu, who were lying on the ground. Both of their faces were covered in blood as they fell to the ground. Their complexions were pitch black, but they were still breathing. However, from the looks of it, Long Yu should have been crippled. Long Chen stared at Long Yu in shock. He only knew that in such a short amount of time, Long Yu had already dealt with the two of them and saved Lan Ling-er. Everyone was safe, so Long Chen was relieved. Long Yu gently let Lan Ling-er stand on her own. Then she waved at Long Chen and said, "Come here." Long Chen nodded and stood with Lan Ling-er. The others stood behind Long Yu. Long Yu was extremely powerful. She only needed a single glance at Long Chen's situation to know just what price Long Chen had paid for Lan Ling-er. "Apologize," she said to Lan Ling-er. Lan Ling-er nodded, then looked at Long Chen awkwardly and bitterly. "Little brother, I'm sorry. I caused trouble and almost implicated you." At this moment, Lan Ling-er's face was filled with grievance. She looked like a child. "Aren't you fine? Since you're fine, don't think too much. Those scoundrels who bullied you are already lying on the ground. You should be happy now." Long Chen chuckled. "Yes." Lan Ling-er nodded heavily. At this moment, Long Yu also nodded. She looked at Long Chen and said, "Today, I made a decision. I don't know if you guys agree or not." "Big sister, please speak," everyone hurriedly said. Long Yu walked in front of City Lord Liang Wu and King Qin Wu, who were still not dead. She said to Long Chen, "Long Chen, I wonder if you are interested in becoming sworn brothers and sisters with us? If you are willing, you can kill them. We will swear an oath of blood and become sworn brothers here." Hearing Long Yu's words, everyone's faces immediately revealed smiles. They knew that it was because Long Chen did not hesitate to hurt himself in order to save Lan Ling-er. This matter had moved Long Yu, and she finally made up her mind. Everyone quite liked Long Chen, especially Lan Ling-er, who was close to Long Chen's age, so they could talk to each other the most. Thus, she immediately jumped up and said, "All right, I've been hoping for a seventh brother to appear every day so that I can call me big sister. Moreover, little brother Long Chen is indeed very cute. Moreover, he was the one who saved me. If anyone disagrees, I will be angry with them." As she spoke, she glared fiercely at the rest of them. Chapter 534. Zhang Wuya laughed involuntarily and said, "Miss Lan Ling-er has lost her temper. We can only yield to her tyrannical power. I do recognize Long Chen as my younger brother, but it's a pity that I'm at least 20 years older than him. I don't know if he'll recognize me as his second brother." Jian Chen, Lei Zhan, and Qi Ying did not speak much, but they all extended an invitation to Long Chen. Long Chen smiled when he saw their expectant gazes. He did not say anything. He took out a weapon from the great virtual realm and walked toward Lord Liang Wu and King Qin Wushuang. As for the Demon Emperor's sword, it had been shattered by the Demon Emperor during the triple blood sacrifice. Lord Liang Wu and King Qin Wushuang obviously heard what Long Yu had said. They panicked when they saw Long Chen's actions. When Long Chen approached them, they realized that the person who was about to join the dragons was the young man who had used a strange method to escape. "Long Yu, if you dare to kill me, the Wushu Alliance will definitely send countless experts to tear you to pieces once I die. It's not that His Majesty can't kill you, it's just that he's not interested in killing you. However, you've gone too far. His Majesty will avenge me," King Qin Wushuang said as he struggled. "Those are your last words. Long Chen quickened his pace and took a step forward. Little brother, you'll regret joining the dragons. The dragons are a thorn in the side of the Wushu Alliance. In a few days, they'll be completely annihilated by the Wushu Alliance. I've never done anything that I'll regret, Long Chen sneered. The sword in his hand pierced through King Qin Wushuang's heart. You're the second expert of the Earth martial arts realm that I've killed, Long Chen said to King Qin Wushuang, whose eyes were gradually losing focus. Then, he turned to look at Lord Liangwu, who was gradually losing hope. Long Chen, forget it. Although Lord Liangwu submitted to the Wushu Alliance, he didn't seem to have done anything evil. If he dies, Liangwu City will be forgotten, but who knows how many people will suffer because of this. Long Yu suddenly said as Long Chen raised his sword. Since he could still be considered a good person, Long Chen didn't argue with him. He only attacked Lan Ling because of the pressure from the Wushu Alliance. We brothers and sisters should put ourselves in each other's shoes and treat each other with sincerity. This is a place of trouble. So forget about the ceremony. However, Long Chen, you killed King Qin Wushuang today, which proves that you're willing to join the dragons and become our seventh brother. If you become one of us, we must live and die together and fight side by side. If you do anything wrong to us in the future, I, Long Yu, will be the first to not let you off, Long Yu said solemnly as she stood in front of Long Chen. Big sister, everyone is very happy. Don't be so serious. Seventh brother is a good person. If you scare him again, I'll be angry with you, Lan Ling said. Long Chen nodded and said, brothers and sisters, since I've chosen to join, I'll do everything I can. Long Chen won't betray his brothers and sisters, so you can rest assured. Everyone was very satisfied with Long Chen's performance today. Of course they could rest assured. I'm just mentioning it casually. Let's go. Long Chen looked at Long Chen kindly, then led Long Chen out of Liangwu City and back to the spirit stream. After arriving at the spirit stream, Long Yu said concernedly, seventh brother, because you used that technique again, there are cracks on your body again. Luckily, there are still some of the medicine I gave you last time. It should be able to help you recover. However, don't use that thing again next time. The 9 sons will be born in 5 days. I won't take any more risks, Long Chen said with a smile. On that day, he would once again be able to step into the ranks of true experts. Long Chen estimated that at that time, his battle prowess would probably be able to catch up to his older brothers and sisters. There was nothing he could do about it. Here, he was the youngest and the weakest, so he could only call them older brothers and sisters. Of course, they all took great care of him. When you reach level 9 of the Reaching Heaven realm, I'll help you cultivate and comprehend the martial realm, Long Yu said after preparing the medicine for Long Chen. With them, Long Chen didn't even need to worry about improving his strength. This feeling of being protected by others was really great. After another day and night, Long Chen had recovered. Long Chen swore that he would never use the blood sacrifice again. His body had just recovered, and if he used the blood sacrifice again, even if it was only 1 layer, it could cause damage. After recovering his strength, he waited for the 9 sons to be born in 4 days. However, there was a lot of fun in the spirit stream. Long Chen became more and more familiar with them, and his original foppish nature was gradually revealed. Among the 6 people, Long Yu was always cultivating and didn't pay attention to them. Zhang Wuya rarely came out. As for the other 3, although they didn't talk much, Long Chen found that they were quite good at talking, especially Qi Ying. As the founder of the largest assassin organization, how could he be simple? And Long Chen also learned a little about Jian Chen's history. These 3 people had always been quiet, like a cold blade. However, only Long Chen talked to them, and they always answered his questions. I lived in a small town since I was young, and I started cultivating and learning the sword. Because I was talented, I was accepted by the Wushu Alliance as a genius child. The Wushu Alliance is like a machine. It gathers all the talented children together, makes us cultivate, and teaches us how to kill. In the end, the children who perform well will have higher and higher status, and the ones who don't perform well will be driven away, killed, or sent to be cannon fodder. That's how I climbed up step by step. Jian Chen sighed. Then why did you leave the Wushu Alliance in the end and come here? Long Chen asked in confusion. He didn't think that his 3rd brother who spoke the least was from the Wushu Alliance. Jian Chen laughed mockingly. That place isn't suitable for me. I'm 30 this year, and on the day I turned 26, I reached the Earth martial realm. The martial emperor personally bestowed upon me the title of Sword Martial King. However, my personality wasn't suitable for living in that place, and so I endured for 26 years. When I finally had the strength, I left the Wushu Alliance. Because of that, they put you on the bounty list and chased after you. Long Chen blushed with shame. The Wushu Alliance's punishment for traitors is extremely severe, especially since I'm still with you. To the Wushu Alliance, I'm a disgrace among disgraces. Within the dragons, aside from the eldest sister, the one they want to get rid of the most is me. Jian Chen smiled bitterly. Long Chen already had a rough idea of what was going on. In short, the Wushu Sage dynasty was the world of the Wushu Alliance. The other factions would either submit or be destroyed. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive in the light of day. Actually, the reason we're able to gather together is because we have a heart of freedom. That's why I like my current life. It's free and unfettered. Isn't that what life is all about? Jian Chen stood up and smiled. Long Chen nodded. At that moment, Qiying hurried in from outside and yelled, "Eldest sister, everyone's out. There's news." The spirit stream had always been quiet, so when Qiying spoke, everyone could hear him. Very quickly, everyone appeared in front of him. Seeing his excited expression, Long Yu asked, "What news?" "A piece of good news and a piece of bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Qiying smiled mysteriously. "Don't beat around the bush. Fifth brother. As usual, bitterness first, sweetness second." "Let's hear the bad news first," Lon Ling said hurriedly. Seeing that no one had any objections, Qiying said, "Because of Qin Wu King's death, the Wushu Alliance is furious. They've sent out many experts in an attempt to eliminate us. I think there are a few Wushu Sage and almost 10 martial kings among them. This time, the Wushu Alliance has basically sent out a quarter of their forces. Eldest sister, Liangwu City is so close to us. They'll arrive there first and then search, so this place is no longer safe." Hearing Qiying's words, everyone frowned. Looking at the surrounding scenery, they were indeed reluctant to leave. "It's all my fault," Lon Ling said dejectedly. "It's not a matter of blame or not. Even if everyone is reluctant to leave this place, there's nothing we can do. We're not strong enough to fight against the Wushu Alliance. Qiying, immediately evacuate Qi Hun's people and let them infiltrate the nearby cities. Their identities are clean, so they won't attract the attention of the Wushu Alliance. As for us, we'll have to move." Long Yu arranged. Everyone nodded. "In that case, I'll tell you the good news. Everyone, there's news about the Scarlet the Arch Seal," Qiying said with a smile. Scarlet the Arch Seal. Long Yu's face revealed a look of pleasant surprise. She quickly asked, "Quick, tell us what's the situation?" "Our Qi Hun spies heard that there were 2 strange phenomena in the depths of the dreamy cloud swampland in the south. Every time, there were blazes that soared into the sky and dyed half the sky red. I heard that someone saw the shadow of the Scarlet the Arch Seal in the flames. Now that the 5 great the Arch Seals will appear one after another, it must be the Scarlet the Arch Seal," Qiying said excitedly. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. Long Chen also listened carefully. He knew that they were all looking for the Arch Seal. Long Chen pondered over the fact that he had the mystic the Arch Seal but did not say it out loud. The appearance of the 5 great the Arch Seals. In order to prevent the news from spreading to the other sacred dynasties, the Wushu Alliance has tightly guarded the Qian Kuan teleportation formation to the other sacred dynasties. It seems like they want to catch a turtle in a jar. However, with us around, it won't be that easy for them to collect the 5 great the Arch Seals. Long Yu paused and said, "Since we're going to give up on the spirit stream and there are traces of the Scarlet the Arch Seal in the Dreamy Cloud Swampland, we'll go straight to the Dreamy Cloud Swampland this time. After we get the Scarlet the Arch Seal, we'll decide where to go next. There's no time to lose. We should act now." What should we do?" Zhang Wuya interrupted. Long Chen scanned the crowd for a while and finally, his eyes stopped on Long Chen. Chapter 535. We need to split into 3 groups. Long Yu said. "Why?" Everyone was puzzled. Long Chen will reach the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension Realm with the help of the 9 Suns Coexisting Day in 4 days. When he uses the Emperor Flame Pearl, I'm afraid it will cause a big commotion and be easily discovered by the Wushu Alliance's pursuers. We're not afraid of 10,000, just in case. During the battle, Long Chen can't be affected in the slightest, but none of us can guarantee that the other party won't use any sinister methods, right? So, if we all rush there together it will be very dangerous. Long Yu analyzed. We can't use the Thunderwing Bat Dragon to hurry. Lei Zhen asked. The Thunderwing Bat Dragon is too big of a target. In the past, the Wushu Alliance was very afraid of us. Even if they discovered us, they wouldn't chase after us. But now it's different. They sent out experts, at least to teach us a lesson. So no matter how high or fast the demonic beasts in the sky fly, they will still attract attention. Long Yu said. Yuer, just tell us the arrangements. Zhang Wuya said. Long Yu nodded his head and said, with the 7 of us together, the target is too big, so it's safer to split up. First, I will stay behind and try my best to stop all of their pursuers. This way, you guys will be safer. Yuer, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. I will stay behind with you. The 2 of us will have a better chance. Zhang Wuya quickly said. Seeing his insistence, Long Yu nodded and said, all right, with you helping me they will be even safer. Then what are the arrangements for the next 2 groups? Long Chen asked. He had a premonition that Long Chen would arrange it according to him. This is Qi Hun's stronghold. We have to evacuate so many people from Qi Hun and make strict arrangements. So 5th brother Qi Ying needs to stay here for a while and arrange everything before he can go to Dreamy Cloud Swamp. Long Chen, you have to go first, and you have to find an uninhabited area as soon as possible, and strive to reach an uninhabited area on the day when the 9 sons are born together. Moreover, it's best if he doesn't go straight from here to Dreamy Cloud Swamp. It doesn't matter if you're a little slower, the most important thing is to ensure your own safety. Everyone nodded. Long Yu's analysis was reasonable, so Jian Chen said, 7th brother is still very weak right now. He needs someone to protect him. I'll go with him. Jian Chen was the strongest after Long Yu and Zhang Wuya, so he was the most suitable person to protect Long Chen. I also want to go with 3rd brother and 7th brother, said Lan Ling. Lei Zhan took a look and said, since 3rd brother and 6th sister are going together, I'll stay and help 5th brother. After Qi Hun is settled, we'll go to Dreamy Cloud Swamp and choose another place to meet. All right, then let's do it this way. The 7 of us will split into 3 groups. Wu Ya and I will cover the rear. After all, those who come are in the 2nd tier of the Earth Martial Realm at most, the 2 of us can deal with them. As for Qi Ying and Lei Zhen, be careful and be careful. The most important thing is Long Chen. At this moment, Jian Chen said, if it's 4 days, I think the depths of the Lianyun Mountains should be good. The Lianyun Mountains are remote and uninhabited. It's more suitable for Long Chen to use the Emperor Flame Pearl there, and reach the 9th tier of the Reaching Heaven realm. Everyone nodded and felt that the Lianyun Mountains was good. Moreover, the Lianyun Mountains were not in a straight line from the Spirit Stream to Dreamy Cloud Swamp. No one would think that they would take a detour there. If that's the case, let's move quickly. Jian Chen, Long Chen, and Ling you 3 go first. Lei Zhen, give them 3 lightning flying claws, Long Yu ordered. Lightning flying claws. Long Chen wanted to know what it was. At this moment, Lei Zhen once again released 3 demonic beasts from his beast soul crystal. They were 3 fierce horses. They were not very large and were about the same size as ordinary wild horses. They were a noble yellow color and their eyes were golden. Yellow lightning coiled around the hooves of the fierce horses, crackling and crackling. It was extremely shocking. The fierce horse demonic beasts bathed in yellow lightning. No wonder it was called Lightning Flying Claws. Lightning Flying Claws is a 6th tier Heaven Realm demonic beast. Although it's not as fast as the Thunderwing Bat Dragon, it's still very good. Although we are much faster than it, we can't travel for a long time, so it's better to use Lightning Flying Claws, Jian Chen said. Long Chen nodded, then asked Lei Zhen. 4th brother, I'm only at the 3rd layer of the Heaven Ascension realm now. I can tame a 6th tier Heaven Realm demonic beast. Lei Zhen grinned, don't worry. The demonic beasts I tame are definitely fierce to enemies and obedient to our own people. I've already told it that you're one of us, so you can tame it without worry as long as you don't mistreat it. Xiao Lang was also a 6th tier Heaven Realm demonic beast. In terms of speed, he was definitely not slower than Lightning Flying Claws. Moreover, he had stayed in the Void Realm for too long recently, so he wanted to come out. Long Chen was just worried about not having the chance to introduce Xiao Lang to the others, so he released Xiao Lang from the Void Realm at this moment. The appearance of the sun-devouring demonic wolf immediately stunned everyone. Back then, Jiangqing knew about the sun-devouring demonic wolf, and Lei Zhan was even more familiar with the demonic beast. Long Chen looked at him, but he saw that his face was filled with doubt and not surprise. This meant that Lei Zhan didn't seem to know about the sun-devouring demonic wolf either. In other words, that fellow called Jiang Wu Cheng wasn't good at cultivation, but he was quite knowledgeable. Seventh brother, you also have beast soul crystals? Everyone looked at Long Chen in confusion. Long Chen could only nod his head. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain the great void realm to them. Moreover, everyone knew that Long Chen had a lot of secrets. Everyone had their own secrets that they couldn't reveal, even if they were sworn brothers. Hence, no one asked any more questions. Instead, they carefully examined the sun-devouring demonic wolf. This is my brother, Xiao Lang. We've been together for a very long time. Brothers and sisters, if we're in a hurry, Xiao Lang is actually fine. I'm a little more familiar with Xiao Lang. Lei Zhan nodded and stowed one of the beasts away. He then smiled, since seventh brother has a demonic beast, I'll put it away. But seventh brother, what kind of demonic beast is it? Why haven't I heard of it before? It's a mutated demonic beast. I've given it a name. It's called the sun-devouring demonic wolf. I wonder if fourth brother has heard of it, Long Chen asked. Lei Zhan shook his head with a bitter smile. There are very few demonic beasts in the world that I don't know of, but there's one right before me. It's at the 6th grade of the heaven realm. I wonder what its battle prowess is like. Long Yu also looked at Xiao Lang for a while before saying, all right, there's no time to lose. Take them with you first. We'll rendezvous outside Cloud Heaven City next to the Dream Cloud Marsh. We'll meet there. Long Chen and the other two nodded. Then, the two of them mounted the lightning-flying yellow claw, while Long Chen sat on the back of the wolf cub. The group bid farewell to Long Yu and the others, and headed towards the direction of the Lianyun mountain range. In order to protect Long Chen, the two of them surrounded Long Chen from both sides as they hurried along. After exiting the forest, there was rugged mountainous terrain in front of them. In terms of terrain, the wolf cub had the advantage, so Long Chen's speed wasn't slow. Long Chen, let's go in this direction. Following the map in his memory, Jian Chen led the way at the very front while Long Chen followed behind. As for Lan Ling she followed extremely leisurely. Because there were no delays, they moved very quickly. Moreover, Jian Chen had always been traveling through the uninhabited mountains, so they basically did not come across many people along the way. Time passed very quickly. As they hurried along, time gradually passed. Finally, that night, Long Chen and the others approached the Lianyun Mountains. Tomorrow would be the legendary day of coexistence of the 9 suns. Right now, Sister Long Yu and the others have probably already brought up the rear, while fourth brother and fifth brother should be hurrying in the direction of the Dream Cloud Marsh. As long as I finish cultivating on the day of coexistence of the 9 suns, I'll immediately meet up with them at the Dream Cloud Marsh. At that time, I'll search for the Scarlet Emperor's seal. Once I reach the 9th layer of the Ascension Heaven Realm and possess the power of the Golden Crow, my strength will definitely increase greatly. I wonder if the people from the ancient demon region will go to the Dream Cloud Marsh. At that time, I'll definitely give them a great surprise. The 5 Emperor's Seal is a royal tier battle skill. If the Wushu Alliance did not suppress the news, it would definitely cause a great bloodbath. A royal tier battle skill should be the highest grade secret treasure in the history of the Wushu Sage Empire. There will definitely be tens of millions of people fighting for it. Now that I have the Mystic Emperor's Seal, Long Chen knew that he was still very weak, and there were countless experts in the Wushu Sage Empire, such as Long Yu, the Demon King, the Patriarch of the Huangfu clan, and the Peak Martial Emperor. Right now, he did not have the right to fight with them. However, because he was an ancestral dragon warrior that had never appeared before, Long Chen believed in himself. Of course, his talent as an ancestral dragon could only be displayed after he had completely absorbed the inherited essence blood. So far, Long Chen was only an ordinary dragon warrior who had absorbed 1% of the inherited essence blood. The Emperor Flame Pearl is an opportunity for me to become stronger, and the 5 Emperor's Seal is an even greater opportunity for me to become stronger. Only by obtaining the Emperor Flame Pearl and the 5 Emperor's Seal can I reach Lingxi in the shortest amount of time. So I can't give up. Long Chen had already made up his mind. So, he would definitely work hard for the Scarlet Emperor's Seal. Raising his head, He was still hurrying on his way. However, he knew that after daybreak, it would be the legendary 9 Suns coexisting day. Now, they were already very close to the Lianyun Mountains. When the 9 suns appear simultaneously, there won't be 9 suns for the entire day. Instead, they will appear at noon. If we dare to reach the deepest part of the Lianyun Mountains before noon tomorrow, we should be able to do it with our current speed. Jian Chen suddenly turned around and said. Chapter 536. Long Chen knew very little about the day of coexistence of the 9 suns. He thought it would be like that for an entire day, but he never thought it would only last for 2 hours. That way there would be much more time. Moreover, the coexistence of the 9 suns meant that the temperature in the surroundings would rise by several times. If it continued for an entire day, perhaps a large number of mortals would die. A mere 2 hours should not have such a great effect. 7th brother. Don't worry. Big sister and the others should have stopped all the pursuers. We don't seem to have seen a single pursuer along the way, so you just need to relax and absorb it when the time comes. The Emperor Flame Pearl will absorb the power of the 9 suns into your body. The 9 suns correspond to your 9 apertures. Even the apertures that have been opened before will be opened again, Lan Ling said with a smile as she hurried over to Long Chen's side. Long Chen nodded. In reality, he had nothing to worry about with the protection of 2 Earth Martial Realm experts. In the blink of an eye, the sky brightened. On this day, the sun rose from the east and its golden light covered the entire ground. Long Chen seemed to hear the sharp cry of a bird before seeing the figure of a golden bird flash through the fire-red sun. This means that by noon, 9 suns will definitely be born, Jian Chen sighed emotionally. Long Chen raised his head and saw that the towering figure of the Lianyun mountain range had already appeared in front of him. At first glance, it was indeed a mountain range with no end in sight. The countless peaks were like layers upon layers of waves surging towards the end of the sky, all the way to the clouds. No wonder this mountain range was called the Lianyun Mountain Range. We're here. Then let's hurry into the depths of the Lianyun Mountains. In order to prevent being disturbed, the deeper the better. Lan Ling stretched, revealing her enchanting curves. Her full chest seemed to be on the verge of bursting out. It was a pity that Long Chen and Jian Chen pretended not to see her sexy actions. This made Lan Ling feel a little defeated. She secretly scolded the 2 men for being insensitive. They must have some difficulties in some way. Without stopping, the 3 of them continued on their way. Soon, they entered the depths of the Lianyun mountain range. As soon as they entered, Long Chen and the others heard a shout. Then, a ragged man with gray hair and a dirty face rushed out from the front. His whole body was stained with blood and there were many claw marks on his body. It seemed that he had been attacked by a demonic beast. Sure enough, a ferocious tiger pounced out from behind him and instantly pressed him to the ground. Then, it opened its bloody mouth and bit towards that person's head. If he was bitten, his entire head would definitely be torn off. At that time, one could imagine how tragic it would be. The man kept shouting for help, especially when he saw Long Chen and the others. He shouted even louder. Before Long Chen and Jian Chen could move, Lan Ling took out a rock from the ground and threw it suddenly, directly piercing the tiger's head. The tiger fell limply onto the man's body, immediately losing all signs of life. Originally, Long Chen felt that their identities were sensitive, which was why he was conflicted over whether to save them or not. However, after some thought, he realized that the person before him was only a minor figure who had not even reached the heavenly river tier. He probably did not know Long Chen and the others, so he obviously would not expose their whereabouts. Seeing that they had been saved, they were overjoyed and hurriedly crawled over. They kowtowed to Long Chen and the others and said, "Thank you for saving our lives. This lowly one will never forget it. May I know your name so that this lowly one can repay you?" "Don't bother with names. It's nothing, not worth mentioning," Jian Chen said. Afterwards, he quickly entered the Lianyun Mountains with Long Chen and Lan Ling disappearing from the man's vision in the blink of an eye. Only now did the man raise his head. His face was filled with doubt as he murmured, By Fa. There's a city 100 kilometers away from here. I heard that a young martial king from the Wushu Alliance appeared there. He's a supreme genius, but the martial king betrayed him afterwards. He's so powerful, so he shouldn't be Jian Chen." Thinking up to there, his face immediately became excited. Reporting the location of a cultivator on the bounty board can earn 1/100th of the reward. Jian Chen's bounty is 10 million Heaven's Link pills. If I report this to the Wushu Alliance, wouldn't I be able to get 100,000 Heaven's Link pills? Thinking up to there, the man hurriedly rolled off the ground and fled from the Lianyun Mountains as if he did not care about his life. However, Long Chen and the others had no idea that an act of kindness would lead to trouble like this. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I've been home, Jian Chen suddenly said as he looked towards the south. Where is your home? Long Chen asked. It's in this direction, 100 kilometers away. There's a city called White City. That's where I grew up. However, my parents passed away when I was young, so I wasn't very well liked by my clan. I was often bullied, but that's all in the past. I've already taken my revenge, Jian Chen said rather emotionally. His experiences were rather similar to Long Chen's. In the beginning, Long Chen disliked the people of the Yang family, but he no longer disliked them because they were on a completely different level. When there was still an hour until noon, Jian Chen came to a stop. At this moment, they were in a deep valley. The valley was very secluded and was filled with flowers and trees. No one had been here for a very long time, so the flowers and trees were all very lush. We're already in the depths of the Lianyun Mountains. If we go any further, there'll probably be a few powerful demonic beasts. They might come and cause trouble once you cause something with the Emperor Flame Pearl, so this place is fine. There were still 2 hours left, so Long Chen could make ample preparations. He found an empty spot in the valley and sat down on a large clean rock. He then raised his head to look at the sky. The sun was currently slanting to the east. In another 2 hours, the sun would reach the center. At this moment, the sun looked like it was burning in flames. Most people should have noticed the abnormality of the sun. The surrounding temperature had risen a lot. Long Chen could vaguely feel a burning sensation on his skin even without transforming into the dragon soul. Kitten, are you ready? Long Chen asked. Whether he could obtain the Golden Crow's soul fragment would depend on Kitten's strength. Of course. As long as the Golden Crow is alive, it's not my opponent. How can its soul fragment escape from me? Kitten rubbed its belly and said complacently. After a pause, it continued. But the power that I've gathered for such a long time is going to be used up again because of you. Tell me, how are you going to thank me? Can I find some pretty cats for you? Smiled Long Chen. Brat, you bastard. You know that I can't do anything right now, yet you're still joking with me, said Kitten furiously. Long Chen smiled and said seriously, I'm still weak right now. I'll naturally remember the Samsara beast's help. You were the one who saved my life. If I become successful in the future, I'll be able to live a good life. Of course, I won't forget about you, Kitten. Kitten knew that Long Chen was talking to it very seriously. It knew Long Chen's personality. Whatever. With your appearance, you'll be useless no matter how much you cultivate. I'll just treat it as me helping you out of benevolence since you're working hard. Long Chen could not be bothered with this stubborn fellow. At this moment, Lan Ling was near Long Chen. She circled around Xiao Lang and studied him. Xiao Lang was rather speechless. Was he really that cute right now? Why did all these girls, whether it was the 10-year-old Huang Fuqi or the 20-something Lan Ling, all revolve around him when they saw him? Xiao Lang directly treated Lan Ling as a fly. He raised his head and looked at the scorching sun in the sky. The surrounding temperature was still rapidly skyrocketing. Xiao Lang liked this temperature very much. The higher the temperature, the more comfortable he felt. Sun-devouring demonic wolf, once I reach the end, I'll even be able to devour the sun, thought Xiao Lang. After glancing at them, Long Chen waited attentively. Time passed slowly and it was almost noon very soon. At this moment, the sun in the sky had already begun to approach the center. Long Chen raised his head and saw a huge ring of fire appear around the sun. Enveloped by the golden flames, the sun seemed to be several times larger than before. Long Chen believed that there were countless people watching the grand event in the sky. Something like this would only happen once in countless years. At this moment, Long Chen was both nervous and excited. It could be said that in the entire Wushu Sage Court, he had the closest relationship with the coexistence of the 9 suns. The 9 suns had yet to appear, but sparks had already appeared in the air. Under the scorching heat, the flowers, plants, and trees had already begun to wilt. Long Chen imagined that when the 9 suns truly began to coexist, except for those plants with especially strong vitality, Ordinary flowers, plants, and trees would all wilt to varying degrees, and even die in large swathes. Long Chen, are you ready? It's about to start. Kitten was rarely serious. Long Chen nodded. When it starts, you'll first use the Emperor Flame Pearl to guide the power of the 9 suns to open the 9 apertures. When you're almost done, I'll use a secret technique to seize the remnant soul of the Golden Crow and instill it into the 9 elixir pills of the reaching heaven state. However, before that, you'll need to find the location of your first heaven aperture, said Kitten. First heaven aperture. Long Chen had never thought about the first heaven aperture. He had once heard that everyone's first heaven aperture was different. From the 8th to the 9th level, one would naturally know where the first heaven aperture was. Therefore, after opening the 9 apertures, Long Chen had to know the location of the last aperture. Everyone's first heaven aperture is different. When you open the 9 apertures, you'll have to rely on your perception to find the location of the last aperture. I brought it up so that you can pay attention and be mentally prepared. Long Chen knew what to do. The 9 apertures were the core of the body, and the first heaven aperture was the core of the 9 apertures, so it was quite important. Chapter 537. It was like the birth of the 9 suns. The outer 8 were actually the remnant souls of the Golden Crow, while the center was the sun. The position of the first heaven's orifice was similar to the sun in the center. Long Chen sucked in a deep breath under everyone's concerned gazes. He had a feeling that the birth of the 9 suns would begin soon. At this moment, everything was silent. Long Chen held the Emperor Flame Pearl in his hand and raised his head. He silently observed the movements of the sun in the sky. It's beginning. Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. As expected, the sun in the sky trembled visibly at this moment. The crisp cries of birds pierced through the surroundings. It seemed distant, yet it also seemed like it was right beside him. In Long Chen's vision, a total of 8 figures of birds emerged from the sun. Afterwards, they circled around the sun in a circle. The 8 figures of birds turned into blazing suns very quickly. They seemed exactly the same as the sun in the center. A total of 9 suns appeared in the sky. The figure of a golden bird appeared in each of the suns. This was the Golden Crow. Watching this scene, Long Chen felt a sense of awe. This was a true expert. The remnant souls it had left behind remained in the suns. One day in the future, they would appear like this. The 9 suns hung in the center of the sky just like that. Millions of people in the entire Wushu Sage Empire watched this wondrous sight. In the beginning, it was wondrous and spectacular, but it soon became scorching hot. Every single sun gave off roaring waves of heat that swept towards the world below. Long Chen immediately felt extremely hot. The air seemed to be filled with fire. Although it was not burning, Long Chen still felt like he was in the midst of roaring flames. Every inch of his skin was being scorched by the scorching sun. Most likely, those who weren't as strong as Long Chen in the outside world would have to suffer even more. Of course, everyone knew about the birth of the 9 suns long ago, so it was normal to take precautions. Perhaps the final outcome would not be as bad as Long Chen had imagined. How magical! Seeing the 9 suns appear and hang high in the sky, Xiao Lang stared in a daze. He subconsciously straightened his 4 legs and revealed a daring and greedy look. This was a kind of lawless greed that came from the nature of the sun-devouring demonic wolf, not Xiao Lang. However, what was certain was that the scorching sun in the sky, especially the 9 great scorching suns, was what Xiao Lang had dreamed of the most. However, because of the 9 orifices and the Emperor Flame Bead, the main character today was Long Chen. The birth of the 9 suns had already taken shape. Long Chen reckoned that the effects of the Emperor Flame Bead were about to be activated. As expected, he realized that the originally silent Emperor Flame Bead was emitting a shocking amount of heat. The Emperor Flame Bead floated from Long Chen's palm and hovered above Long Chen's head. The Emperor Flame Bead revolved rapidly. Long Chen muttered silently as he watched the Emperor Flame Bead revolve. He calmed himself down. Using this method to break through to the 9th level of the reaching heaven state wasn't absolutely safe, so he had to be careful. The others were also watching the Emperor Flame Bead revolve nervously. At that moment, a blazing sun had already reached the top of the Emperor Flame Bead. Just then, the Emperor Flame Bead let out a soft cry. Then, Long Chen was shocked to see a thin golden line appear on each of the scorching suns in the sky. They cut through the space and reached the top of Long Chen's head in an instant. It was unknown how high up in the sky. It was a thin golden line. However, when it reached the top of Long Chen's head, It had already turned into a golden flame pillar. The reason why Long Yu said that Long Chen would cause such a huge commotion today was because of this reason. At that moment, the people outside the Lianyun mountain range could see that 9 blazing golden flame pillars had descended from the sky and landed on the Lianyun mountain range. These 9 golden flame pillars were actually the eruption of the 9 suns in the sky. The 9 huge flame pillars quickly descended on the top of Long Chen's head. At that moment, Long Chen had already lost consciousness. He felt that his body had already floated up and was lying flat in the air. All he could see were golden flames. Rumble. What was shocking was that when the incomparably huge flame pillars smashed onto the top of Long Chen's head, they actually all shrank. Countless golden flames all pierced through the small Emperor Flame bead, as if they were being sucked in by the Emperor Flame bead. At that moment, the Emperor Flame bead suddenly split into 9. Each golden flame pillar corresponded to an Emperor Flame bead, and the order of the Emperor Flame bead was like the sun in the sky. From Long Chen's current point of view, the 9 Emperor Flame beads were 9 small golden suns that were right in front of him. And behind the small golden suns was the real blazing sun in the sky. The 9 Emperor Flame beads and the 9 blazing suns corresponded completely. Long Chen, pay attention. It's starting. At that moment, Kitten said. Kitten's words made Long Chen sober up quite a bit. An invisible force caused Long Chen's true qi to float in the air. At that moment, one of the 9 Emperor Flame beads, carrying the power of the golden flame pillars, began to slowly descend towards Long Chen's body. The place where it landed was Long Chen's dantian. This was the location of the dantian acupoint, which was also the first acupoint in his entire body. Whoosh! Long Chen watched as the Emperor Flame bead entered his body, reached his dantian, and fused with it. That golden power surged into Long Chen's body and flowed along the 18 star rivers in Long Chen's body. When it reached his limbs and bones, Long Chen was shocked to discover that although this golden power was burning with flames, it wasn't as terrifying as it seemed on the surface. Instead, it was gentle, nourishing, and didn't have any attributes. It was just like the power that Long Chen had obtained from consuming the evolution fruit a long time ago. He was shocked to discover that, under the nourishment of this golden power, the injuries that he had suffered previously were rapidly healing. This power had a restorative effect. Most importantly, after Long Chen had undergone the 3 blood sacrifices, his foundation had recovered. If this was the case after fusing with 1 Emperor Flame bead, one could imagine what would happen in the end. When the first Emperor Flame bead completely fused with Long Chen's dantian acupoint, the second Emperor Flame bead descended. It was like a liquid that fell into Long Chen's middle acupoint. Even more power surged into Long Chen's body. The endless power of the 9 suns in the sky was still connected to the Emperor Flame bead. When the Emperor Flame bead fused with Long Chen's acupoint, the power of the 9 suns was directly connected to Long Chen's body. Comfortable. Extremely comfortable. Long Chen felt as though he was bathing in hot water during the winter when he was young. His entire body felt comfortable. Not only did the golden power restore his foundation, but it also left an imprint on his body and strengthened it. The third one. The third Emperor Flame bead fused with the sole of his left foot. Time passed slowly, but the strange things happening in the Lianyun mountain range continued. Long Chen had already opened the first 3 acupoints. The last 4 acupoints had indeed been sealed due to the blood sacrifice. However, this didn't pose any obstacles to the fusion of the Emperor Flame bead. With the fusion of the Emperor Flame bead, the acupoints quickly reopened. The golden power surged into the acupoints and fused with the power of the 18 star rivers. In the blink of an eye, 7 acupoints had already fused with the Emperor Flame bead. Just then, the fusion of the 8th acupoint began. The fusion of the 7th acupoint made Long Chen tremble with fear, because the 7th acupoint was the earthly yang acupoint, which was located in the brain, the most vulnerable area. Without a doubt, the fusion of the 8th acupoint was successful. In the sky, among the 9 suns, the 8 fake suns, which were the remnant souls of the Golden Crow, were directly connected to Long Chen's body. The golden power was the channel through which they were connected. Only the first heaven acupoint is left. Once the first heaven acupoint is successful, I'll make my move. Kitten muttered to himself. Just as Kitten had this thought, the Emperor Flame bead in the center moved. Long Chen looked at the Emperor Flame bead nervously, because he had a premonition that the Emperor Flame bead was heading in the direction of his first heaven acupoint. Kitten's move was the most crucial moment of the day, and now was the second most crucial moment. As long as the first heaven acupoint was completed, Long Chen would basically be in the 9th tier of the reaching heaven realm. Long Chen was a little nervous, and so were the other two. Lan Ling had been watching nervously from the beginning. The golden flame pillar was really terrifying. If it were her, she would not dare to use the Emperor Flame Bead to increase her strength at such a crucial moment. Of course, since she was already in the Earth Martial Arts realm, she did not need the Emperor Flame Bead anymore. Jian Chen squinted his eyes and looked at the position of Long Chen's first heaven acupoint. Generally speaking, the position of the first heaven acupoint was closely related to a person's talent for cultivation. Generally speaking, the more important the position, the more talented a person was. Normally, the first heaven acupoint would be in the body. There were weak and strong positions in the body, but the strongest position was the heart. If the first heaven acupoint was in the limbs, then the person's talent for cultivation would undoubtedly be very poor. The best geniuses had the first heaven acupoint between the eyebrows and the brain, forming a triangle with the earthly yang acupoint and earthly yin acupoint. Jian Chen had heard that there were not many people who had the first heaven acupoint in the brain. The legendary martial emperor of the Wushu Alliance was such a person. Long Chen's performance was very heaven-defying, so Jian Chen also wanted to know where his first heaven acupoint was. At this moment, Jian Chen's expression changed. Ling, someone is coming. Prepare to fight and protect Long Chen with your life. Chapter 538. Lan Ling was not the only one who heard Jian Chen's words. Even Long Chen heard it. However, Long Chen was at the most crucial moment right now, so he was not in a good mood. He knew that Jian Chen and Lan Ling would handle it well. At the same time, he felt fortunate that he had met them. Otherwise, even if Long Chen obtained the Emperor Flame Pearl and escaped, how would he be able to use the Emperor Flame Pearl in peace and reach the 9th layer of the Ascension Heaven realm without anyone's protection? Of course not. Long Chen had another question. They had clearly entered very deep, so why had people come to disturb them so quickly? Although the coexistence of the 9 suns would last for 2 hours, only a little over 15 minutes had passed so far. Unless these people were already in the Lianyun Mountains and saw what was happening with Long Chen's group, then they came over. The people came from the entrance of the valley and walked in openly. As Long Chen paid attention to the movements of the last Emperor Flame Pearl, he also paid attention to the location of the entrance of the valley. Currently, 3 people had appeared before Jian Chen and Lan Ling. They were dressed in the golden robes of the Wushu Alliance. There were 2 men and 1 woman, and they were all older than Jian Chen. The 3 of them clearly possessed a very high status in the Wushu Alliance. From their clothes, they looked exactly the same as King Wu Wang. Their strength and status were probably no less than King Wu Wang's. Most importantly, there were 3 of them. Meanwhile, there were only Jian Chen and Lan Ling on Long Chen's side. After seeing the 3 of them, Jian Chen and Lan Ling expressions changed slightly. Long Chen's heart also stirred slightly. However, he knew that no matter how powerful the enemies were, he still had to complete his current mission. Calm down. I need to calm down the most right now. Third brother is a fighter of the sword. He's one of the strongest in the first layer of the Earth Martial Realm. Only he can last a while against 2 people. Once I succeed, I can share some of the pressure for him, Long Chen thought. He had originally thought that they were just some ordinary warriors who had come to the Lianyun Mountains to hunt for demonic beasts. How could he have known that they were actually people from the Wushu Alliance? It's impossible for there to be 3 people from the Wushu Alliance to wander around the Lianyun Mountains in such a leisurely manner. It's very likely that our whereabouts have been discovered and they've arrived at the Lianyun Mountains long ago to look for us. However, because the Lianyun Mountains are too big, they only came to us after I used the Emperor Flame Bead to trigger the abnormal phenomenon. Along the way, Long Chen and the other 2 did not meet anyone else. What exactly was the flaw? The only person he met was the man who was attacked by the demonic beast. Looks like it must be him. Man's greed is boundless. Even though I saved his life, he still wants to bite me. Looks like the celestial Wushu Sage dynasty isn't the Songyang kingdom. I can't be too naive in the future. Long Chen thought. Ignore everything else. Open the first heaven aperture. Seeing that Long Chen was still able to focus, Jian Chen finally felt relieved. He was most worried that Long Chen would make a mistake. At this moment, he looked at Lan Ling and said, "That woman is known as the Martial Flower Queen. She's good at seducing men, but her strength is only as you deal with her. It'll be best if you can kill her as soon as possible. I'll handle the other 2. Third brother, you'll be fine against 2 martial kings of the first layer of the Earth Martial Realm, Lanling said with a frown. We can only do our best. The most important thing is Long Chen's safety. He's young, but he's our brother. We have to protect him even if we die, Jian Chen said coldly as he looked at the 3 martial kings of the Wushu alliance approaching them. Lanling hesitated, but she could only agree in the end. Jian Chen might be able to fend off 2 martial kings of the Earth Martial Realm, but Lanling could not. At this moment, the 3 Wushu alliance martial kings quickly rushed over. The leading one was an enchanting woman. She had a voluptuous figure and a seductive face. It was possible to tell from her hungry gaze that she radiated with deep emotions. Her body was filled with desire and dissatisfaction. The other 2 men's faces were cold. Only when they glanced at the perky bottom of the woman beside them would their eyes burn with desire. It really is the Martial King's sword. I didn't believe it at the beginning, but I never thought it would really be you. Look, such a handsome man actually betrayed the Wushu alliance. If you follow me back to the Wushu alliance to await punishment, you might be able to keep your life. I'll definitely reward you when the time comes. As soon as she saw Jian Chen, a greedy light appeared in the woman's eyes. She stared at Long Chen's body. Martial Flower Queen, Jian Chen has already betrayed the Wushu alliance. Even if he wants to return, the result will be death, a martial king beside him reminded. I know. Do I need you to tell me that? The Martial Flower Queen rolled her eyes at him. Then, she looked past Jian Chen and landed on Long Chen. She smiled gently. What a handsome young man, yet you're opposing my Wushu alliance. I can only play with you and then kill you. You two, the time is just right. Let's do it. We'll do something great for the Wushu alliance today. The woman's expression changed at a whim. She had been flirting with Jian Chen at the start, and then she showed a strong interest in Long Chen. But very quickly, killing intent burst forth from her eyes. At this moment, she was like a venomous snake. Indeed, Long Chen was at the most crucial moment. If they did not act now, it would be too late. The 2 male martial kings looked at each other and a sliver of viciousness flashed through their eyes. Afterwards, they charged towards Jian Chen and Lanling from the left and right. You want to deal with us with just these 2? Jian Chen sneered and took a step forward. Afterward, a pure white sword appeared in his hand. Rather than calling it a sword, it was more accurate to call it a sword-shaped piece of jade. This was because the material used to make it was similar to a normal piece of jade. It was sparkling and translucent, overflowing with color. However, even though it was made of jade, the cold sharpness it emitted was still much sharper than swords made of metal such as steel. A king-tier cloud mist sword, huh? It's something that belongs to the Wushu alliance. We'll take it back for the Wushu alliance today, the Martial Flower Queen giggled. Her snow-white breasts rippled as she laughed. She did not think that she needed to do anything. However, to her surprise, Jian Chen had actually blocked the 2 martial kings of the Wushu alliance with the cloud mist sword. 1 against 2. How audacious, the Martial Flower Queen said in disdain. This woman could rival Lanling in terms of charm. However, Lanling charm was that of a little woman. She was rather reserved, and only her frown or smile could move people. On the other hand, the Martial Flower Queen was different. Her charm was like a scent that radiated everywhere. To be more precise, it was coquettish. Lanling hated women like that the most. Bitch, go die. With a whoosh, Lanling passed through the battle between Jian Chen and the 2 martial kings, arriving before the Martial Flower Queen. Ever-changing demoness. You bitch. How dare you curse at me? Women were born to be enemies. Especially 2 beautiful women. You called me a bitch? What the hell do you know? To be scolded as a sow, the Flower Martial King was so angry that her head was emitting smoke. However, her usual behavior was really no different from a sow. Although the battle between Lanling and the Martial Flower Queen started later, it was much more intense than Jian Chen's battle. Long Chen was not worried about Lanling. He was worried about Jian Chen. Of course, Jian Chen was powerful enough. If it was just one of them, they would definitely not be his opponent. However, it would be different if they worked together. The Battle of the Earth Martial Realm was extremely beneficial to Long Chen. However, he did not have the time to watch it. He only knew the general situation. It seemed like Jian Chen could still hold on for now. Long Chen let out a sigh of relief. That's right, the first heaven aperture should be between the eyebrows. At this moment, the last Emperor Flame Pearl drew on the power of the sun and stuck it between Long Chen's eyebrows. Then it seemed to melt into liquid and fuse with it. 3 acupoints forming a triangle. My talent can be considered the best level of talent. Long Chen was very pleased that the first heaven aperture was in this position. This proved that his talent was indeed greater than others. Long Chen began to draw on the power of the last Emperor Flame Pearl to open the first heaven aperture. As long as he opened the first heaven aperture, he would have the right to fly. Suddenly, Long Chen was stunned. He was completely stunned. This was because the last Emperor Flame Pearl had actually disappeared from his body. What's going on? Why is it like this? Where did the first heaven aperture go? To Long Chen, this was a huge surprise. He had never thought that the first heaven aperture that was about to open would suddenly disappear. Just as Long Chen was in shock, there was a sudden boom. Long Chen saw that the 18 star rivers in his body, which was originally the connection point of the first heaven aperture, had actually become illusory. Long Chen followed the illusory connection point and found that the place before him was his sea of consciousness. In the center of his sea of consciousness, the ancient dragon jade was still there. Below it, the remaining 99% of the ancient blood spirit dragon's essence blood was still suppressed there, motionless. How did the physical force of the true qi connect to the sea of consciousness? Long Chen was puzzled. However, at this moment, he saw that in his sea of consciousness, besides the dragon jade, there was actually a pearl. If this wasn't the Emperor Flame Pearl, then what could it be? Under Long Chen's shocked gaze, the pearl began to slowly evolve and then turned into the shape of an aperture. And the 2 illusory star meridians of Long Chen were connected to the transformed aperture. Golden energy penetrated the aperture, and through the illusory star meridians, it connected to the 8 apertures outside. How is this possible? My first heaven aperture actually appeared in my sea of consciousness. Long Chen was in complete disbelief. The first heaven aperture was a real thing. How did it appear in the sea of consciousness? However, the mysterious dragon jade and the essence blood weren't real things either. In the end, didn't they also appear in the sea of consciousness? There were all sorts of strange things in this world. After a period of shock, Long Chen immediately reacted. He knew that this could only be a good thing for him. No matter where his sea of consciousness was, he could just continue to head up as usual. Wouldn't that be fine? Chapter 539. Now, all 9 orifices had been formed. The 9 suns in the sky cast down 9 pillars of golden flames, which poured into Long Chen's body. 9 specks of golden light appeared on Long Chen's body, corresponding to the 9 suns. At this moment, the battle between Jian Chen and Lan Ling had already reached a critical point. Jian Chen's battle in particular was particularly intense. He had to block the 2 of them as much as he could, and he also had to stop them from attacking Long Chen. As a result, it was extremely tiring. There were many times when he had to risk his life to help Long Chen block attacks. Currently, Long Chen should be refining the golden energy and stabilizing it in his body, turning it into his dragon's soul qi. However, he did not do anything immediately, as he knew that Kitten was about to strike. His own body was connected with the 9 suns. The next most important thing was the remnant soul of the golden crow. When the remnant soul of the golden crow was integrated into his acupoints, he began to refine the golden energy and turn it into his own true qi. Of course, this was also the most important moment. If he was disturbed at all, Long Chen's efforts might go to waste. Jian Chen and Lan Ling both knew this, so they worked extremely hard. The 9 orifices have been opened. Are you about to refine it? Seeing that Long Chen's entire body was connected to the 9 suns, a sinister glint flashed across the eyes of the Flower Marshal Queen, who was fighting with Lan Ling. At this moment, she was being forced back by Lan Ling's attacks. If this continued, she would most likely fall into Lan Ling's hands. This little bitch is really powerful, but can she beat me? The Flower Marshal Monarch sneered in her heart. With a swoosh, she retreated. At the same time, the tip of her foot quickly hooked up a rock. With an explosive sound, the rock actually bypassed Lan Ling and flew towards Long Chen. Crap! Lan Ling had been working hard to kill the Flower Marshal King. She did not expect that the Flower Marshal King would use such a sneak attack at this time. She did not react in time and it was too late. The sharp stone had already turned into a black shadow and attacked Long Chen. With the strength of the Flower Marshal King in the Earth Martial Arts realm, if Long Chen was hit, his body might be directly pierced through. Not only did Lan Ling pale, but the expression of Jian Chen, who was fighting the two martial kings, also changed drastically. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Lan Ling's expression changed drastically. Before she could even say a word, a black figure suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen. That black figure was none other than Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang had been hiding here all this time to prevent them from launching a sneak attack on Long Chen. As he had expected, when Xiao Lang saw the stone, he hurriedly spat out the surging 9 underworld's demon ancestral fire, which instantly engulfed the stone. Swish! However, under the control of the Flower Martial King, the speed of the stone was just too fast. Therefore, when the stone reached the wolf cub, the 9 underworld demon ancestral flame had yet to completely burn it. The remaining power of the stone was like a boulder that smashed into the wolf cub's body. It directly knocked the wolf cub down to Long Chen's feet, almost hitting Long Chen. The power of the earth martial arts realm really was terrifying. However, because of Xiao Lang, Long Chen managed to survive. Lan Ling and Jian Chen both let out a breath of relief when they saw this. However, because of their slight negligence, their opponents' attacks became even more violent. They came wave after wave. Jian Chen did not split his attention too much. With his strength and the cloud mist sword, he could indeed suppress the two of them. On Lan Ling's side, she originally possessed a great advantage over the Flower Martial King, but due to what happened earlier, the Flower Martial King had completely reversed the situation. While Lan Ling was shocked, the Flower Martial King used the opportunity to counterattack. She gained the upper hand in a very short amount of time, forcing Lan Ling into a retreat. Of course, defeating Lan Ling was not easy either. Jian Chen originally wanted Lan Ling to deal with the Flower Martial King and kill her as soon as possible. But now that the situation had developed like this, he probably would not be able to kill her. What should he do then? He had to wait. He had to wait until Long Chen reached the 9th layer of Heaven's Ascension realm. However, so what? He could not join the battle at all as a 9th layer Heaven's Ascension realm cultivator. To Jian Chen, it was a hopeless situation. There was nothing he could do. I can only wait for Long Chen to reach the 9th layer of Heaven's Ascension realm and let him flee first. Once he flees, it won't be too late for me and Ling to flee if we still have the strength, Jian Chen thought as he gritted his teeth. To be honest, the Flower Martial King's sneak attack had frightened Long Chen. Fortunately, Xiao Lang had blocked it in time. Although Xiao Lang was slightly injured, it was not a problem. Long Chen was filled with gratitude towards Xiao Lang. Sometimes, Long Chen would overlook him, but he had to admit that Xiao Lang was a brother worthy of a lifetime. Long Chen believed that even if that attack had been fatal, Xiao Lang would have blocked it. To be able to have such a brother in his lifetime, Long Chen was already satisfied. I can't let Xiao Lang's kindness go to waste. Thinking of this, Long Chen concentrated on waiting for Kitten to make his move. At this moment, a faint figure condensed on his chest. It was Kitten's plump figure. At this moment, it was much more solemn than usual. Old friend, how have you been? Facing the 9 suns in the sky, Kitten spoke in a gloomy voice. And to Long Chen's shock, the 9 suns in the sky seemed to have heard Kitten's words and began to tremble. The 9 suns trembled together. Although you're only left with a trace of your remnant soul, you've preserved a lot of power. I have a complete soul, but not a trace of power. Billions of years ago, how could we have imagined that we would be like this billions of years later? Kitten's face revealed a look of regret. Let's not talk about other nonsense. Today, my old friend wants to borrow some power from you for this kid to use. Don't be stingy with me. As Kitten spoke, his plump paw reached into the thickest pillar of sunlight in the middle. Long Chen did not know what method Kitten used, but when Kitten's paw reached in and grabbed the golden pillar of fire, he suddenly felt as if there were 9 throbbing reactions coming from the other side of the golden pillar of fire. They arrived in an instant. A total of 9 indescribable things arrived in his acupuncture points. It's done. Hurry up and refine it, Kitten said to Long Chen, but he did not return to the great virtual realm. Instead, he revealed a sorrowful expression. Feeling the power of the golden pillar of fire in his hand, that familiar feeling made his eyes brim with tears. He shook his head helplessly. Seeing that Long Chen had already begun to refine the golden power and was about to complete the last step, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Old friend, since you're so generous, how about giving some more power to Xiao Lang?" As soon as Kitten finished speaking, in the distant sky, The sun in the center suddenly descended a pure golden flame, which instantly reached the top of Xiao Lang's head. This golden flame was different from Long Chen's golden pillar of fire. The golden pillar of fire was not fire, but pure sun energy. And what Xiao Lang was receiving now was pure sun fire. This is the most you can absorb. My mission is complete. Kitten looked at Xiao Lang and then at Long Chen. They were both rapidly increasing in strength, and he was the one in charge of it all. He was actually very happy to be able to increase their strength. Old friend, I wonder when we can meet again after this. Kitten returned to the great virtual realm as he sighed emotionally. Xiao Lang was not stupid. He obviously knew that the fat cat was helping him. Although there was not much true fire of the sun before him, it was so tempting. He hurriedly used the devouring skill of the sun-devouring demonic wolf and devoured the golden flames. Afterwards, he began to digest it. His original strength was at the 6th grade of the heaven realm. Now that he was rapidly increasing, the rate at which he increased even surpassed Long Chen's speed. Of course, Long Chen was extremely fast as well. He could already sense that both of them had already reached their limits, so he had no choice but to speed up. That way, he would be able to help them when he completed his cultivation. Long Chen was covered in golden energy. He circulated the energy in his 18 galaxies and 9 apertures frantically. At this moment, Long Chen completed his dragon soul transformation, making his body even tougher. At the same time, the characteristics of his dragon soul's true qi were revealed. The true qi that the ancient blood spirit dragon had bestowed upon Long Chen was blood red. The power of the ancient blood spirit dragon was above the golden crows, so as Long Chen circulated it, the golden energy was gradually assimilated into blood red by Long Chen. But before that, something even more important happened in Long Chen's body. It was the remnant soul of the golden crow. The remnant soul of the golden crow was divided into 9 parts and planted in Long Chen's 9 apertures. At this moment, Long Chen's 9 apertures opened at the same time. Endless golden energy flowed through the 18 galaxies and 9 apertures. The energy gathered more and more, reaching the limit of the star meridians very soon. It's beginning to form whirlpools and pills. Under Long Chen's control, the endless golden energy flowed into Long Chen's 9 apertures. Afterwards, strands of energy flowed from different star meridians and began to gather in the 9 apertures, forming a golden whirlpool. The golden whirlpool revolved, converting the different energy to other star meridians. In the process of the rapid expansion of power, a total of 9 small golden suns suddenly rose from the 9 large vortexes like the sun rising in the morning. A total of 9 desolate bird cries rang out from Long Chen's body. The 9 golden suns had already replaced the pills and appeared above Long Chen's 9 major acupoints. At this moment, roaring golden flames burned. Long Chen could see a golden bird in each of the suns. These were the remnant souls of the golden crow. Chapter 540. Long Chen could feel his soul throbbing from the 9 golden crow remnant souls. He knew that from the looks of it, the kitten had definitely succeeded. It had successfully seized a portion of the remnant soul of the golden crow in the sun, and planted it in Long Chen's 9 major acupuncture points. What kind of changes will these golden crow remnant souls bring to my body? Long Chen was a little curious. He carefully examined the 9 golden birds with their eyes closed. At that moment, he seemed to see the 9 golden crow remnant souls opening their eyes at the same time within the 9 acupoints. At that moment, Long Chen felt the same fear he had when he faced the ancestral dragon's blood essence. It was as if a supreme god had suddenly stared at him for a moment. The boundless dignity and the irresistible aura scared Long Chen so much that he wanted to kneel down. However, the eyes that opened closed very quickly. How powerful! As expected of the golden crow remnant souls that reside in the sun. Long Chen sighed in amazement. His body was currently filled with a supreme power. This power was much more powerful than when he was at his peak. The root of the problem left behind by the 3 blood sacrifices had finally been healed. Not only that, Long Chen had reached a whole new level in every aspect. He had reached an extremely powerful level. Although he didn't know what the golden crow's remnant spirit had given him, he didn't have the time to investigate it. Jian Chen had blocked 2 martial kings by himself. If Long Chen didn't hurry, it was very likely that they would lose their lives. If they died because of him, Long Chen would definitely not let him go. Right now, Long Chen's body was completely filled with the golden energy of the sun. The final step Long Chen needed to complete was to devour and convert it. If he had not obtained the ancestral blood dragon's essence blood, he would not need to convert it because the golden energy was powerful enough. However, to Long Chen, the blood-red dragon's soul qi was his foundation. Amidst the endless golden power, a trace of blood-red true qi began to appear. Its appearance was like fuel, gradually turning the golden power into a blood-red color. This blood-red true qi grew larger and larger. As Long Chen's true qi revolved, it traveled through the 18 star rivers, through the 9 apertures, through all of Long Chen's limbs and hundreds of bones. After several major circulations, it could be seen that the golden power in his body had completely turned blood-red, just like blood, flowing through Long Chen's body. Within the acupoints, the golden whirlpool had also turned into a mysterious blood-red color. The golden sun above the whirlpool had also quickly turned into a blood-red sun under the influence of Long Chen's bloodline. It burned with red flames. The 9 acupoints had been completely assimilated. All of a sudden, 9 mournful bird cries erupted. These fluctuations almost caused Long Chen's body to explode. However, in a very short moment, Long Chen seemed to see several blood-red divine dragons pouncing out of his blood-red qi and rushing into the elixirs of each acupoint. Then, he could see that the remnant souls of the golden crows had all been assimilated into blood-red. The ancestral blood dragon's bloodline is really powerful. Even the remnant souls of the golden crows have their attributes directly changed. As expected of the ancestors of the dragons. The 10 great ancestral dragons were once the pinnacle existences of the dragon sacrificial continent. Seeing such a scene, Kitten sighed with emotion. At this point, Long Chen's cultivation for the day had finally ended. The coexistence of the 9 suns in the sky was still going on. However, when Long Chen converted all the golden energy into blood-red qi, the coexistence of the 9 suns had already severed their relationship with Long Chen. The coexistence of the 9 suns was truly miraculous. As for Long Chen, before and after using the Emperor Flame Pearl, it was as if he had experienced a rebirth. Previously, he had been injured and his cultivation had only been at the 3rd layer of the Heaven Ascension realm. Now, he had opened the 1st heaven aperture and reached the 9th layer of the Heaven Ascension realm, the peak of the Heaven Ascension realm. He had even obtained the remnant souls of the golden crows as he wished. Furthermore, all his injuries had disappeared. In less than 2 hours, Long Chen had reached the peak state of his entire life so far. Especially after transforming with the dragon soul, the quantity of his qi was already far beyond the 9th layer of the Heaven Ascension realm. It was much higher. It was almost close to the triple blood sacrifice he had undergone previously. Previously, Long Chen's body was far from being able to endure the triple blood sacrifice. But now, he could control this power perfectly. Compared to before, he was simply much stronger. Jian Chen and the others had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Long Chen opened his eyes and stood up. The 9 suns were still coexisting in the sky, but it had nothing to do with Long Chen. As soon as he opened his eyes, he could see Jian Chen and Lan Ling Er's situation. Lan Ling Er had already regained the upper hand, but the Martial King was no pushover either. She was still able to endure the trap from before. She imagined that as long as the 2 Martial Kings dealt with Jian Chen, they would be able to help her. As for Jian Chen, he wielded the Cloud Heaven sword in his hand. Sword qi after sword qi was unleashed, and neither of the 2 dared to clash with him. The 2 of them worked together, and Jian Chen also had to prevent them from launching a sneak attack on Long Chen. As a result, the situation was extremely dangerous. Long Chen could see that Jian Chen's face was already a bit pale. The intense battle was starting to take a toll on him. Long Chen needed much more time than he had imagined. It was rare to see Long Chen like this. He finally saw hope and roared out, "Long Chen, run! As long as you run, we can run." Lan Ling Er also believed that Long Chen would be as smart as he was back in Liangwu City. However, this time Long Chen did nothing. He leaped down from the smooth rock and glanced at the sleeping Xiao Lang. Afterward, he pulled out a sword from the Cosmos realm. Mid-heaven tier swords could be seen everywhere in the God Wushu Sage Empire. Long Chen's Demon Emperor sword had been destroyed, so he could easily obtain another one. Long Chen had already used the heaven-punishing sword formation to its limit. He knew that his battle skills were lacking, but it was enough to deal with the person before him. Long Chen won't leave. A sliver of doubt flickered through Jian Chen's eyes. Long Chen was currently heading toward him. Jian Chen felt like he was hallucinating, as if it was not Long Chen, but a huge primordial beast. The terrifying aura caused Jian Chen to tremble in fear. Although Long Chen's body was blood red, he radiated a blazing masculine heat, as if the 9 suns in the sky had all gathered in his body. A blood-red wave of heat assaulted Jian Chen. Of course, this was not targeted at Jian Chen. It was just unconsciously felt by Jian Chen. Jian Chen dodged the attack in a disheveled manner and roared, "Long Chen, you're not leaving?" "Leave." Long Chen shook his head. He was currently outside of Jian Chen's circle of battle. Looking at Jian Chen's 2 opponents, he said, "Third brother, leave one of them to me." What? The 3 martial kings of the Wushu alliance thought they had misheard. Long Chen had just reached the 9th layer of the heaven-reaching realm, and he wanted to fight against someone in the earth martial arts realm. They had experienced the transformation of the heaven-reaching realm from the earth martial arts realm, so they knew how big the gap between the heaven-reaching realm and the earth martial arts realm was. Even if a monster of the 7th layer of the heaven-reaching realm could defeat a 9th layer of the heaven-reaching realm, when he reached the 9th layer of the heaven-reaching realm, he would not be a match for someone in the earth martial arts realm. This was because they were on a completely different level of existence. No one had ever been able to break this legend. Therefore, the 2 martial kings sneered. One of them said, "You dragons are really ignorant. You've just reached the 9th layer of the heaven-reaching realm, and you already think that you've defied the natural order. You're really making me laugh to death." Fine, since he asked for it, I'll let him see what the martial arts realm is. The martial arts realm may seem simple, but it's much stronger than the warriors of the 4 basic realms. As he spoke, he prepared to break away from Jian Chen's battle circle and head over to Long Chen's side. Jian Chen wanted to stop him, but he did not in the end. He had witnessed Long Yu's strength, and he also knew how mysterious Long Chen was. Long Chen had once killed a demon king in the ancient demon region. Although Long Chen had used some special methods and even caused severe injuries to himself, it was undeniable that he had already broken this legend. Therefore, he did not stop him. Seeing that there was really a martial king coming toward him, Long Chen smiled. In this way, whether it was Jian Chen or Lan Ling, it was only a matter of time before they could deal with their opponents. From the moment he finally completed his cultivation, he knew that they had already escaped danger today. It was really extremely thrilling just now. This place was too close to Jian Chen, so Long Chen needed an open space. Thus, he retreated a certain distance away from Jian Chen. He wanted to properly test his own strength and see just what kind of disparity existed between him and the martial realm. 4 basic realms and 3 martial arts realms. If that was the case, the difference between the 9th layer of the Heaven Ascension realm and the 1st layer of the Earth martial realm should be the greatest he had ever cultivated. The martial king standing before Long Chen was tall and slender. He had a hooked nose and a powerful body. His battle prowess was excellent in all aspects. Although he had fought Jian Chen for a long time, his true battle prowess had not decreased by much. Boom! Long Chen discovered that when he stepped on the ground, he seemed to be connected to the earth. He was the earth and the earth was him. Now that he had opened the first heaven aperture, Long Chen knew that he could fly in the sky. However, flying in the sky at the 9th level of the reaching heaven state could only be used to show off. It didn't have much practical use, not to mention fighting in the sky. "Kid, I am the Eagle Martial King of the Wushu Alliance. Do you know who will kill you now?" Chapter 541. An expert of the Earth martial arts realm. Although it was only the 1st level, Long Chen didn't dare to be careless. He felt the strength in his body as he stared at the Eagle Martial King. When his opponent made a move, he would make his move. He didn't dare to make the first move because he wasn't confident. What would it be like when a real expert of the Earth martial arts realm fought? Long Chen had the Zhenwu demonic body and the phantom doppelganger at the king level. He estimated that his opponent should have practiced 1 or 2 king-level combat skills at most. Moreover, in terms of the quantity of genuine qi, Long Chen definitely surpassed his opponent's genuine essence. However, the martial realm actually had other things. Long Chen had also seen their attacks. It seemed that every time they threw a punch, all of their power was under their control and concentrated on a single point. Their attack seemed simple, but they actually contained a powerful attack that far surpassed that of the reaching heaven state. Whoosh! Seeing that Long Chen didn't move, the Eagle Martial King lost his patience. A cold light flashed in his eyes and his body instantly turned into a shadow. He swept forward and in the next moment, he was already in front of Long Chen. His speed is really fast, but his movements are as if he hadn't practiced genuine qi and hadn't reached the dragon vein realm. Long Chen carefully observed the Eagle Martial King's movements. These thoughts flashed quickly in his mind. Not only do I feel that all the strength in his body is concentrated in his body, I even feel that he is connected with the earth. Every time he steps on the ground, there is an agitation. He can hit the earth and absorb the power of the earth. Is the earth martial arts realm related to the earth? Long Chen remembered that when he was in the spirit stream, he had once seen Long Yu punching. At that time, he suddenly felt that Long Yu seemed to have fused with the earth, and every punch of hers was following the pulse of the earth, like a huge wave, one wave after another, each wave more turbulent than the last. A simple fist technique, an earth-shattering attack. After experiencing the fancy of the 4 basic realms, the so-called martial realm is likely to return to its original state, just like the close combat before reaching the dragon vein realm. It seems that the martial realm has a very high requirement for close combat. Only in the excitement of life and death can one comprehend the power of the martial realm. Many thoughts flashed through Long Chen's mind as he watched the Eagle Martial King display the technique. I'll show you what a martial realm is. After approaching Long Chen, the Eagle Martial King sneered and punched out. He did not use any battle skills. It was just a single punch. Although it seemed simple, it actually seemed to cause the pulse of the earth. Long Chen could already sense the earth before him being overturned and pressed down on him. After taking a deep breath, Long Chen also let out a roar and punched out. Of course, he was only at the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension realm. The amount of true qi he was using had already surpassed that of the Eagle Martial King. Long Chen was shocked to discover that when he punched out, the outline of the golden crow in the 9 apertures appeared in his mind. He subconsciously used this kind of power, and then he discovered that when he punched out, a blood-red flame appeared on his fist. It burned fiercely and instantly collided with the Eagle Martial King. Boom! It was blasted apart. Long Chen's face was filled with shock. The Eagle Martial King's punch made him feel the heaviness of the Earth Martial Realm. Even though Long Chen had a king-level body-refining battle skill and the strength of the Dragon Soul transformation, his arm still felt numb and trembling, as if he had lost his senses. He hurriedly removed the force, but he was still knocked back dozens of steps. Of course, the Eagle Martial King did not have it easy either. He was not knocked back by Long Chen's power, but by himself. Long Chen raised his head and saw that half of his fist had already been charred black. At the moment, it was giving off hot smoke. The Eagle Martial King's entire face was twisted, showing how much pain he was in. In this confrontation, the Eagle Martial King's strength was clearly much greater. If he had not withdrawn his strength at the end because of the pain in Long Chen's arm would definitely have been even more severe. Could this be the power of the Golden Crow's remnant soul? Long Chen finally understood. The Golden Crow's remnant soul was entrenched in his 9 apertures and had become the core of his power. When Long Chen used his true qi, the power of the Golden Crow's remnant soul would fuse into his true qi and attack, giving Long Chen's attack an extremely strong additional flame ability. Just like just now, Long Chen's true qi, which was comparable to the Earth Martial Realm, could only barely block the Eagle Martial King's attack. However, the power of the Golden Crow's remnant soul had injured the Eagle Martial King. With the power of the Golden Crow's remnant soul, it is possible that this power will accompany my attacks for a very long period of time. This is a rather wonderful addition. Even when using sword techniques, I can use the power of the Golden Crow's remnant soul. Long Chen was in a good mood. He had to admit that if the power of the Golden Crow's remnant soul was used well, it would be quite terrifying. For example, the Dragon Soul transformation could allow Long Chen to have 10 times the attribute of true qi. However, this did indeed grow with Long Chen's growth. When Long Chen became a super expert and had 10 times the attribute, how monstrous would that be? Long Chen did not believe that the Golden Crow's remnant soul only had this little power. It was very likely that the power of the Golden Crow's remnant soul would be as much as his true qi. Therefore, the power of the Golden Crow's remnant soul was very likely to be like the magical power of the Dragon Soul transformation, accompanying Long Chen for the rest of his life. Your true energy, how can it have such a scorching attribute? Impossible. What you've absorbed is pure, non-elemental energy. How can you have such a scorching power? Eagle Martial King's face was filled with disbelief. Of course, he did not know that in the Great Void Realm in Long Chen's chest, there would be a legendary reincarnation divine beast that would help him obtain the remnant soul of the Golden Crow. The Eagle Martial King was not the only one shocked. Jian Chen and the others had been paying attention to Long Chen's movements at all times. When they saw that Long Chen had actually chosen to clash with the Eagle Martial King, they frowned. However, when they saw the result, they still struggled to believe it. However, he and Lan Ling heaved a sigh of relief. Ling quickly finish off your opponent. Jian Chen took a deep breath before unleashing a torrent of attacks at his opponent. A single martial king was definitely not Jian Chen's opponent. Old Eagle, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and do it. I can't last much longer, the Martial King roared at the Eagle Martial King. Eagle Martial King calmed down and finally saw Long Chen as an opponent he had to take seriously. Brat, you really are strange, said the Eagle Martial King. The Eagle Martial King said. In the next instant, his entire body was like a majestic eagle as he swooped down on Long Chen's head. With a whistling sound, Long Chen suddenly realized that the entire sky was filled with the Eagle Martial King's iron claws. He had never thought that the Eagle Martial King would actually possess a claw technique. The battle skill should not have been a king-level battle skill. However, it was still rather terrifying when used by an expert of the Earth Martial Realm. Just a simple punch from the Eagle Martial King was so powerful, let alone the claw imprints that filled the sky. He's fast and powerful. That was Long Chen's impression of the Eagle Martial King. He did not dare to underestimate these claw techniques at all. To him, if it was a battle skill like the heaven-punishing sword formation, it would obviously be extremely beautiful. However, in terms of actual power, it was not even as great as a casual punch from an expert of the Earth Martial Realm. If the heaven-punishing sword formation of the Heaven Ascension Realm and the punch of the Earth Martial Realm landed on a huge mountain, the heaven-punishing sword formation would be able to cut it black and blue, but the punch of the Earth Martial Realm would be able to shatter the entire mountain. Long Chen finally experienced the power of the martial realm. Why were they called the three great martial realms? Because this was true martial arts. Of course, the heaven-punishing sword formation was different in the hands of Long Chen. In Long Chen's body, no other ninth layer of the Heaven Ascension Realm could match up to any of the advantages. When the Eagle Martial King moved, Long Chen moved as well. He retreated as fast as he could, and at the same time, the blade in his hand exploded with strands of sword chi, attacking the Eagle Martial King. These strands of sword chi collided with the claw imprints of the Eagle Martial King. Clap, clap, clap. Long Chen's sword chi contained all the genuine chi in his body. With his current genuine chi, he would be able to kill several people in the 9th level of the Reaching Heaven state. However, under the simple but heavy attack of the Earth Martial Arts realm, this kind of sword chi was still not enough. However, when the sword chi was actually burning with blood-red flames, everything was different. The attacks of the sword chi and the claw imprints of the Eagle Martial King were abnormally fierce. The Eagle Martial King wanted to get close to Long Chen, but Long Chen did not let him get close, because he knew that if he let an expert of the Earth Martial Realm get close to him, he would definitely die without a burial place. Every time he attacked, a long scar would be left behind. It was as if the space was being torn apart, and there was a series of explosions. It could be seen how powerful the Eagle Martial King's attacks were. However, he had just suffered from the remnant soul of the Golden Crow, so he did not dare to directly confront it. The Eagle Martial King could only dodge and release his genuine chi to completely destroy Long Chen's sword chi. This time, Long Chen was completely exposed to his claws. Just at this moment, a furious roar came from Jian Chen's side. The Eagle Martial King did not need to turn around to know that his partner had already been pushed to the limits by Jian Chen. In just a few seconds, he would be killed by Jian Chen. I didn't think Jian Chen would be so powerful. No, I have to kill this brat. I'll let him taste my strongest attack. Brother, hold on. As long as he dealt with Long Chen, he could immediately turn around to help. It would be the same when the time came. As long as Long Chen died, Jian Chen and the others would still be alive. Huff! The Eagle Martial King let out a deep breath that had condensed into a white mist. At this moment, his eyes exploded with a cold, sharp light. A vicious light flickered, and his bones made crackling sounds, causing Long Chen's scalp to tingle. Afterwards, the person before him seemed to have turned into a male eagle, approaching Long Chen in an instant. Soul-dispersing Eagle Claw. Chapter 542. A king-level offensive battle technique was a manifestation of the martial realm, just like the Eagle Martial King's soul-shattering Eagle Claw. The claw marks turned into 5 flashes of light that shot towards Long Chen. At this moment, the Eagle Martial King's figure could no longer be seen clearly. In Long Chen's entire world, there was only an enormous eagle that blotted out the sky and the sharp claws in front of him. As the claws passed, the space seemed to distort. It was clear how terrifying this attack was. In terms of profundities, I'm far from being the Eagle Martial King's match, so I can only use absolute power to suppress him. This was the only thing Long Chen could do. He used the Sky Punishment Sword formation as usual, but this time, the Sky Punishment Sword formation was very different from before. Firstly, his strength had increased by a lot. Secondly, the power of the Golden Crow's remnant soul. While the Eagle Martial King was attacking, Long Chen didn't stay idle. He had already used the Sky Punishment Sword formation countless times, but this time, it was unprecedentedly powerful. As the blade moved, it leaped up high and slashed down violently. Countless sword talismans formed a sword formation. Although this sword formation wasn't big, the power contained in each sword talisman was more than 10 times stronger than before. Every single sword talisman was vibrating rapidly as they emitted sharp whistles, causing even the air to tremble. If that was the case, it wouldn't be enough to pose a threat to the Eagle Martial King. The biggest thing was that every single sword talisman was burning with blood-red flames. Just a little bit of these flames was enough to injure the Eagle Martial King, let alone the thousands of sword talismans that were burning with these flames. In an instant, the Eagle Martial King's entire body was enveloped in red flames. Die! Long Chen didn't hesitate as the Sky Punishment Sword formation slashed down. Die! Although the flames were terrifying, the Eagle Martial King clenched his teeth and wanted to take it head-on. Due to the existence of the Golden Crow's remnant soul, the attribute of Long Chen's strength had already leaned towards the Yang attribute. The blood and strength in his body seemed to be boiling as they surged and flowed. This was what it meant to be full of vigor and vigor. The huge amount of vigor and vigor reflected his youthful vigor and vigor. With the power of the Golden Crow's remnant soul, the heaven-punishing sword formation collided with the Eagle Martial King's soul-shattering eagle claw. At this moment, everyone could see it from the corner of their eyes, so they were extremely nervous. Originally, no one believed that Long Chen would be the Eagle Martial King's opponent, but when Long Chen's attack contained the strange red flames, they became uncertain. It was possible that Long Chen would win. With the Sky Punishment Sword formation, Long Chen had already killed many people, from the Sword Emperor at the beginning to the Eagle Martial King now. If the triple blood sacrifice from last time was not counted, the Eagle Martial King was the strongest opponent under Long Chen's Sky Punishment Sword formation, and right now, the Sky Punishment Sword formation was also in its strongest state. The attacks of the Sky Punishment Sword formation were dense and enormous. As long as one was surrounded, they could be everywhere. After those sword rays carried the red flames, they became extremely fatal. Victory and defeat were decided in an instant. Although the Eagle Martial King's attack was far away, as long as he got close, Long Chen would immediately be defeated. After reaching the Earth Martial Arts realm, most of the attacks were close-range attacks, because the speed and strength of those in the Earth Martial Arts realm were far above those in the Reaching Heaven Martial Arts realm. Even if the Reaching Heaven Martial Arts realm used their most powerful techniques, they still wouldn't be able to stop the close-range attacks of those in the Earth Martial Arts realm. Normally, when those in the Earth Martial Arts realm fought against those in the Reaching Heaven Martial Arts realm, they would immediately get close and then kill them as if they were chopping melons and vegetables. However, Long Chen just happened to be a monster. He only had the strength of the 9th level of the Reaching Heaven Martial Arts realm, but he had the battle strength to kill those in the Earth Martial Arts realm from a distance. This time, he knew from the beginning that he couldn't let those in the Earth Martial Arts realm get close to him, so he won. His attacks far surpassed those in the Reaching Heaven Martial Arts realm, breaking that law. Under the attack of the Heaven Punishment Sword formation, the Eagle Martial King resisted with all his might and charged forward with all his might. Only by breaking out of the encirclement of the Heaven Punishment Sword formation would he be able to kill Long Chen in a matter of seconds. However, his desperation had still underestimated the power of Long Chen's Heaven Punishment Sword formation. When the first flaming sword light broke through the interception of the Eagle Martial King and pierced into his body, the intense pain almost made the Eagle Martial King cramp. This kind of temperature instantly charred a whole piece of his flesh. Because of the pain, the Eagle Martial King became absent-minded, which caused him to be completely drowned by the thousands of sword lights in an instant. In the middle of the Heaven Punishment Sword formation, a shrill scream was heard, then it quickly quieted down. Everything that the Eagle Martial King had was completely destroyed by the Heaven Punishment Sword formation of Long Chen that contained the remnant soul of the Golden Crow. He couldn't be more dead. In front of him, there was only emptiness. Long Chen suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. He knew that the power of the remnant soul of the Golden Crow couldn't be used casually. He had to use it sparingly in order to be able to explode in the end and kill the enemy. The battle on his side came to a complete end. After his side came to an end, two huge changes happened to the other two battles very quickly. On Jian Chen's side, due to his advantage in strength, the moment Long Chen killed his opponent was drowned by his tide-like sword moves. With a spurt, the cloud mist sword pierced his opponent's throat and was suddenly pulled out. His opponent collapsed softly, dying with his eyes wide open. On Lan Ling-er's side, the Flower Marshal King was extremely clever. Seeing how her two helpers could not last much longer, she pulled out a red powder from somewhere and sprinkled it towards Lan Ling-er in the middle of the battle. Thinking of the Flower Marshal King's reputation, Lan Ling-er knew what the red powder was. It was an aphrodisiac. If she fell for it, she would definitely be humiliated in front of Jian Chen and Long Chen. With no other choice, she chose to retreat quickly, avoiding the red powder. She knew that she could not come in contact with it. Little bitch, what are you hiding for? You still have two handsome lovers to serve you. Isn't the aphrodisiac pollen what you want the most? Hee. After scattering the red powder, the Flower Marshal King was shocked when she saw that her two helpers were dead. Lan Ling-er had already been forced away, so with a flash, she fled crazily as she laughed. In terms of speed, even Jian Chen was not much faster than her. Moreover, there was the aphrodisiac pollen, so the three of them could only watch helplessly as the Flower Marshal King fled. You slut! There will be a day when I tear you to pieces. Ugh! Lan Ling-er had basically gone mad from anger. She punched the rock beside her again and again. Suddenly, she thought of something and widened her eyes. She looked at Long Chen like he was someone she did not know. Jian Chen also studied Long Chen up and down. His eyes were filled with shock. Seventh brother, you killed the Eagle Marshal King, Lan Ling-er walked up and said with a stutter. Of course. This means that I'm more powerful than you now, Long Chen said proudly. His face was filled with unconcealable pride. Tisk, look at how arrogant you are. Even 100 of you wouldn't be my opponent, Lan Ling-er smiled after saying that. Long Chen, you've created a miracle by killing an Earth Marshal King as a 9th-layer Heaven Ascension Realm cultivator. Your current strength is no weaker than ours. You can be regarded as a qualified member of the Dragons. In the future, Big Sister will give you a mission. You can't turn it down, Jian Chen nodded. His tone was an acknowledgement towards Long Chen. Out of the 3 Marshal Kings, 2 had died and 1 had fled. As soon as Jian Chen finished speaking, the sky rumbled. Long Chen raised his head and saw that 2 hours had already passed. The flourishing phenomenon of the 9 suns had completely vanished. The temperature that had skyrocketed began to drop. In around a few hours, it should return to its normal state. The harvest this time could be said to have exceeded Long Chen's imagination. The Flower Marshal King fled just then. We can't stay here for long. Once Xiao Lang wakes up, we'll head to the Cloud Dreamy Marsh, Jian Chen said with a frown after recovering from the shock that Long Chen's strength had brought him. The people of the Wushu Alliance were everywhere. They were like flies. Nothing good would come out of being entangled with them. Long Chen and Lan Ling-er nodded. There's no justice in this world. I've always been the weakest. I've finally found a younger brother to bully after so much difficulty, but it seems like he's even more powerful than me, Lan Ling-er said dejectedly. Lan Ling-er said dejectedly. Deep down, she was still very shocked. It seemed like Long Yu's suggestion to let Long Chen join the dragon tribe was not wrong. If that's the case, you can call me Chen. How's that? Long Chen chuckled. Bastard, are you looking for a beating? You're just a little kid, Lan Ling-er said angrily. Long Chen originally wanted to tease her a little, but Xiao Lang seemed to move at this moment. Long Chen did not know what level the true flames of the sun could bring Xiao Lang to, so he immediately arrived beside Xiao Lang and watched eagerly. At this moment, the golden flames on Xiao Lang's body gradually subsided. The heat on his body also slowly decreased, until he became the same as before. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. Golden flames burned in his golden pupils. Long Chen felt like he was surrounded by endless golden flames as he looked at them. 9th grade of the Heaven Tier. I'm still a little off from the final step, Xiao Lang said to Long Chen rather helplessly. It's fine. It's already very impressive. The 9th grade of the Heaven Tier was within Long Chen's expectations. His strength had always been very close to Xiao Lang's. It could be said that Long Chen was slightly more powerful than Xiao Lang every time. Although Xiao Lang was only at the 9th grade of the heaven tier, the 9 hell demonic ancestral flames he produced were still relatively terrifying. Xiao Lang's awakening caused the 2 lightning Fias in the distance to shiver slightly. Alright, if that's the case, let's hurry to the Dream Cloud Marsh, suggested Jian Chen, worried that the Flower Marshal King would return with experts. Long Chen and Long Chen nodded before finding their own mounts. With Jian Chen leading the way, they changed directions and quickly traveled towards the Dream Cloud Marsh. With the appearance of the Scarlet Emperor's seal, just how many people would come? Chapter 543. After leaving the Lianyun Mountains, the 3 of them took a relatively hidden path towards the Cloud Dream Swamp. 200 kilometers ahead, there's a small town called Y Town. It's where I was born and spent my childhood, Jian Chen said emotionally with a deep gaze. Y Town, do you want to go back and have a look? It won't take long anyway. Long Chen said. Jian Chen's situation was actually rather similar to his. If Jian Chen passed by Y Town, he would definitely go back and have a look. No, with my current status, there's no need for me to go back. Also, my parents passed away long ago and my grandparents passed away long ago. I'm not very familiar with the others. If I go back and cause trouble for them, it won't be good. Jian Chen thought for a while and shook his head. Brother, you're so fussy. Even if you don't want to go, you can at least watch from afar, said Lanling. All right. It's been almost 10 years since I've gone back. So much has happened in those 10 years. When I joined the Wushu Alliance with great ambition, I never thought this day would come. Jian Chen's eyes were filled with helplessness as he gazed into the distance. We're all natural eagles. There's no power that can restrain us, said Long Chen suddenly. Jian Chen and Lanling nodded. They both loved freedom, which was why they were together. Xiao Lang was much faster than the lightning claw, so it was extremely easy for him to travel. The 100 kilometers passed very quickly. He was about to see the place where he was born. Jian Chen's strength also gave him a sliver of anticipation. They gradually approached. Long Chen raised his head and saw a small city in front of him. The small city wasn't big, but it looked very peaceful. However, why would there be any noise coming from such a peaceful small city at this time? Long Chen looked over and discovered that there seemed to be many people on the city walls, but the city gates were tightly shut. Brother, Y Town seems to have discovered something. Originally, the 3 of them only wanted to take a look and leave immediately. However, Long Chen hurriedly warned them after noticing the abnormality. Lanling and Jian Chen saw it as well. Lanling was fine. She did not notice anything, but Jian Chen's expression became extremely cold in a short amount of time. Go, Jian Chen said coldly. Afterwards, he whipped his claws with lightning, turning into a yellow storm that immediately swept towards Y Town. Long Chen and Jian Chen looked at each other. Follow me. Although he didn't know what he was up to, he wasn't an impulsive person, so Long Chen trusted him. 3 people and 3 horses swept toward White City like a whirlwind. As they got closer, Long Chen finally saw what had happened. At this time, the people on the gate tower were looking at the wall near the city gate. Long Chen fixed his eyes on it and saw more than 30 thick ropes hanging down from the gate tower. At the bottom of each rope, a corpse was hanging. It was unknown whether these people were strangled to death or hung up after they were killed. There were more than 30 corpses hanging side by side. It looked a little creepy. Oh no! Long Chen and Lanling looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. These people were most likely from Jian Chen's clan. Otherwise, Jian Chen would not have reacted like this. A heavy stench of blood radiated from Jian Chen in front of him. On the gate tower, Long Chen saw a figure. It was the Flower Marshal Queen. This person definitely knew about Jian Chen's background. After she escaped from the Lianyun Mountains, it was very likely that she came here to kill everyone from Jian Chen's clan and hang their corpses on the gate tower as revenge. She knew that Jian Chen and the others would definitely come. Seeing the Flower Marshal Queen sneer, Long Chen was almost completely convinced of his thoughts. Although Jian Chen's clan did not have a deep relationship with him, it was very likely that they had already been killed. In the small Y town, Long Chen saw many figures of the Wushu Alliance's law enforcers. Logically speaking, a small city like Y Town shouldn't have so many law enforcers. In other words, the Wushu Alliance had already set up a trap here, waiting for Jian Chen to walk right into it. This was also the reason why Jian Chen's clan was able to survive until now. They were only alive to serve as bait. Seeing the row of corpses and the sneer on the Flower Marshal Queen's face, Long Chen knew that if he was Jian Chen right now, he would definitely go crazy. Fortunately, he was not, so he still had some rationality left. Xiao Lang, catch up to my third brother. Long Chen's face darkened as he hurriedly said to Xiao Lang. With Xiao Lang's speed, Long Chen quickly rushed in front of Jian Chen. At this moment, Jian Chen had already stopped and dismounted. He took out the Cloud Heaven sword and walked towards Town step by step. Long Chen walked over to Jian Chen's side. With a single glance, Jian Chen's eyes had already become blood red. A heavy, baleful aura began to radiate from his body. Long Chen knew that Jian Chen's killing intent had already swelled to the limit. No one could remain calm after seeing such a situation. Third brother. Since the Flower Marshal King dared to do this and dared to attract you here, he must have a way to deal with us. We definitely need to take revenge, but let's calm down first and kill the enemy calmly, alright? Long Chen said seriously. I can't calm down. Jian Chen's voice sounded as if it had been frozen in a cave of ice. Third brother, we'll advance and retreat together with you no matter what. However, we need to calm down. Otherwise, not only will we fail to take revenge, but we'll also allow the scoundrel to succeed. That won't be good, Lan Ling, grabbed Jian Chen's arm and said softly. Jian Chen stopped. He took in a deep breath and said, how about you go to the Cloud Marsh first? I'll go with you as soon as I deal with the matters here. Long Chen stood in front of him and stopped him. He stared straight into Jian Chen's eyes and said, I remember you said that we're brothers and sisters. Is that how you think of brothers? To go through thick and thin together is what I think of as brothers. When I used the Emperor Flame Orb earlier, you protected me. Now it's time for me, Long Chen, to serve you. Yeah, we can't leave, Lan Ling also said hurriedly. Seeing how resolute they were and especially hearing Long Chen's words, Jian Chen felt somewhat moved. Regaining some of his rationality, he took a deep breath and adjusted his emotions. If he continued to rage and kill in a frenzy, then it was very likely that he would fall into the enemy's trap. The Flower Marshal King dared to face Long Chen's group like this without any tricks up his sleeves. When the three of them arrived at the city gates, Jian Chen did not even look at the people on the city walls. His expression was cold as he endured the great sorrow. He put the corpses into his universe pouch one by one. Only when he put away the last corpse did he return to Long Chen's side. Long Chen could vaguely see tears in Jian Chen's eyes. It's all my fault. Jian Chen's endless self-blame could be seen from that short sentence. If I can continue living, I'll definitely make the Wushu Alliance restless. I'll kill as many experts as they appear until there's no one left in the Wushu Alliance. Jian Chen swore before Long Chen and Lan Ling. Long Chen and Xiao Lang looked at each other. They knew that a great battle was about to begin. At this moment, the Flower Marshal King began to giggle. She placed her hands on the city walls and looked down. Her loose clothes drooped down, revealing the shocking cleavage on her chest. The two huge balls of flesh were pressed together and trembled slightly. Jian Chen, this is the first gift from the Wushu Alliance to you. Are you very surprised? Are you grateful to me? Of course, you won't be grateful to me because I'm not the one who gave you the gifts. I'm only responsible for hanging them up. As she said that, she laughed enchantingly. Jian Chen gradually clenched his fists. Bitch, get your ass down here. I just beat you until you ran away with your tail between your legs, and now you're staying here like a grandchild. Lan Ling was about to faint from anger. She had never seen such a shameless woman in her entire life. What did you say? The Flower Marshal King was rather angry. Lan Ling hated her as soon as she saw her. She felt the same way, but she had not finished what she had to do, so she ignored Lan Ling. Instead, she continued to look at Jian Chen and said, Now, the Wushu Alliance will give you the second gift. The second gift, come out. The second gift. Were there even more people who had been killed? Long Chen furrowed his eyebrows. Just as the Flower Marshal Queen's voice fell, a person suddenly appeared behind her. He pulled the Flower Marshal Queen into his embrace, and his large hand skillfully reached into the Flower Marshal Queen's clothes, grabbing her breasts, and rubbed them wantonly. The Flower Marshal Queen let out a moan, and her face immediately became red, and even her eyes became blurry. The man posed a great threat to Long Chen. He took a closer look. The man had a head full of white hair and his face was already wrinkled. He was slender and skinny and seemed to be in his 50s. His hawk-like eyes shone with a cold light. He did not look at the Flower Marshal King in his arms, but at Jian Chen. "My dear disciple, I trust you've been well." A hoarse voice rang out together with the Flower Marshal King. The Flower Marshal King's appearance was enough to make people's imaginations run wild and their mouths dry up. However, his voice was enough to make people's hair stand on end. "Disciple, he's Jian Chen's master." Long Chen immediately thought of him. Lan Ling, Er's expression changed. She whispered to Long Chen, "This is bad. This is third brother's master when he was in the Wushu Alliance. He's called Sword Saint Sikong. Third brother's swordsmanship was taught by him. He's also a violent person. Third brother betrayed the Wushu Alliance because he refused to listen to him." Sword Saint was similar to the Demon Saint and Wushu Sage. In the Earth Martial Realm, the first layer was called the King, just like the Demon King and the Martial King. The second layer was called the Saint. The Sword Saint and the Demon Saint Wushu Sage were both at this level. The third layer was called the Emperor. The Demon Emperor of the ancient Demon region and the three Martial Emperors of the Wushu Alliance were all at this level. Sword Saint Sikong was at the second layer of the Earth Martial Realm. Long Chen also knew that this was bad. So this was the Flower Martial King's trump card. With Sword Saint Sikong here, what was there to be afraid of? Chapter 544. Long Chen had already tried the first level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. If he was lucky, he would be able to handle it. But if it was the second level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, he would be far behind. Sword Saint Sikong was obviously at the same level as Jiang Wuya. Compared to Long Yu, he was only slightly weaker. Originally, with Long Yu blocking the pursuers, the three of them would not have encountered such a crisis. If they wanted to blame something, they could only blame their bad luck. This Sword Saint Sikong was most likely not chasing after the Dragon Clan, he just happened to be nearby. Things in the world were just that coincidental. Long Chen looked at Jian Chen. As the oldest of the three, he had to shoulder the responsibility right now. When he saw Sword Saint Sikong appear, Jian Chen's face changed. He said to Long Chen and Lan Ling, Long Chen, I'm begging you one last time. If I stop him at the second layer of the Earth Martial Realm, I can buy you some time to escape. Otherwise, all three of us will die here today." Long Chen and Lan Ling looked at each other. They both saw determination in each other's eyes. So Long Chen said, "Then let's die together. If we come across a powerful enemy that we can't face, what's the point of calling ourselves brothers?" Long Chen and Lan Ling determination made Jian Chen feel rather helpless. Right now, he only feared Sword Saint Sikong, so he did not have the time to chase Long Chen away. "Sister Lan, continue dealing with the Flower Warlord later. Third brother, Xiao Lang, and I will attack Sword Saint Sikong together. If it's possible, we might have a chance," Long Chen said softly. Xiao Lang. The two of them were rather confused. Xiao Lang was only at the 9th grade of the Heaven tier. Was Xiao Lang as impressive as Long Chen? Long Chen smiled mysteriously and said, "The sun-devouring demonic wolf is quite extraordinary. Have you ever seen a demonic beast that can level up?" Indeed, just now, Xiao Lang had actually swallowed the sun's true fire, and then leveled up, which made them very surprised. Long Chen nodded at Xiao Lang and allowed him to enter the Great Void Realm. The only threat that Xiao Lang posed to Sword Saint Sikong was his 9 underworlds demon ancestral flame. Therefore, Xiao Lang only had one chance. When he suddenly exited the Great Void Realm during the battle, he would definitely give Sword Saint Sikong a surprise. Seeing that Long Chen was prepared, Jian Chen could only grit his teeth and say, "Fine, this time let's go all out." It wasn't easy for him to make up his mind. After all, he didn't want to kill Long Chen and Lan Ling. In a very short time, they had already come up with a plan. At this moment, the Martial Flower Queen's voice became louder and louder. She raised her arms and hooked them around Sword Saint Sikong's neck. She twisted her perky bottom and quickly rubbed it against Sword Saint Sikong's body like a water snake. Her face was flushed. "I've obtained the treasure. Long time no see. I'll pamper you properly in a while. I'll pamper you for 3 days and 3 nights. How about that?" Sword Saint Sikong whispered into the Martial Flower Queen's ear. "How annoying. 3 days and 3 nights? How can I endure your might? Don't you feel sorry for me? The martial flower queen looked at Sword Saint Seekong in annoyance. Haha, haven't you heard that there are only cows that die from exhaustion and no fields that are ruined from plowing? Especially fields like yours. Sword Saint Seekong laughed strangely. He finally pulled his hand away from the martial flower queen and sniffed it. He said in an intoxicated manner, "How fragrant, the fragrance of flowers, disgusting. Adulterer. Old men and women, they all deserve to die horrible deaths." Lan Ling almost vomited. Lan Ling words made Sword Saint Seekong cast his gaze on her. Oh, so it's the legendary ever-changing Demoness. You're the dream lover of all men. If I get you on my bed, you'll change your appearance every day. I won't have to search the world for women then. Sword Saint Seekong stared at Lan Ling with a lustful gaze. Piss off. You're already so old, yet you're still thinking about women. I think you should just bury yourself in a coffin so that you don't come out and scare people. No wonder my third brother can't stand you. If I were your disciple, I'd slap you every day. Oh no, I'd chop off a piece of your flesh every day, Lan Ling continued to curse. Sword Saint Seekong's expression became uglier and uglier. Looks like I'll have to be ruthless today. Treasure, I'll leave the ever-changing Demoness to you. You can't hurt her at all, or I'll starve you for half a month. You'll have to deal with it yourself. I'll get rid of my unfilial disciple. As he said that, he stared at Jian Chen with a gaze as sharp as a blade. He had already forgotten about Long Chen a long time ago. The Flower Martial King wanted to mention that Long Chen was also a difficult person to deal with, but after some thought, she only needed to look after Lan Ling. As for Long Chen, Sword Saint Seekong would deal with him himself. At this moment, Jian Chen said coldly, "Don't call me an unfilial disciple. From the moment I left the Wushu Alliance, we had nothing to do with each other. Today, we're sworn enemies." It's fine. If it's fine, don't use the fantasy world sword scripture against me. Sword Saint Seekong smiled. His clothes fluttered in the wind as he leaped down from the tower. He stopped 30 meters in front of Jian Chen, and the Flower Martial King followed him. On the walls of Y-Town, everyone watched. The great battle was about to begin. As the two sides faced off, Long Chen became the most neglected person. After all, he was several years younger than Lan Ling. Bitch, get over here. I'm going to beat you into a pile of shit today. Lan Ling was as disgusted as she could be when she faced the Flower Martial King. She couldn't help but curse at her. The Flower Martial King was furious when she heard that. She saw that Lan Ling had already chosen a battlefield nearby, so she quickly chased after her. The two clawed lightning beasts hid far away. So, only Long Chen, Jian Chen, and Sword Saint Seekong were left. Long Chen and Jian Chen stood together and looked at each other cautiously. The second tier of the Earth Martial Realm was not to be trifled with. Although Jian Chen was about to comprehend the true meaning of the second tier of the Earth Martial Realm and reach Sword Saint Seekong's level, he was still a little lacking. Long Chen had not even reached the martial realm yet. He only had great strength and magical abilities. Clang! Jian Chen did not do anything. The pure white cloud mist sword appeared in his hand. This is the gift I requested from the Martial Emperor when you broke through to the martial realm. It's the cloud mist sword. Sword Saint Seekong's face darkened. He had brought this upon himself. When he gave Jian Chen the cloud mist sword, he never thought that Jian Chen would point it at him. At the same time, Jian Chen took out another sword and handed it to Long Chen. He said, "This is the advanced heaven-level desolation sword. I used it when I was in the reaching heaven state. It's slightly better than the one you're using now. Make do with it. You don't learn the sword. When you reach the martial realm, you'll have to return to fist techniques. So a good sword is useless to you." He was right. Long Chen had used a sword in the past purely because of the Demon Emperor sword, and then because of the heaven-punishing sword formation. In reality, his understanding of the sword was nowhere close to someone like Jian Chen, who was born as a cultivator of the sword. Long Chen took the Desolation sword from him. Since the other party was known as Sword Saint Seekong and Jian Chen's master, it went without saying that his mastery over the sword was rather deep as well. Sword Saint Seekong took out a jade-green sword from his Cosmos pouch. Its appearance was similar to Jian Chen's Cloud Mist sword. This is the Blue Sky sword. It's also a primary king-tier divine sword. It belongs to the same series as the Cloud Mist sword. Jian Chen whispered in Long Chen's ear. Three people, three swords, faced each other. I'll give you one last chance to kowtow and apologize to the martial emperor. Do you want to take it? Sword Saint Xikong said with a dark face. Sure, unless you kill yourself in front of me, Jian Chen said with a sneer. Sword Saint Xikong was stunned. He knew this would be the result. So after he finished speaking, he slowly raised the blue sky sword and said, "It seems like the grudge between us will be settled today. Why are you so old? Why do you speak so much nonsense?" Jian Chen continued to sneer. No one was willing to accept being old, especially Sword Saint Xikong. Jian Chen's words had already ignited the anger in his heart. At this moment, his eyes were slowly becoming bloodshot. Of course, it was still a far cry from Jian Chen's blood-red eyes. I was the one who taught you the Fantasy World Sword Codex. Do you think you can defeat me with it? Sword Saint Xikong laughed instead of getting angry. Jian Chen didn't say anything. He slowly raised the cloud mist sword. With a swish, his figure disappeared in front of Long Chen's eyes. Sword Saint Xikong also disappeared when he saw Jian Chen make the first move. In an instant, the two of them collided violently. What a fast speed. Did you forget about me? Long Chen held the Desolation Sword in his hand and walked toward the battlefield. Sword. The sword technique of the Earth martial arts realm had the same principle as the fist technique. At that moment, the two people in front of them seemed to be connected with the whole Earth. Every time they drew their swords and withdrew their swords, they were connected with the slight pulse of the Earth. Therefore, although the sword moves seemed simple, they were extremely mysterious and full of infinite power. When the Sword Saint of Xikong accidentally slapped his sword on the ground, it actually caused the earth to shake. It could be seen that Jian Chen had been suppressed by Sword Saint Xikong from the very beginning. Whether it was speed, ruthlessness or accuracy, Sword Saint Xikong seemed to be stronger than Jian Chen. Fantasy World. Kill symbol. Fantasy World. Kill symbol. An ear-piercing sound rang out as the Cloud Mist Sword and Blue Sky Sword collided. Although there wasn't much of a tremor, Long Chen knew that they had completely retracted their attacks into their swords. Jian Chen was knocked back by the absolute killing move and stood in front of Long Chen. It was clear that the battle with the Xikong Sword Saint was extremely taxing on Jian Chen's energy. At this moment, Jian Chen's face was already somewhat pale. Sword Saint Xikong also took a few steps back. Third brother, can you use your sword to tie him down so that he can't get away for at least a breath's time? Long Chen asked in a low voice. Of course I can, said Jian Chen. Then trust me this once. Let's move together. Long Chen was already prepared. Chapter 545. Although he didn't know what Long Chen was trying to do, he chose to trust him. I'll tangle with him again so that he won't be able to break free for at least 2 seconds. With that, Jian Chen disappeared once again, heading towards Sword Saint Xikong. This time, Long Chen followed him quickly as well. As he advanced, he had already secretly used his Dragon Soul transformation, pushing his body to its most powerful state. Old man, I'm not any weaker than you in the fantasy sword law. He knew very well that the reason why Sword Saint Xikong was able to defeat him was because of the difference in cultivation. As for the fantasy sword law, there was basically no difference between them. His words had successfully attracted Sword Saint Xikong's attention. He sneered, is that so? Then let's keep trying. The Cloud Mist Sword and Blue Sky Sword clashed once more. The two swords seemed to stick together under Jian Chen's attacks. Entanglement. Sword Saint Xikong's eyebrows twitched. He smiled. How dare you use entanglement against me? Do you know that I have the highest mastery in this art? You're just showing off before an expert. In the beginning, the Cloud Mist Sword had entangled the Blue Sky Sword. But now, the Blue Sky Sword had completely reversed the situation and entangled the Cloud Mist Sword. The two of them seemed to be stuck together. Now! Long Chen knew that his opportunity had come. He instantly dashed to the side. His actions slightly attracted the attention of the Xikong Sword Saint. Of course, the Xikong Sword Saint was only slightly puzzled. After all, he hadn't paid any attention to a martial artist at the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension realm for several decades. At this moment, Jian Chen abruptly increased the power of his entanglement technique. His sword changed, instantly turning into a violent wave of attacks that swept towards Sword Saint Xikong. Use your strongest move to fight me, haha. Sword Saint Xikong also changed his stance. He swung the sky sword in his hand, creating an even greater gale. It seemed to shake up the ground as he swept his sword towards Jian Chen. Fantasy's final slash. Long Chen knew that this enormous power of theirs might seem simple, but it contained boundless power. If Long Chen were to face it head-on, he would probably be smashed into smithereens by this sword force. However, he didn't need to get close at all. At this last moment, Long Chen had a thought. Devouring blood world. Under the usage of the tremendous true qi, the true qi equivalent to the first layer of the earth martial realm unleashed an endless amount of power. It turned into a blood-red space, completely surrounding Sword Saint Xueqi. The power of the world of devouring the blood only affected Sword Saint Xueqi, not Jian Chen. Devouring blood world still had a certain suppressive effect on Sword Saint Xueqi, especially when Long Chen's devouring blood world came out of nowhere. It stunned Sword Saint Xueqi for a moment. He was executing his strongest move, but he had no choice but to use some of his Zhan Yuan to suppress his blood and reduce the power of his attack. As a result, Jian Chen barely managed to block his opponent's attack. Xiao Lang. Just when Jian Chen and Sword Saint Xueqi were in a stalemate, Long Chen approached Sword Saint Xueqi. With a shout, Xiao Lang's black figure came out of the great void realm. As soon as he came out, a wave of roaring flames surged towards Sword Saint Xueqi. The ice-cold flames made Sword Saint Xueqi's hair stand on end. Run. This was the first thought that appeared in his mind. By now, he already knew that Jian Chen was using it to attract his attention. The fire attack of the wolf demon was their true killing move. Although it was a bit unworthy of his identity to run, it was still more important than losing his life. Sword Saint Xueqi did what he wanted to do. Just when he was about to run, he was suddenly stunned. This was because at this moment, Jian Chen suddenly changed his sword stance and suddenly used the entanglement technique, entangling his blue sky sword tightly. If he still wanted to run, he would have to let go of the blue sky sword. Otherwise, it would take him at least a second to break free from the sword. By then, he would have long been swallowed by the flames. God damn it. I have a primary king tier battle skill. Why should I be afraid of flames? Sword Saint Xueqi made up his mind and directly pulled his sword out from Jian Chen's side. He had already wasted his time, so he could only use the blue sky sword to block the ninth hell demon ancestral flame. Blue sky mighty wind sword. This sword skill wasn't as good as a huge windmill. The sword shadows that were dancing crazily blocked the advance of the nine nether demonic ancestral flame. As long as it was slightly blocked, Sword Saint Xueqi would be able to escape. You two brats dare to fight me? Sword Saint Xueqi sneered inside. Just when he was about to run, he suddenly felt danger from behind. He suddenly turned around and saw a huge sword formation suddenly falling toward him. What? Sword Saint Xueqi let out a cry of surprise. In his impression, only those in the earth martial arts realm could display such a vast sword formation, but judging from the power of the sword formation, it was clearly not the genuine ether of the earth martial arts realm. Sword Saint Xueqi could only block one of the attacks at most. Whether it was the heaven-punishing sword formation or the ninth hell demon ancestral flame, Sword Saint Xueqi felt that he would be injured if he took on both of them. He had never thought that he would be forced into such a situation. You brats, you're very smart. You've let me endure this attack. I'll make you wish you were dead. Sword Saint Xueqi roared out inside. Long Chen's figure appeared in his head. Only then did he know that the brat he had never paid any attention to was the true threat to him. Sword Saint Xueqi had to take on either the sword formation or the flames. The flames were fine. Although he feared them, Sword Saint Xueqi did not think they would pose any threat to him. On the other hand, the sharpness of the sword formation could be seen. If he was struck, he would be covered in wounds even if he did not die. It would be extremely unsightly. Go die! Sword Saint Xueqi roared as he brandished the blue sky's sword in his hand. It turned into a series of sword shadows that scattered the heaven-punishing sword formation. At the same time, the silhouette of the heaven-punishing sword formation was sliced into pieces by Sword Saint Xueqi. Did you kill him? Sword Saint Xueqi was a little surprised. In his opinion, he would only be able to injure the other party severely. After all, his main goal was to deal with the heaven-punishing sword formation, not Long Chen. But when he saw it clearly, Sword Saint Xueqi's face changed. Shadow clone. Only now did he realize that the sky-punishing sword formation was actually cast by the phantom doppelganger. At this moment, he suddenly turned around, and the nine underworld's demonic ancestral flame instantly engulfed him. Sword Saint Seekong was instantly turned into a black flaming man. Ugh! A painful scream came from the ninth hell demon ancestral flame. Sword Saint Seekong's arm was still exposed. At this moment, he was frantically rolling on the ground. The true Yuan in his body forcefully formed a circle, separating him from the ninth hell demon ancestral flame. Of course, there were some parts that were not blocked, which was why Sword Saint Seekong let out such a miserable scream. If this continued, the ninth hell demon ancestral flame would not be able to kill Sword Saint Seekong completely. Although the ninth hell demon ancestral flame had left, Xiao Lang only controlled a little bit of it. Moreover, it was just a clone. However, Long Chen was already prepared. The moment Sword Saint Seekong was devoured by the ninth hell demon ancestral flame, the heaven-punishing sword formation immediately descended on Sword Saint Seekong with the recovered power of the Golden Crow's remnant soul. The flames of the Golden Crow's remnant soul were extremely hot, while the flames of the ninth hell demon ancestral flame were extremely cold. Under the alternation, Sword Saint Seekong's body completely collapsed under Long Chen's heaven-punishing sword formation. Long Chen directly ripped open his body with the heaven-punishing sword formation, allowing the ninth hell demon ancestral flame to pour into him. Sword Saint Seekong produced an earth-shaking howl. 3 seconds later, everything stopped. All that remained was a black, curled-up statue of ice. It was the Sword Saint Seekong of the past. Jian Chen was rather taken aback. Jian Chen didn't know how to react. He looked at the corpse in a daze as a sliver of confusion appeared in his eyes. Only a very short amount of time had passed since they lost the upper hand to victory. During that time, Jian Chen had never thought that he would win. He believed that the three of them would die here today and that it was very likely for Lan Ling, to be humiliated. However, the strongest person on the other side, Sword Saint Seekong, was already dead. He raised his head and stared at Long Chen blankly. He knew that he was only keeping Sword Saint Seekong busy. The true person who killed Sword Saint Seekong was Long Chen. Not only did he have the strength to kill him, but he also had the plan to kill him. He had grasped the timing perfectly. First was the word coil, then the world of devouring, then the ninth hell demon ancestral flame, then the phantom clone, and finally the heaven-punishing sword formation. Under such a strict arrangement, Sword Saint Seekong managed to last until the phantom clone due to his great strength, but he still fell to Long Chen's heaven-punishing sword formation in the end. One of the 10 great Wushu sages of the Wushu Alliance, Sword Saint Seekong, had been reduced to a lifelike statue of ice, and it was all because of the young man before him. Jian Chen felt rather suffocated. He suddenly realized that Long Chen seemed to be even more terrifying than Long Yu. At the very least, Long Yu's terror was still within the scope of his understanding. As for Long Chen, other than his lacking cultivation level, his combat ability, temperament, and battle skills, everything else was perfect. Not only was Jian Chen shocked, but the people of White City also looked at each other. They knew how great the old man's status was in the Wushu Alliance. The Wushu Alliance had 1 martial emperor, 3 martial emperors, and 10 great Wushu sages. Sword Saint Seekong was one of the 10 great Wushu sage. It could be said that there were only 4 people above him in the Wushu Alliance. But now, he had died under the sword of a nameless pawn. Everyone's shocked gazes gathered on Long Chen. Who is the young man beside him? This was the question on everyone's mind. Now, only the Flower Martial Queen was left. She was very relaxed because she knew that she only needed to keep Lan Ling busy. Once Sword Saint Seekong dealt with them, he would quickly capture Lan Ling However, Sword Saint Seekong was dead. Chapter 546. When he died, the Flower Martial Queen personally witnessed what happened. She wanted to warn Sword Saint Seekong about Long Chen's final heaven-punishing sword formation, but by the time she called out, Sword Saint Seekong had already been turned into an ice statue. He's dead. The Flower Martial Queen was stunned. She then stared at Long Chen in great shock. He was able to do something so heaven-defying at such a young age. To her, Long Chen, who she did not pay much attention to before, had already become a heaven-defying monster. 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 The Flower Martial Queen's face was filled with disbelief. Before, she was still immersed in her lust, but now, she was trembling from fright. Die! In a moment of distraction, Lan Ling gently punched the Flower Martial Queen's shoulder. She immediately cried out miserably and vomited a mouthful of blood. She was blown away. the flower martial queen rolled a few times on the ground. Her plump bottom was covered in mud, and she was as horrible as she could be. However, she did not care about that at all. She hurriedly rolled back to her feet, and just when she was about to run, a pure white sword stabbed into her back, emerging from her left breast. Her life force was quickly leaving her body. Spurt. Jian Chen pulled out the cloud mist sword. The flower martial queen slowly turned around. Her chest was currently red, and blood flowed down. The thing she was most proud of had a huge hole pierced through it. It was as ugly as it could be. Only after glancing at Jian Chen one last time did she collapse onto the ground. Bitch, serves you right for not having a good ending. Lan Ling kicked her a few times and cursed her in exasperation. Only then did her anger dissipate. She looked at the calm Jian Chen and said, third brother, I know you're very sad, but at least we've gotten our revenge and we're still alive. Jian Chen nodded and said, Ling, you don't need to comfort me. After living for so many years, I've grown accustomed to many things. The dead are already gone. The blood that flows through me is the same as theirs. The only thing I can do is take revenge and then bury them. Lan Ling did not fully understand and nodded. However, Long Chen could tell that a lot of people had died by his side. Perhaps it was because the people he cared about had died that he left the Wushu alliance alone and met up with Long Yu and the others. With the death of Sword Saint Sikong, there was no longer anyone here who could threaten Long Chen and the others. Of course, the Flower Martial King's belongings could not be taken advantage of by others. Lan Ling opened her Chen bag and immediately blushed. She forcefully took out about 10 monarch crystals before throwing the Chen bag away. This bitch. She's so disgusting. She's carrying everything. Lan Ling cursed. Although Long Chen didn't see it, he knew what it was. It was probably some obscene things. With her fickle personality, it wasn't strange for her to have it on her. Good little brother, your performance today was very good. These things are your rewards. Lan Ling passed over 10 monarch crystals into Long Chen's hands. Long Chen was surprised, but he did not stand on ceremony and directly accepted them. Monarch crystals were extremely important to the martial realm, but Long Chen had only collected one. Find a beautiful place, Jian Chen said before summoning the lightning claw. Jian Chen said before summoning the lightning claw Fei Huang. Long Chen and Long Chen looked at each other before following after him. They knew that although Jian Chen's expression was calm, he was definitely feeling terrible inside. Find a place with verdant hills and clear waters. That was what Long Chen thought when he buried Long Qinglan. My life seems to have started from that day, Long Chen sighed. It was exactly because of the mysterious dragon jade that Long Chen was able to reach where he was today. After following Jian Chen for a short while, he finally found a suitable place. There were over 30 people, so it was rather troublesome to bury them. As a result, Long Chen and Lan Ling helped. By the time they were all buried, half of the time had passed. Jian Chen found a large boulder and cut out over 30 smooth tombstones. He then used his sword to carve out their inscriptions. It was all done. Third brother, it's time to go. Big sister and the others are probably getting impatient, Lan Ling said to the kneeling Jian Chen. All right. Jian Chen stood up. He did not stay any longer and mounted the monarch lightning claw. Long Chen and Lan Ling smiled helplessly at each other before following him. The three of them quickly made their way towards the Dream Cloud Swamp. No matter what, only by going through thick and thin together could they become true brothers. Long Chen felt like he had completely fused with the group now. Dragons. Dragons. That's not a bad name, Long Chen thought. Time passed day by day. On the way, Jian Chen did not take any roads with people, so there were no obstacles along the way. Because of the lesson he had learned in the Lianyun Mountains, Jian Chen was on high alert. His white hair was much more obvious than the others, so he had to be even more careful. Dream Cloud Swamp. We'll be there in a day. After 3 days, Jian Chen turned around and said. He looked indifferent, as if he was fine. However, Long Chen and Lan Ling knew that he was still a little upset. They continued on their way. A day passed by slowly. Long Chen found that the closer he got to the dreamy cloud swampland, the more people he saw around him. Moreover, they were all martial arts practitioners. There were a lot of Reaching Heaven State martial artists, and even Heavenly River State martial artists. The Scarlet Emperor's seal has indeed appeared. These people are all here to try their luck. When the time comes, There will probably be tens of thousands of people entering the Dream Cloud Swamp. With more people, we will be safer. However, the one who obtains the Scarlet Emperor's seal will definitely be an expert above the Earth martial arts realm. Lan Ling analyzed. Tens of thousands of people. Long Chen was a little surprised. It seemed that the temptation of treasures was endless. There were too many people around, so Jian Chen had to choose another path. Those people were heading directly for the Dream Cloud Swamp, while the direction they were heading for was the cloudy sky city beside the Dream Cloud Swamp. In the end, not only did Long Chen bring Xiao Lang back to the Taishu realm, he also brought the two flying-clawed yellow beasts into the Taishu realm. Of course, he told them about the beast soul crystals. Without a mount, they were much smaller, so they did not stand out. Lan Ling also had excellent disguising skills. At this moment, she turned herself into a young man and adjusted the appearance of Long Chen. Then, she covered up Jian Chen's white hair. This way, people would not be able to tell if they did not look carefully. As they approached the cloudy sky city, people whistled past them from time to time. There were also people who were leisurely discussing what had happened a few days ago. Have you heard? A young man called Long Chen appeared recently. He used to be a disciple of the ancient demon region, but I think he killed the son of the demon emperor and was saved by the dragons. I heard that he appeared in White City a few days ago and helped the dragons kill Jian Chen's master, Sword Saint Sikong of the Wushu Alliance. He also killed 3 martial kings at the same time. That's so powerful. He's at least in the first tier of the Earth martial realm. Maybe he's the original Long Chen, another person said doubtfully. No, I heard that his appearance is different. Appearance is nothing. Look at that demon girl. She looks different every day. Maybe she's a man. How disgusting. Why did the dragons risk offending the ancient demon region to save him? Isn't it because he's the Iceberg Dragon Emperor, Long Yu's brother? You're right. As they spoke, they quickly walked past Long Chen. In such a conversation, there were 2 parts that made Long Chen unable to help but laugh. One of them was the Ice Mountain Dragon Emperor. He never thought that Long Yu would have such a title. It must be because her usual expression was too cold, scaring others. The other was Lan Ling. She was actually thought to be a man, and she happened to be dressed like a man. What are you laughing at? I'll tear your mouth apart. I'm a man. What's wrong? You're unlucky, little girl. Lan Ling looked at Long Chen with disdain. Long Chen was stunned. Only then did he remember that Lan Ling had dressed him like a woman. It might have been a prank. How unlucky. Long Chen rubbed his face hard to get rid of the mess. Big tabby cat, haha. When he was done, Lan Ling laughed so hard that she was convulsing with laughter. Long Chen was tempted to beat her up a few times. He hurriedly washed the mess off his face with the water from a nearby stream. However, he felt much better after this. This kid sure is famous now. Sister Long Yu and the others must know about what happened to you, Lan Ling, smiled gently after Long Chen was done. As long as you know. There's no need to explain why we've come so late, Long Chen nodded. Cloud Heaven City was just up ahead. Before Long Chen could even get close, someone suddenly called out from the side. Brother, come here. He turned around and saw that it was Qi Ying. He guessed that his people had already discovered Long Chen's group, so he came over and directly brought Long Chen's group to the place where they were gathered. On the way, Qi Ying looked at Long Chen as if he was a freak. After sizing him up for a while, he gave him a thumbs up and said, "Seventh brother, I heard that you killed Sword Saint Sikong." Brother drew his attention and kept him busy, which was why I could do it. I wasn't his opponent in a single strike, Long Chen said honestly. Even if that's the case, it's still quite impressive. It's not like I can do it, Qi Ying grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. Very soon, Qi Ying brought Long Chen's group to a valley. Lei Zhan stood guard outside while there was a pavilion inside. Jiang Wuya and Long Yu were currently playing chess. Sensing Long Chen's arrival, Long Yu stood up. Don't go. You're about to lose. You can't go back on your word, Jiang Wuya said hurriedly. Long Yu rolled her eyes at him and slammed the table. The chess turned to dust. Jiang Wuya could only smile bitterly. No matter how profound a woman's cultivation was, they all had a childish side to them. At this moment, Long Chen had become the focus of their attention. Even Long Yu discovered that she seemed to have underestimated Long Chen. Chapter 547. Long Chen was a little embarrassed by everyone's gazes. He smiled and said, "Brothers and sisters, I know I'm handsome, but don't stare at me like that." Everyone was amused by Long Chen. Even Long Yu, who had a straight face, couldn't help laughing. When she saw Long Yu's lips curl into a rare smile, Lan Ling shouted in surprise, "Look, even the legendary Ice Mountain Dragon Emperor can smile." Long Yu was stunned and immediately stopped smiling. She didn't give the others a chance. Instead, she looked at Long Chen and said, "You did very well this time. When the Red Emperor seal is over, we can help you break through to the Earth martial arts realm. The 6 of us are experienced, so some of our experience will be helpful to you." "It's not just good. It's amazing." Lei Jun laughed. He was big, so his voice was also quite loud. Long Chen knew that because of Scarlet Soul, who was everywhere in the Shenwu Sacred Dynasty, they were very well informed. In terms of intelligence, they had already surpassed a force like the ancient demon region. Therefore, they should know every detail of what had happened in front of White Town that day, and they should be very clear about it. Long Chen was able to kill Sword Saint Sikong with the help of Third Brother. His own strength is part of it. His demonic beasts and Third Brother's help are also part of it. But the most important thing is his temperament and his precise plan. Zhang Wuya stood up and analyzed. He looked at Long Chen with eyes full of admiration. Their praise was the biggest affirmation for Long Chen. Long Chen felt that he really had the strength to integrate into this group. At least from now on, he would not be a burden. Moreover, in this group he was no longer the weakest. At the very least, Lan Ling would definitely not be able to defeat him. As for the others, Long Chen was not sure. Jian Chen was very strong. He was familiar with Long Chen's moves. If he got close to Long Chen, he would definitely die. As for Lei Zhan and the Scarlet Shadow, Lei Zhan had a 3rd-grade king-tier beast soul with a lightning attribute. The Scarlet Shadow was good at assassination and was the bane of Long Chen's strength. Every single member of the Dragon Clan was an extraordinary individual. Alright, since we're all here, let's go to Dreamy Cloud Swamp. Tens of thousands of people have already entered the swamp. But Dreamy Cloud Swamp is so big. Who knows where the Red Emperor seal is? We can only go in first and wait for it to appear. After Long Yu finished speaking, he looked at Lan Linger and said, "Linger, this time, there are crooks mixed in with the honest folks. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, disguise us. To avoid unnecessary trouble, disguise us." Lan Ling spoke in a man's voice. She was now dressed like an elegant young man. She looked like she was carved from jade and was very attractive. She was comparable to Little Wolf. As long as Xiao Lang reached the king tier, he would be able to return to his human form. Long Chen was very excited about this. With Lan Ling's superb disguise skills, after an hour, everyone had changed their appearance. Looking at the group of 7, it was very difficult for people to guess that they were the dragons. Of course, if they were from the ancient demon region or the Wushu Alliance, they would naturally be able to tell. Everything was ready. By the way, I forgot to tell you that this time, the Wushu Alliance sent 2 Wushu Sage and 10 Martial Kings to hunt us down. I've already killed 3 of them. As for the others, they heard about the Red Emperor seal on the way and chased us to Dreamy Cloud Swamp. They will be a very big enemy to fight for the Red Emperor seal here. Moreover, it is said that one of the 3 martial emperors, Yang Ningfeng, has also come to Dreamy Cloud Swamp to lead the Wushu Alliance team. After they were ready, Long Yu told them the news so that Long Chen and the others could prepare. The Wushu Alliance had 3 martial emperors. They were all at LV3 of the Earth martial arts realm, similar to Long Yu. Yang Ningfeng was probably at the same level as Long Yu. In addition, there were 2 Wushu Sage and 7 martial kings. Their overall strength was slightly stronger than Long Chen's team. Besides them, is there anyone else? Asked Long Chen. In the Wushu Sage dynasty, most of the forces belong to the Wushu Alliance and become members of the Wushu Alliance. However, there are also differences. Some of the smaller forces are directly assimilated by the Wushu Alliance. The strong ones among them become the martial kings of the Wushu Alliance, Wushu Sage. However, there are also some who only pledge allegiance to the Wushu Alliance and become a member of the Wushu Alliance. The Ancient Demons area and the Huangfu clan are the representatives of this group. Basically, although the Ancient Demons area and the Huangfu clan are members of the Wushu Alliance, they don't obey the orders of the Wushu Alliance. They also stand on the opposite side of the Wushu Alliance. Therefore, I'm not sure whether they will come or not. However, I think the demon emperor Jiang Wuxia and Huangfu Fengchen are people who can't stand the loneliness, said Long Yu calmly. Long Chen finally understood. When he heard that the ancient demons area was a member of the Wushu Alliance, he thought that it was just a subordinate organization. Now, it seemed that the ancient demons area had its own management system. It was just that the Wushu Alliance was too powerful, so they had no choice but to surrender. Otherwise, they would have become wanted criminals like the dragons. At this time, Lei Zhen looked worried and said, "We, the War People, are in the Mad Kingdom, which is adjacent to the godly Wushu Sage Kingdom. The Wushu Alliance's power has already extended there. The War People are naturally arrogant. They would rather die in battle than surrender. Therefore, the War People are the only big power that hasn't surrendered to the Wushu Alliance. The Wushu Alliance indirectly controls the small countries in the southwest of the 10,000 kingdoms. Among them, only the Mad Kingdom doesn't obey the Wushu Alliance. The War People are the thorn in the side of the Wushu Alliance. Fourth brother, you have to tell your people to be more careful. Maybe one day, the Wushu Alliance will directly destroy your base." Zhang Wuya said in a joking tone. "Regarding this matter, the people of my clan are very worried. However, we, the War People, are not afraid of anything. Even if we die in battle, the Wushu Alliance can forget about us submitting." Lei Zhen's eyes were gloomy as he growled in a low voice. "War People." Long Yu's eyes flickered. After thinking for a while, she said, "Our home in the spirit stream is no longer safe. If the Wushu Alliance wants to exterminate the War People, we are all brothers and sisters, and we lack a safe place to stay. Once the matter of the Scarlet Emperor seal is over, we will go to the north. If the Wushu Alliance makes a move against the War People, we can also take care of each other." Hearing Long Yu's words, Lei Zhen immediately knelt on the ground and looked at Long Yu with gratitude in his eyes. "Big sister, Lei Zhen is grateful to you. In this life, even if I have to work like a cow or a horse, I will follow you." Long Yu immediately helped Lei Zhen up and said, "Actually, I already have a plan in my heart. We are all brothers and sisters. We will live and die together. If you continue to be like this, it means that you are disobedient. Be careful that I don't recognize you." Hearing that, Lei Zhen immediately stood up while trembling. Everyone laughed out loud. Looking at the six of them, Long Chen also felt a trace of emotion in his heart. Perhaps the friendship between them was similar to his and Xiao Lang's. They could both live and die together, go through thick and thin together, and enjoy blessings and hardships together. Long Chen had only interacted with them for a short period of time, but he had already gradually moved closer to them. It could be seen that they were all good people of flesh and blood who valued friendship and righteousness. After they finished speaking, the few of them started to head towards the direction of the dreamy cloud lake in a low profile. In order to avoid attracting the attention of others, when they appeared in a place with people, they rarely spoke. Although they were not afraid, if they caused a commotion, from the shadows to the light, it would always be disadvantageous to them. After going around the cloud sky city, Long Chen finally saw the dreamy cloud lake in the distance. For a moment, he was actually a little shocked. The sky in the distance was thick black. It was all black miasma that filled half the sky. It surged, rose, and sank, like a sinister ghost face. And under the black sky was a grayish-black fog. This fog contained a lot of miasma. The miasma was poisonous. Basically, without a certain level of cultivation, it was very difficult to enter the dreamy cloud lake. Under the fog was an endless black swamp. Because of the fog, Long Chen could only see the tip of the iceberg. The rolling black mud and the huge bubbles were already terrifying enough. Seeing Long Chen's surprised expression, Lon Ling-er, who was beside him, looked at him slyly and said, "Good brother, you have never been to the dreamy cloud lake before, right?" "I know nothing about this place," Long Chen said. "In that case, I see that you are pitiful, so I will be merciful and explain it to you. In the divine Wushu Sage Court, there are a total of 2 forbidden areas." "What are the 2 forbidden areas?" This was the first time Long Chen had heard of them. The reason why they are called forbidden areas is because these 2 forbidden areas are the heavens for demonic beasts. There are extremely powerful demonic beasts living here. Therefore, for ordinary people, entering these 2 forbidden areas is almost certain death. One of these 2 forbidden areas is the dreamy cloud lake, and the other is the eternal divine ocean. The demonic beasts in the eternal divine ocean are even stronger and more terrifying. However, ordinary people can't reach the eternal divine ocean, so ordinary people don't know about the existence of the eternal divine ocean. As for the dreamy cloud lake, it is known as the land of death. The eternal divine ocean. Long Chen seemed to have heard of this name a few times, but it was always related to the divine phoenix. If he wasn't mistaken, the divine phoenix should be the most powerful demonic beast in the divine Wushu sage court. Don't worry about the eternal divine ocean. I am now talking to you about the dreamy cloud lake. The dreamy cloud lake is incomparably vast, and its area is equivalent to the combined territory of 2 small countries. It is filled with swamps, and countless poisonous insects and beasts live in those swamps. This is a paradise for demonic beasts. Because of the terrain and the strong poisons, the demonic beasts here are very difficult to deal with. Moreover, it is rumored that there are many king-level demonic beasts living in the depths of the dreamy cloud lake. Those are supreme demonic beasts that can transform into humans, Lanling said to Long Chen in a slightly frightened tone. She wanted to see a frightened expression on Long Chen's face, but to her disappointment, Long Chen didn't react at all. Chapter 548. If it was before, when Long Chen heard that there were so many demonic beasts, he would sigh with emotion. This was simply his paradise. However, he knew that the cultivation of the martial realm was not only about the increase of true energy, but also a kind of understanding. Although the blood of the demonic beasts could help him reach the peak of each level quickly, it was not the most important factor for him to become stronger. Hearing their conversation, Long Yu turned around and said, "Those king-level demonic beasts hate all humans. The Dreamy Cloud Swampland, especially the depths of the Dreamy Cloud Swampland, is their territory. If we force our way in, they will definitely attack us. If the Scarlet Emperor seal appears in the depths of the Dreamy Cloud Swampland, it will be troublesome." Not necessarily. This time, not only will we be there, but the Wushu Alliance will also be there. I think the Ancient Demons area and the Huangfu clan will also come. With such a strong lineup, those demonic beasts will not dare to do anything, Zhang Wuya said. It's better to be careful. When the time comes, we will try not to be the vanguard, Long Yu said. After that, they continued to move forward. At this time, there were many people entering the Dreamy Cloud Swampland from all directions. Long Yu chose a path with fewer people and gradually approached the Dreamy Cloud Swampland. When they got closer, Long Chen could feel how terrifying the Ancient Demons area was. A pungent smell assaulted his face, along with the smell of rotting corpses and mud. It was as disgusting as one could imagine. When Lanling arrived, she immediately flew up. She was at least a meter above the ground. She did not want to step on the mud. The environment of the mud will affect our fighting ability. Long Chen, you have just reached the 9th level of the Reaching Heaven state. Have you tried flying? Long Yu asked seriously. Long Chen had indeed tried it. He had already opened the first heaven aperture. On the way to the Dreamy Cloud Swampland, he had already flown for a while under Lanling guidance. Of course, he was still in the initial stage. At this moment, he was controlling his body to be about half a meter above the ground. I can stabilize myself in the sky. However, I am still far from being able to fight in the sky. Long Chen smiled bitterly. Long Yu nodded and said, "Generally speaking, the 9th level of the Reaching Heaven realm can only do this. As for fighting, in fact, even if you reach the Earth martial arts realm and are proficient in flying, you generally won't choose to fight in the sky. After all, the foundation of the Earth martial arts realm is the Earth. In the Earth martial arts realm, the timing is to feel the pulse of the Earth. Even if you can fly in the sky, you can't leave the Earth." Doesn't that mean that flying in the sky is useless? Long Chen asked. Long Yu shook his head and said, "Not necessarily. I heard that after reaching the sky martial arts realm, the battles are basically carried out in the sky. I'm not very clear about the specifics of the sky martial arts realm. However, the foundation of the Earth martial arts realm is the Earth, and the foundation of the sky martial arts realm is definitely the sky. However, there are only a few experts in the sky martial arts realm in the myriad kingdoms." Zhang Wuya also sighed and said, "The divine Wushu sage dynasty is known as one of the 10 great sacred dynasties. However, the other sacred dynasties have never thought highly of it. That's because the strongest warrior here, the martial emperor, is only at the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Compared to the experts of the other sacred dynasties, he's not even worthy to carry the shoes of others." Long Yu nodded and continued, "Fortunately, The news of the 5 emperor seals has been completely sealed by the Wushu alliance. It can't be spread to the other sacred dynasties. Otherwise, the divine Wushu sage dynasty would definitely be a bloodbath. I hope that the royal level 5 emperor seals will allow the divine Wushu sage dynasty to give birth to a supreme expert. Long Chen listened to them quietly. He now had a general understanding of the layout of the 10 sacred dynasties. The divine Wushu sage dynasty is actually the weakest among the 10 sacred dynasties. The weakest one was already this strong. Fortunately, Long Chen didn't go to the other sacred dynasties. Otherwise, it would be a tragedy. After saying that, Long Yu looked at Long Chen and continued. No matter what, you should practice flying more. It will be good for you in the future. I remember that in the Huangfu clan, there is a very famous body movement called Willow Catkin Wind Steps. This is a king-level medium-level body movement combat skill. It can make people in the sky like willow catkins, which is difficult to hit. King-level medium-level combat skill. This should be the highest level combat skill in the entire Divine Wushu Sage Dynasty. In the Divine Wushu Sage Dynasty, there shouldn't be any king-level advanced level combat skills. From this, it could be seen how rare the Emperor level 5 Emperor Seals was. While they were talking, they had already gradually entered the depths of the dreamy cloud swampland. Although tens of thousands of people had entered the dreamy cloud swampland, the dreamy cloud swampland was so big that if they wanted to hide themselves and deliberately take some of the more dangerous paths, it would still be difficult for others to discover them. The group of 7 passed through the thick gray fog and advanced carefully. In the dreamy cloud swamp, where there were hidden dangers everywhere, Long Chen's soul-devouring demon eyes played a great role. The soul-devouring demon eyes could find the souls of any living beings. Even the smallest poisonous insects couldn't escape Long Chen's eyes. They walked for about 10 kilometers. Long Chen didn't know how much time had passed, but the number of poisonous insects and poisonous beasts in the surroundings began to increase. At this time, Long Chen and the others walked into an area. The swamp in this area was surging with countless huge bubbles. Long Chen used the soul-devouring demon eyes to look and found that there were at least tens of thousands of crocodiles hidden under the swamp. These were not ordinary crocodiles, but heaven-ranked demonic beasts. They ranged from the 3rd to the 5th grade of the heaven-ranked. Each crocodile was more than 5 meters long and had a thick body covered with black scales. Their limbs were thick and powerful, their tails were covered with sharp barbs, and their snouts were full of sharp teeth that were as sharp as blades. Black Demon Crocodile. Lan Ling reminded Long Chen. As if they had smelled the scent of humans, there were countless huge heads poking out from the swamp. Those shiny sharp teeth made the place look like a mountain of knives. Who will lead the way? Long Yu asked. The black demon crocodiles couldn't understand just how powerful they were. If they didn't intimidate them, they would attack endlessly. I'll do it. Lei Zhen laughed and walked to the front. He was very straightforward and directly punched the swamp in front of him. Suddenly, intertwining lightning instantly twisted into a purple fist mark, creating a deep pit in the swamp. These purple lightning bolts rapidly moved in the swamp, quickly filling Long Chen's field of vision. Incomparably painful howls rang out. In a moment, flesh and blood flew everywhere. Under the super destructive power of the lightning bolts, a small portion of the black demon crocodiles above were directly smashed into pieces by Lei Zhen's punch. Fourth brother Lei Zhen is extraordinary as well. I wonder if he'll be even more powerful than Jian Chen when he uses the heavenly curse Thunder Beast. Long Chen was secretly shocked. Due to Lei Zhen's punch, the black demon crocodiles that only had a sliver of intelligence were scared out of their wits. They hurriedly burrowed deep into the ground and no longer dared to come out. They had an innate desire to attack humans. However, when they realized that they were far from being a match for humans, they would still be sensible. Long Chen could see the black demon crocodiles scrambling to burrow into the ground with his spirit-devouring eyes. Just as they were about to leave, Long Chen suddenly turned around. Long Chen also turned and used his spirit-devouring demon eyes to see 4 people charging over. In the blink of an eye, they were right in front of Long Chen. Long Chen took a closer look and saw that they were from the ancient demon region. The leader was the demon king, Jiang Wuxie. Beside him was his favorite son, Jiang Wushang. There were also 2 white-haired old men, one tall and one short. They were dressed like great elders, but their strength was unfathomable. I didn't think those 2 old bastards would still be alive. They heard that the Scarlet Emperor seal had appeared, so they immediately came over. Lan Ling complained beside Long Chen. How strong are they? Long Chen asked with a frown. They're the trump cards of the ancient demon region. The two old men are at the second level of the earth martial arts realm. 10 years ago, they were the famous devil saints of the ancient demon region. I didn't expect them to still be alive. We didn't see them last time we went to the ancient demon region. Maybe they're cultivating, Lon Ling said. The second level of the earth martial arts realm. That was the same strength as Jiang Wuya. If that was the case, the ancient demon area was actually quite powerful. At least, if Jiang Wuya was still in the ancient demon area, they would have 3 great demon saints. The other side had 4 people, while Long Chen's side had 7. The demon emperor, Jiang Wuxia, was the first to laugh. I heard some noise. I was wondering who it was. It's the dragons. Don't you have the Mystic Emperor seal? Why are you here? Do you want the Scarlet Emperor seal? You're too greedy, Long Yu said. To tell you the truth, I don't have the Mystic Emperor seal. But Long Yu, I don't believe that you don't have it. The Demon King looked at Long Yu and said gloomily. I also said that the Azure the Arch seal is in your hands. Long Yu said without changing her expression. Long Yu had the Mystic Emperor seal. Long Chen thought it was possible. They had been looking for the 5 Emperor seals all over the world. They must have found something. At least there was hope. If that was the case, including the Red the Arch seal, 3 of the 5 the Arch seals had already appeared. Of course, no one had expected that the Mystic the Arch seal would be in Long Chen's hands. This was probably the most depressing thing for the Demon King, Jiang Wuxia, because everyone in the outside world believed that the Mystic the Arch seal was in his hands. Since Long Yu refused to admit that she had the Azure the Arch seal, Jiang Wuxia did not pursue the matter. At that moment, his gaze swept across Jiang Wuya's face and immediately fell on a person at the back of the Dragon Tribes group. Long Chen. Long Chen's name had spread all over the divine Wushu sage court. He had a lot to do with Sword Saint Xikong's death. But not many people believed it. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that a reaching heaven realm cultivator could kill a LV2 earth martial arts realm cultivator. If it was in the 4 basic realms it would be normal. But if it was in the martial arts realm, it was abnormal. Chapter 549. At this moment, Jiang Wuxia, Jiang Wushang, and the 2 great demon saints were all looking at Long Chen. Jiang Wuxia could tell from Long Chen's body that Long Chen's strength was only at the 9th level of the reaching heaven state. It seems that you must have used the Emperor Flame Pearl and reached the 9th level of the reaching heaven state on the day of the coexistence of the 9 suns, Jiang Wuxia said expressionlessly. I have to thank the Demon Emperor Flame Pearl. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had this opportunity, Long Chen said calmly. Humph. Jiang Wushang snorted and said sarcastically, you've become a cripple and will never be able to make any progress in your life. Even if you can reach the 9th level of the reaching heaven state with external help, so what? You'll never reach the martial realm, and you'll never be able to become a real expert. As for those rumors that you killed Sword Saint Xikong, I'm afraid only you believe them. When Long Chen had used the blood sacrifice, the Demon Emperor had seen clearly that Long Chen's body had been completely destroyed. That was why Jiang Wushang had said that. Long Chen didn't object to what he had said. Sometimes, other people's contempt was also a trump card. With this contempt, Long Chen could make a desperate counterattack. In the eyes of the Demon Emperor and the others, Long Chen would probably be stuck at the 9th level of the reaching heaven state for the rest of his life. But in fact, Long Chen's foundation was extremely strong. The 3 blood sacrifices had only lost a part of it. After Long Yu's recuperation and the nourishment of the golden power during the coexistence of the 9 suns, Long Chen had completely recovered. Compared to before, he had even made some progress. He's only at the 9th level of the reaching heaven state, but you brought him in. Aren't you afraid of endangering his life? Jiang Wushang said disdainfully. Back in the ancient demon area, he had wanted to make Long Chen his confidant. But now, Long Chen had killed his brother, a demon king, and many great elders. If it weren't for the dragons, Long Chen wouldn't have survived. After listening to Jiang Wushang's sarcastic words, Long Yu's eyes became cold. She said, since everyone from the ancient devil zone is here, I will inform you that Long Chen is now a member of the dragons. He is my 7th brother. Wherever we go, of course he will go. If anyone dares to touch him, the brothers and sisters of the dragons will kill the person who touches him, even if they don't want to die. Jiang Wuxia, it's useless to say more. After saying that, Long Yu ignored them and turned to leave. The others looked at each other with hostility and gradually turned to leave. With so many people protecting him, Long Chen had nothing to worry about. He smiled at Jiang Wuxia, the demon emperor, and said, "You've already lost a son. Why did you bring him here? Aren't you afraid that you won't have any descendants?" After saying that, he followed Long Yu and the others. Jiang Wushang was angry and was about to attack, but he was stopped by Jiang Wuxia, the demon emperor. Jiang Wuxia said, "There's no need to fight over words. Our target is the Red Supreme Seal. There are many masters here. Let the dragons fight with the Wushu Alliance first, and we will reap the benefits. If you really hate him, you will definitely have a chance to fight him." "Yes, father," Jiang Wushang said, nodding. They kept moving forward. The deeper they went, the more powerful the demonic beasts and poisonous insects became. In the end, they had to move forward carefully. After a long time, they were very close to the depths of the dreamy cloud swamp. It seemed that many people were gathering in this place. So, Long Chen had already met several groups of people here. Before the Red Supreme Seal appeared, no one chose to fight. It was obvious that Long Chen's team was very powerful, so no one dared to attack them. Killing people and taking their treasures was always the fastest way to get rich. The appearance of the Red Supreme Seal had gathered many masters here. Every master had a lot of wealth, which indirectly meant that a lot of wealth would come here. So many people came to the dreamy cloud swamp, and the Red Supreme Seal was only one of their targets. It didn't matter if they couldn't get it. The most important thing was to get rich. The killing has already begun. Looking at the blood gathering under his feet, Long Chen frowned. There was a misty fog all around. In the air, other than the stench, there was a faint smell of blood. Not only were there people killing each other, but there were also battles between demonic beasts and humans. They were already in the depths of the dreamy cloud swamp. Most of the demonic beasts living here were powerful, and there were even demonic beasts in the middle of the heaven realm. This type of demonic beast stood at the peak, and naturally had a strong sense of territory. If someone was trespassing in their territory, they would definitely be angry. Loud and desolate roars came from the depths of the dreamy cloud swamp. From time to time, miserable screams could be heard. Of course, these demonic beasts couldn't stop Long Chen and the others. With Lei Zhan cleaning up in front, even a 9th-level heaven realm demonic beast could be killed with a punch. His lightning attribute was the nemesis of these cold demonic beasts. Those poisonous insects and beasts couldn't escape from his attack. Boom! Lei Zhan's punch directly killed a long black snake. This snake was more than 20 meters long, and its diameter was close to 1 meter. Its mouth was filled with venom, and its strangling ability was quite strong. It was a 8th-level heaven realm demonic beast, but under Lei Zhan's punches, it still couldn't resist. Hiss! After Lei Zhan killed this long snake, a strange sound suddenly came. "Be careful, it's a king-level demonic beast," Long Yu exclaimed and hurriedly pushed Lei Zhan behind her. The others also quickly gathered together and looked ahead vigilantly. Tens of meters in front of Long Yu, the swamp there started to roll like boiling water. Then, it opened up, and a huge black object came out. The first thing that attracted Long Chen's attention was a pair of blood-red eyes that were bigger than a person's face. These blood-red eyes were filled with an ominous glint, as if they were about to drip blood. Long Chen took a closer look and realized that this huge object was actually the head of a snake. At this time, the part that appeared was the size of a room, but it was only the head of a snake. First-level king-level, blood-sea venomous snake. Lan Ling said softly, "What a huge demonic beast." Long Chen sighed with emotion. This was truly worthy of being the only king-level demonic beast he had ever seen. It was truly extraordinary. Just this snake head alone was enough to scare away countless people. Especially those huge blood-red eyes, they were like 2 pools of blood, slowly filled with a baleful aura. This blood-sea venomous snake came out of the swamp and looked at Long Chen and the others with warning and hatred. Then, a black fog completely enveloped it. With a swoosh, the black snake head disappeared, and a black-robed youth appeared in its original position, floating in the air. Long Chen took a closer look. This youth's appearance was quite demonic. His eyes and face were relatively long and narrow, and his skin was slightly black. Although his eyes were small, they were exactly the same as the blood-sea venomous snake from before. Moreover, from this youth's body, there was an aura of a demonic beast. Opening his mouth, The youth's blood-red tongue quickly came out and swayed. Long Chen realized that the forked tongue was clearly a snake's tongue. Moreover, this youth's appearance, no matter how he looked at it, was like a slender venomous snake. This is the human form of a king-level demonic beast. As expected, I can't see any combat power. However, the body is much smaller and more convenient. Long Chen thought to himself. At this moment, the youth stared at them. It opened its mouth and fiddled with it for a long time before saying, "You guys are very strong, very scary." Obviously, it had just mastered this language and was not very proficient. Long Yu did not interrupt it, but listened to it. "This is our home. Whoever trespasses will be eaten. All of you leave." Its eyes revealed a murderous glint as it scanned the crowd. "We are here to find the Scarlet Emperor seal. That thing is useless to you, but to us, it is a precious treasure. We are only here to take something away, not to occupy your territory." Long Yu said lightly, "No, my territory is not to be invaded. Leave. If you don't leave, my king will eat you." The youth struggled to speak, his face filled with determination. "Then I'm sorry. We must obtain the Scarlet Emperor seal." Long Yu said unyieldingly, "Wait for death." Seeing that Long Yu had no intention of leaving, it did not speak anymore. Instead, it looked at the crowd fiercely and entered the mud. The ground rumbled. Long Chen guessed that this blood sea venomous snake had transformed into its original form and escaped from the mud. Its appearance means that we are very close to the center of the dreamy cloud swampland. Long Yu said, "Big sister, that fellow just said that my king. Could it be the legendary?" "Yes, it is the black water mystical snake that is ranked second among the demonic beasts of the god Wushu Sage dynasty. This dreamy cloud swampland is its big nest. All the demonic beasts here listen to the black water mystical snake's orders." Long Yu said, "What's the level of the black water mystical snake?" Long Chen asked. "It is a third-grade king-level beast, and it is a terrifying existence. Its strength is second only to the divine phoenix of the eternal divine sea. This black water mystical snake has lived for more than 1,000 years. It is definitely a demonic beast that is very difficult to deal with. Its body size is probably 10 times larger than the blood sea venomous snake from before. The blood sea venomous snake from before was at least a few hundred meters long. If this black water mystical snake was at least a few thousand meters long, it would definitely cover the sky. It was very terrifying." Long Chen was a little shocked. "Although the black water mystical snake is powerful, it can't stop us. If the three of me, the Demon Emperor Jiang Wuxia, and the Martial Emperor Yang Ningfeng work together, the black water mystical snake can only choose to retreat. However, there are many experts this time. It will be very difficult to obtain the Scarlet Emperor seal." Long Yu frowned slightly. "Wealth comes from danger. Everyone, the first thing to do is to stay alive. The second is the Scarlet Emperor seal," Jiang Wuya said. After that, everyone looked at each other and continued to go deeper into the swampland. The blood sea venomous snake just now had seen that they were powerful, so it came out to greet them. At this time, there were many people beside them who were also going deeper into the dreamy cloud swampland. According to the rumors, the strange phenomenon happened in the depths of the dreamy cloud swampland. Suddenly, Long Yu trembled and said softly, "The people of the Wushu Alliance are here." Chapter 550. After Long Yu finished speaking, everyone immediately held their breath. This time, it was not the Wushu Alliance who found them, but they found the Wushu Alliance first. If they met the people from the ancient demon region, they could mock each other. But if they met the people from the Wushu Alliance, with a hatred of the Wushu Alliance for the dragons, there would definitely be a big battle. It was really unwise to have such a big battle before the Red Emperor seal appeared. Therefore, everyone's nerves were stretched to the extreme. "Get down," Long Yu said softly. In this swamp that was shrouded in fog, as long as they held their breaths and sealed the undulations from their bodies, it would be very difficult for others to discover them, unless they had Long Chen's spirit-devouring demon pupil. Lying down did not mean that their bodies would come into contact with the mud. The 7 people present were all very powerful, so the mud could not touch their bodies at all. Even under the suppression of Long Yu's genuine essence, the mud sank into a big pit. Everyone sank into the pit, only their eyes were exposed, looking in the direction that Long Yu knew. Sure enough, about a few hundred meters away, Long Chen saw a group of people dressed in golden clothes appear. They did not hide their existence. which was why Long Yu was able to discover them so easily. From so far away, Long Chen could not see their appearances, but he could feel that the other party's strength was definitely not weaker than his own team. There were a total of 9 people. Obviously, one of the 3 martial emperors, Yang Ningfeng, was among this group of people. The 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm, in the divine Wushu sage's court, was already the most powerful person. Whether or not there was a strong person in the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm was an important standard for a force to be considered a big force. Long Chen looked at the group of people from the Wushu alliance who were still in the distance. They were not moving in the direction of Long Chen, so as long as they left, there would be no danger. At this time, Long Chen heard each other. It seemed that one of them asked, "Is there any news about the Red Emperor seal?" Another person replied, "Now the Fire Soul Crystal has not lit up. It should be that the power of the fire around is not strong enough. Yang Wu Huang, let's go deeper." Yang Ningfeng said, "If we go deeper, we will almost be in the territory of the Black Water Mystical Snake." But this time, even the Black Water Mystical Snake dares to block the way of the Wushu Alliance. It will die. Continue to search with the Fire Soul Crystal. In this way, in Long Chen's eyes, they gradually moved away. Fire Soul Crystal. I didn't think that I would bring such a thing. Although it doesn't have much use, its perception of fire attribute energy is still relatively sharp. This way, it will be much easier for them to find the Scarlet Emperor seal than us. After they had walked far away, Long Yu said with a frown. At that moment, the people from the Martial Alliance had completely sunk into the mist. Even Long Yu could no longer see them. "Can't we just follow them?" Long Chen asked. "If we follow them closely, it will be easy for them to find us. If we follow them far away, it will be difficult for us to find their traces. Just like now, I don't know where they are." Long Yu said with some distress. "I have a way to follow them from this distance without being discovered. You can just follow me." Long Chen suddenly said and stood up. The others also stood up and looked at Long Chen with some surprise and doubt. Among them, Long Yu asked, "You really have a way?" Long Chen nodded. The spirit-devouring demon pupil was his way. With the spirit-devouring demon pupil, Long Chen could completely follow them from a distance of a mile without being discovered. He sat down and immediately followed them out. The others, of course, believed him. They looked at each other and followed Long Chen's footsteps. "Even if we don't get the Red Emperor's seal, we can't let it fall into the hands of the Wushu Alliance," Long Yu said softly. Therefore, as long as they followed the people from the Wushu Alliance, it would be enough. And if there was any trouble, the Wushu Alliance could block them at the front. In the end, the Wushu Alliance would be the one to suffer. So why not? The deeper they went into the dreamy cloud swampland, the stronger the experts were. Without the strength of reaching Heaven State level 7 or above, it would be difficult for them to come here. From here, the surrounding area was already the territory of the king-level demonic beasts. Therefore, when they came here, Long Chen didn't find any other demonic beasts. Even the tiny poisonous insects were gone. The higher the level of the demonic beasts, the more territorial they were. Invading their territory was the biggest provocation to them. Therefore, when the people from the Wushu Alliance stepped into this area, the whole swamp suddenly shook. The people from the Wushu Alliance stopped in their tracks and looked in front of them with ferocious expressions. At this moment, the swamp in front of them looked like it was boiling. The waves were surging, and the endless swamp was rolling. A sharp hissing sound could be heard, which made everyone's hair stand on end. It was obviously the hissing sound of a snake-type demonic beast. With a loud bang, a huge creature soared into the sky. Its body was already more than 100 meters above the ground. Such a huge existence made Long Chen and the others stop in their tracks. This demonic beast was looking at the Wushu Alliance with its scarlet eyes. It was the venomous blood sea serpent that had warned Long Chen and the others before. A line of blood spread from its head to its tail. The exposed body of Boone was already more than 100 meters long. It was unknown how long the part of the demonic beast that was still in the swamp was. At this moment, the venomous blood sea serpent was obviously angry. It had warned these humans, but why did these humans still not know what was good for them and came over? No matter how powerful the other party was, their territory was not to be invaded. For the demonic beasts of the dreamy cloud swamp, this was their home. They thought they were powerful, but a group of insignificant human beings had invaded their home. How could they not be angry? The venomous blood sea serpent let out an earth-shattering hissing sound. It suddenly lowered its head. Its head was like an arrow, stabbing towards the people from the Wushu Alliance. With a whistling sound, it suddenly spat out a red mist when it got close to the Wushu Alliance. This was the blood poison of the venomous blood sea serpent. If an ordinary person was poisoned by it, the blood in their body would quickly die, which would lead to the necrosis of the body. It was quite terrifying. If one had not reached the Earth martial arts realm, he basically had no power to resist this blood poison. Child's play. At that moment, among the Martial Alliance's crowd, there was a white-haired old man standing at the front. The old man's frame was not big, and he was not tall either. His bright white hair was tied into a ponytail behind him, making him look neat and tidy. What was different from the others was that he wore a white robe with golden patterns embroidered on it, showing that he was of a higher status than the others. This person was one of the 3 martial emperors of the Wushu Alliance, Martial Emperor Yang Ningfeng. With Yang Ningfeng around, even if the venomous blood sea serpent came out, the others did not seem to have anything to worry about. The blood-red mist quickly rushed towards the Wushu Alliance. However, at this moment, Yang Ningfeng gently waved his hand. Suddenly, a huge wave of air rushed towards the venomous blood sea serpent. In an instant, the blood poison was blown away by Yang Ningfeng, and all of it rushed towards the body of the venomous blood sea serpent. Hiss! The venomous blood sea serpent let out a hiss. You're just courting death. Without another word, Yang Ningfeng's figure flashed. The next time he appeared, he was already in front of the venomous blood sea serpent. Seeing the figure that suddenly appeared in front of it, the venomous blood sea serpent let out a scream and hurriedly retreated. However, it was too late. Yang Ningfeng's fist landed on the head of the venomous blood sea serpent. With a loud bang, a shockwave spread from the head to the tail of the venomous blood sea serpent. Cracking sounds could be heard. It was obvious that the bones of the venomous blood sea serpent had been broken into several pieces. Under the attack of Yang Ningfeng's fist, the head was the first to be hit. The blood sea venom serpent let out a mournful wail before falling limply to the ground. Its huge body smashed into the mud with a loud bang, causing the mud to fill the air. Seeing this scene, the people from the Wushu Alliance cheered. As expected of a martial emperor, dealing with a king-level demonic beast is like cutting melons and vegetables. If I were to fight this venomous blood sea serpent, I wouldn't be able to win even if I put my life on the line. On the other hand, a martial emperor can be killed with a single punch. I'm impressed. Hearing their praises, Yang Ningfeng nodded and said, Zhao Wuwang, keep all the useful parts of the venomous blood sea serpent, especially the beast souls. I remember that there are people in the Wushu Alliance who need king-level beast souls, right? The martial emperor with the surname Zhao hurriedly nodded and started to deal with the corpse of the venomous blood sea serpent. Meanwhile, the others looked around vigilantly. Yang Ningfeng had killed a king-level demonic beast, which meant that the dreamy Cloud Lake demonic beasts had incurred the hatred of other demonic beasts. They believed that revenge would come soon. However, Yang Ningfeng's eyes didn't show the slightest hint of fear. The Wushu Alliance was the #1 power in the Wushu sage's court. They had always done things this way. What was there to be afraid of? Soon, Zhao Wuwang had finished dissecting the venomous blood sea serpent's corpse. He had taken everything that needed to be taken away. As for the flesh and blood, they had no use for it. Let's go. The Blackwater mystical serpent let this little thing be its watchdog. Now I want to show it our strength so that it can retreat. After all, in this world, anyone can be provoked except the Wushu Alliance. Yang Ningfeng laughed. Thus, the Wushu Alliance people continued on their way. The dragons and the others looked at each other in dismay and immediately followed. The people of the Wushu Alliance were really arrogant. Yang Ningfeng used to be a member of the Wushu sage's court, which was one of the top 5 powers. He was the leader of the Wind God sect. However, the Wind God sect was annexed by the Wushu Alliance and he became a slave. I didn't expect that in just 10 years, he would become a lackey of the Wushu Alliance. From a slave to a lackey, that's a big improvement. Long Yu's words were full of contempt and sarcasm. As the Wushu Alliance moved forward, so did the rest of them. I don't know where the people of the Ancient Demons area are, but according to their character, they should have reached the king-level demonic beast area. The people of the Wushu Alliance have opened up a gap here. I believe that many people will rush in through this gap soon. We should move as soon as possible to avoid being discovered. Chapter 551. Following the footsteps of the Wushu alliance, the dragons and the others walked into the king-level demonic beasts area. As they had expected, following the footsteps of the Wushu alliance, many experts began to enter the area. However, most of them were at level 9 of the Reaching Heaven realm. Usually, when the martial artists of the Wushu Sage dynasty broke through to the Earth martial arts realm, they would be recorded by the Wushu alliance. Generally speaking, unless they were very good at escaping, they would be caught by the Wushu alliance. The Wushu alliance would give them two choices: surrender or die. Therefore, the ordinary Earth martial arts realm experts had already been absorbed by the Wushu alliance, or had the identity of a member of the Wushu alliance. Even a big force like the ancient demon area had the identity of a member of the Wushu alliance, not to mention the others. When there were more people, the king-level demonic beasts disappeared strangely. The Wushu alliance walked for a long time, but they didn't see any trace of the king-level demonic beasts. The places where the king-level demonic beasts should have appeared seemed to have disappeared. They must have escaped, Long Chen guessed. After all, the king-level demonic beasts had already taken human form and possessed intelligence. There were so many experts this time. If the first-grade king-level demonic beasts encountered the Wushu alliance, they would be courting death. Therefore, it should be normal for them to hide temporarily. Long Chen had a hunch that the Red Emperor seal would appear in this place. They continued to go deeper. At this time, many people had already passed by Long Chen and the others and were secretly chasing the Wushu alliance. With them stirring up trouble, the dragons and the others could openly follow them. The people from the martial alliance also saw that there were many people following behind them. Yongwu Huang, I'll go and kill them, one of the martial kings said. There's no need. They're just clowns. What can they do? They wouldn't even dare to take the Scarlet Emperor's seal, even if it's right in front of them. Yang Ningfeng said without even looking at them. At this moment one of the men said, "The Fire Soul Crystal is heating up. It's very likely that it has sensed the presence of the Red Emperor seal. That direction." Following the man's gaze, the other members of the Wushu alliance followed Yang Ningfeng and dashed in that direction. There's a clue. Long Yu called out to everyone and quickly followed them. Their speed was extremely fast and they were good at hiding, so they quickly approached the Wushu alliance in the crowd. Of course, the necessary concealment was still needed. Boom! With a loud explosion, the flames that soared into the sky burned in front of them. In an instant, half of the sky was filled with flames. Then, they dissipated in an instant and turned into nothingness. However, in the dreamy cloud swampland, the originally damp air had now become extremely hot. The Scarlet Emperor seal is in that direction. Yes, definitely. Everyone started shouting. Long Yu's expression changed as she hurriedly instructed Jiang Wuya, "Protect them." After saying that, her figure instantly disappeared in front of Long Chen. What a fast speed! Long Chen was surprised. With such a big commotion happening in front of them, many people would definitely come over. Being close to them was a great advantage. Long Yu had already gone to fight for the Scarlet Emperor seal. Of course, they couldn't afford to be negligent. Under the lead of Jiang Wuya, they instantly passed countless people and rose up from the side, closely following the footsteps of the Wushu alliance. It could be said that the distance between them and the Scarlet Emperor seal was not much different from the Wushu alliance. Of course, among the Wushu alliance, the leader, Yang Ningfeng, had long disappeared like Long Yu. They were the strongest, and the fight for the Scarlet Emperor seal should be carried out among the strongest. Long Chen and the others were just there to watch the show. The dragons and the Wushu alliance instantly left everyone behind. From two directions, they simultaneously headed towards the place where the flames had just appeared. At this time, the people of the Wushu alliance had already discovered the dragons and the others. Among them, the leaders were two Wushu sage at the second level of the Earth martial arts realm. In terms of strength, they were slightly stronger than Long Chen's side. However, before the fight for the Scarlet Emperor seal, they didn't attack Long Chen's side first. The Scarlet Emperor seal was the key. As for the dragons, if they didn't have an absolute advantage, the consequences would definitely be very heavy if the two sides fought. Therefore, at this time, neither side made a move. The real battle was between Long Yu and Yang Ningfeng. Long Chen and the others soon arrived here. This place was only 200 meters away from Long Yu's goal. When they arrived here, everyone stopped, because in front of them, Long Yu and Yang Ningfeng had already collided with each other for the same goal. "Long Yu, it's you again. You're courting death." Seeing that figure, Yang Ningfeng immediately knew who it was. There were only a few warriors at the third level of the Earth martial arts realm in the Wushu Sage Empire. At this time, both of them used their fastest speed and rushed forward. Long Chen looked up and saw that 50 meters in front of them, there was actually a flame burning in the air. He couldn't see what it looked like inside, but in such a damp and cold place like the dreamy cloud swampland, the appearance of the flame must be the object that everyone was fighting for, the Scarlet Emperor Seal. Although the Scarlet Emperor Seal was a treasure, the first to discover it was indeed the two top masters of the Wushu Sage Empire. In this way, everyone had no chance. Everyone was watching the battle between Long Yu and Yang Ningfeng. One was the Iceberg Dragon Emperor, and the other was the Martial Emperor of the Wushu Alliance. Who was stronger? Everyone was very curious about this. However, Long Chen felt strange. He looked over with his spirit-devouring demon eyes, and his face suddenly changed. He shouted loudly, "Long Yu, be careful of the swamp." At this tense moment, in order to prevent Long Yu from hearing it wrong, he directly shouted her name. His voice spread extremely fast. Long Yu was racing against time with Yang Ningfeng, so she naturally heard Long Chen's shout. She could tell that it was Long Chen's voice, so as she moved forward, she split a bit of her attention and paid attention to the bottom of the swamp. With just a little bit of attention, her face changed greatly, and she hurriedly dodged to the side. Long Chen's voice, as well as Long Yu's movements, were heard by Yang Ningfeng, who was at the side. Even Long Yu dodged to the side. Yang Ningfeng was not an idiot. His attention quickly shifted to the bottom of the swamp. When he sensed the creatures under the swamp, his face instantly changed. Just like Long Yu, he retreated to the other side. At this moment, it was as if the entire dreamy cloud swamp was shaking. This movement was 10 times greater than the movement of the blood sea venomous snake. The entire swamp began to churn, as if it was boiling. Mud flew everywhere and swept in all directions. With a loud explosion, just as Long Yu and Yang Ningfeng left, the place where they were previously at suddenly exploded. The mud soared into the sky, and at this moment, a pitch-black mountain suddenly burst out from the ground. This pitch-black mountain was actually the head of a black snake. As expected, it was the king of the dreamy cloud swamp, the black water mystical snake. This black water mystical snake's head alone was like a small mountain. As expected, it was 10 times larger than the blood sea venomous snake from before. Just this snake's head was so big, and its body was definitely more than 1,000 meters long. Bastard! Yang Ningfeng cursed, because the moment the black water mystical snake came out, it directly swallowed the Scarlet Emperor Seal that was right in front of it into its stomach. Then, its huge body gradually came out of the swamp. Because its body was in the swamp, when it squeezed out a third of its body from the swamp, the surrounding ground had sunk by a full meter. It could be seen how big its body was. At this moment, everyone raised their heads to look. An incomparably huge black snake slowly appeared in front of them. The black water mystical snake's upper body and head that were standing upright in the air were actually already hundreds of feet above the ground. The snake's eyes emitted a faint green light, and at this moment, it was looking down at the people who were like ants to it. Black water mystical snake. Many people let out cries of surprise. To them, the black water mystical snake was only a legend of the dreamy cloud swamp. It had already been countless years since it had appeared. Unexpectedly, they would actually be able to see it today. However, this didn't seem to be a good thing. Just as the black water mystical snake swallowed the mystic emperor seal and came out, it suddenly bent down and without saying anything, spat out a black fog from its mouth. With its size, the black fog that it spat out was naturally extremely huge. Everyone felt as though a black ocean was about to drown them. That black ocean made their scalps go numb. Hurry up and run. This poisonous fog will corrode our bodies. If we come into contact with even a little bit of it, we will be completely finished. Help! The martial artists who were watching the scene all let out miserable cries and ran for their lives. However, it was obvious that they would only be able to escape with the speed of at least a reaching Heaven Realm expert. Moreover, for those who were closer, even a reaching Heaven Realm expert wouldn't be able to escape. As for Long Chen and the others, they were the first to bear the brunt of the black fog. At this moment, the black fog was the first to come towards them. Genuine origin protection, Zhang Wuya said. Then, he immediately pulled Long Chen to his side. Before the black fog reached him, he found that he had already been protected by Zhang Wuya's genuine origin protection. With a rumble, the thick black fog swept over. Because the Earth martial arts realm experts could protect themselves with genuine origin protection, they could barely save their own lives. However, the others were much more unlucky. For those who had come to watch the scene, half of them had been killed by the black water mystical snake's breath. At least half of them had been killed by the black water mystical snake's attack. The remaining half had been scared out of their wits. They hurriedly hid far away. Some of them had already run away crying for their parents. Some of them were still unwilling to give up, hiding in the distance and watching. There were only a few strong teams left. There were 1 or 2 Earth martial arts realm experts, as well as 2 teams, the Dragons and the Wushu Alliance. However, there was another team that had appeared. This team had been hiding in the crowd. After the black water mystical snake's breath, they had been exposed. They were the people from the ancient demon's realm. Chapter 552. In this way, those who were supposed to be here were all here. After the Blackwater mystical serpent showed his strength, he raised his huge body again, covering the sky. He looked down at the people below, and there were 3 people that he was deeply afraid of. These 3 people were Long Yu, Yang Ningfeng, and Jiang Wuxie. At this time, Long Yu landed in front of Long Chen and the others and said, "Back off." The Blackwater mystical snake swallowed the red emperor seal. "This is forcing us to kill it. There will be a big battle. You must ensure your own safety. Wuya, protect them." Jiang Wuya nodded, then led Long Chen and the others away. On the other side, the people of the Wushu Alliance, except for Yang Ningfeng, were also leaving quickly. The red emperor seal had entered the Blackwater mystical snake's body. Now, the only people who could help were martial emperors. I was wondering who it was. It's the ancient demon region's demon king. I'm Yang Ningfeng. How have you been? Yang Ningfeng smiled. When Jiang Wuxie saw that he had been exposed, he didn't want to hide anymore. He asked the 2 great demon saints to take his son Jiang Wushang away. Then he smiled and said, "Leader Yang of the Wind God cult, long time no see." Jiang Wuxie didn't mention his identity in the Wushu Alliance. Instead, he pointed out Yang Ningfeng's sore spot. There was a hint of sarcasm in his words. Yang Ningfeng could hear it, but now was not the time to lose his temper. He said coldly, "What is the Wind God cult? I am Yang Ningfeng, one of the 3 martial emperors of the Wushu Alliance. You are the Demon King, and you are also one of the elders of the Wushu Alliance. In fact, we are comrades." Long Yu and the Wushu Alliance hated each other. They didn't have a good relationship with the ancient demon region. Jiang Wuxie was also a member of the Wushu Alliance. Logically speaking, if they worked together, they would have a good chance of defeating Long Yu and the Blackwater mystical snake. However, the Demon King was no fool. If they really succeeded, how would the Scarlet Emperor's seal be distributed? If he fought for it as a member of the Wushu Alliance, the Crimson Supreme Seal would have nothing to do with him. Therefore, Jiang Wuxie knew that he should keep his distance from the Wushu Alliance. Of course. But for now, the Crimson Supreme Seal has been swallowed by the Blackwater mystical snake. Let's work together to deal with the Blackwater mystical snake first. Long Yu, what do you think? He deliberately did not want any of the dragons or the Wushu Alliance to fall, so he was asking for Long Yu's opinion at this time. As expected of an old fox. Long Yu secretly laughed in his heart, then said, "We came for the Scarlet Emperor Seal. The Blackwater mystical snake swallowed the Scarlet Emperor Seal. If we don't kill it, how are we going to get the Scarlet Emperor Seal? In that case, let's work together. We'll settle everything after the Blackwater mystical snake dies. What do you think?" Jiang Wuxie said, looking at the other 2. Long Yu and Yang Ningfeng could only nod their heads. That was all they could do. Of course, there were too many variables, so everyone had to pay attention to it. Long Chen was also paying attention. After all, the Wushu Alliance and the Ancient Demons area were one force, and they both wanted to get rid of the dragons. If they worked together, then Jiang Wuya and the others would be in danger. Jiang Wuya obviously also thought of this, so he said, "The Ancient Demons area and the Wushu Alliance have 4 cultivators at the 2nd level of the Earth martial arts realm. If they work together, they can completely kill us. Nobody expected the situation to become like this. If we stay here, we will only be a burden to you, so let's go first." The others thought about it and agreed. Long Yu was very strong, so she could escape unscathed even if the Martial Emperor and the Demon Emperor worked together to deal with her. But it was different here. If they were threatened, it would be very likely that it would be very bad. So everyone nodded their heads. In that case, let's go first. Zhang Wuya said. Everyone, I want to stay here. At this time, Long Chen suddenly interrupted them and said, Why? Zhang Wuya had agreed to stay, but Long Chen wanted to stay, so he hurriedly asked. I have an escape skill that can allow me to cross a distance of 10 miles in a very short time. With my current strength, even a cultivator at the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm can't catch me. I want to stay here and watch for a while. If my sister needs anything, I can also report to you. If someone really comes to deal with me, I can use this escape skill. Long Chen said. Everyone knew about this escape technique. It was good to have Long Chen here to take care of things and spread the news. So Zhang Wuya nodded and said, We are 10 miles in this direction. If you or you is in danger, you must come here immediately. Remember. Second brother, and everyone, don't worry. I'm not a person without a sense of propriety, Long Chen said solemnly. Indeed, they knew Long Chen's character very well. In this way, they looked at each other and immediately started to act. Zhang Wuya quickly left with the other 4 cultivators at the 1st level of the Earth martial arts realm, while Long Chen stood where he was. This scene was seen by others, but without the orders of the Force Emperor and the Demon Emperor, they didn't move. For the Force Emperor and the Demon Emperor, the Red Emperor seal was the most important thing. They were afraid of causing trouble, so they didn't let other warriors catch up with them. But the dragons left a young man at the Reaching Heaven realm here, so they took a few more glances at him, including Zhang Wushang. Long Yu was very pleased with Zhang Wuya's action. This was exactly what she needed. Otherwise, with the joint power of the Wushu Alliance and the Ancient Demons area, the dragons would have been destroyed today. But why did Long Chen stay? When Long Yu thought of Long Chen's escape method, she already knew a lot about it. In this way, she could focus all her attention on the battle. Long Chen was also watching carefully. Their battle was very helpful for Long Chen to understand the martial arts realm. Hiss. Surrounded by 3 warriors at the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm, the black water mystical snake felt a huge pressure, which also stimulated its fierceness. At this moment, the huge body of the black water mystical snake unexpectedly made a crackling sound, and it was actually shrinking. The huge body before was the original state of the black water mystical snake. In that state, its body was huge, and it could kill thousands of ordinary warriors with one breath. But now it wants to deal with masters, so it shrank its body. In this way, although its attack range is not large, it is more solid and terrifying, and its flexibility and speed are more terrifying. Long Chen guessed. Soon, the length of the black water mystical snake was only 1% of its original size, which was only 1/10 of the blood sea viper. The blood sea viper was hundreds of meters long, but now the black water mystical snake was only 30 meters long, and its diameter was less than half a meter. But now, its body was more flexible and powerful, which made it more terrifying. Long Chen guessed that this was the black water mystical snake's most powerful attack state. Its current state made the 3 masters at the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm a little afraid. For a moment, no one dared to make the first move. The black water mystical snake held its head high. Its body had completely come out of the mud, and it was twisting and twisting, showing its amazing strength. As it waved its tail, it drew a mysterious path. Long Chen found that even though it was a king stage monster, its every move seemed to be connected to the earth veins. The king stage was at the same level as the earth martial arts realm. This was probably the reason why the king level monster was so powerful. Hiss! The black water mystical snake flicked its red tongue in and out of its mouth. Jiang Wuxia and Yang Ningfeng looked at each other. Jiang Wuxia said, "It is said that Yang Ningfeng's moves of Wind God's legs is the best kicking skill in the Wushu Sage dynasty. It is invincible. Would you like to see it?" Yang Ningfeng smiled and said, "It is said that the ancient devil's fist is the best punching skill in the Wushu Sage dynasty. Would you like to see it?" These 2 men are actually so hesitant and making all sorts of excuses. I really looked down on them. After hearing their conversation, Long Yu mocked them mechanically. After saying that, her body suddenly appeared in front of the black water mystical snake. Crack, crack. Red scales began to cover Long Yu's body. Long Chen was quite familiar with this process. It was the dragon soul transformation. The dragon soul transformation passed quickly. Just like Long Chen, Long Yu's body had not only strengthened a lot, but the nature of her true qi had also improved a lot. Of course, it was not as monstrous as Long Chen's. After all, Long Yu was not a real dragon warrior, but a descendant of a dragon warrior. The light red dragon scales completely covered Long Yu. The dragon scales looked like a layer of clothing, sticking to Long Yu's body, revealing her graceful curves. In terms of beauty, because of the advantage of a female body, she looked better than Long Chen's dragon soul transformation. Of course, this was from a male's point of view. After seeing Long Yu's dragon soul transformation, Fat Cat said in disdain, "So it's the lowest level red dragon. Blue dragon and red dragon." In the ancient dragon sacrificial continent, their status is like that of mortals who can't cultivate. Compared to the immemorial blood spiritual dragon, the difference is like heaven and earth. Of course, your common characteristic is the color red. That's why your lass thinks you're a descendant of her family. Long Chen nodded. This dragon soul transformation was indeed somewhat similar to him. However, the blue dragon and red dragon were also just mortals. How terrifying was the ancient dragon sacrificial continent? Long Chen really wanted to go back to ancient times and see how those divine dragons who ruled the dragon sacrificial continent went extinct. Logically speaking, with so many terrifying existences, they should be able to survive. How could they all be gone? Long Chen was puzzled. At this time, Long Yu's dragon soul transformation and provocation had angered the black water mystical snake. "If you don't want the Red Emperor's seal, I'll take it first." After saying that, Long Yu rushed towards the black water mystical snake with a whoosh. The martial emperor and the demon emperor looked at each other and hurriedly moved. They only needed one person to take the lead. With Long Yu taking the lead, they could just follow. 3 experts at the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm surrounded the black water mystical snake from 3 directions. Hiss. The black water mystical snake let out a sharp hiss. The battle suddenly began. Chapter 553. When they really started fighting, Long Chen suddenly found that their movements and figures were so fast that he could not see them clearly. He could only see a series of afterimages passing by. Even the black water mystical viper had turned into a black shadow in his eyes, attacking everywhere. One moment it was on one side, the next moment it was on the other side. However, it had never been able to escape from the 3 people's encirclement. It could be said that the black water mystical viper had lived for thousands of years. None of the 3 people were as powerful as the black water mystical viper. However, it was different when the 3 people attacked together. Each of them was a master that the black water mystical viper had to deal with seriously. If the 3 of them attacked together, the black water mystical viper would not be able to do anything. The attacks of the 3 masters were very fast. One after another, black shadows flashed in front of Long Chen's eyes. He could only hear the sounds of explosions and the hissing of the black water mystical viper. With a swoosh, the 3 people and the snake separated at the same time. At this time, Long Chen found that the black water mystical viper's body was already covered with blood. There were many claw marks on its body. These claw marks should have been caused by Long Yu. The attacks of the Devil Emperor and the Martial Emperor were punching and kicking. It could not be seen from the outside, but the black water mystical viper was obviously injured internally. It was 3 against 1. No matter how strong the black water mystical viper was, it was defeated in only about 10 breaths. This made the previously arrogant black water mystical viper realize that its opponents were not simple people, but overlords of a region. After the first confrontation, the black water mystical viper already had the intention to retreat. Its movements were very fast. Its figure flashed and it was about to drill into the swamp. The 3 masters hurriedly chased after it. Because the Devil Emperor was the closest, he was at the front. However, at this time, the black water mystical viper's terrifying tail turned into a series of afterimages, entangling him. The Devil Emperor's expression changed and he hurriedly retreated. "Want to escape? No way." Martial Emperor Yang Ningfeng sneered. If he let the black water mystical snake burrow into the ground, everything he had planned would be ruined. As the Martial Emperor was forced to retreat, he stomped on the swamp with a loud bang. Instantly, a large amount of mud was stirred up. Even the body of the black water mystical snake, which had just entered the mud, was shaken into the air. Long Yu's face was calm. After they took action to stop the black water mystical snake, she seized the opportunity, and at this time, the black water mystical snake had already been shaken to her side. Without saying a word, Long Yu's sharp claws slashed out 5 rays of cold light, and instantly appeared beside the black water mystical snake's body. There was a vibration. Long Yu made her move. Her 5 claws slashed out. Immediately, the claws turned into 5 blood-red dragon shadows that wrapped around the black water mystical viper. Soul-dispersing dragon claw. 5 dragons break the heavens. 5 consecutive earth-shaking dragon roars rang out, accompanied by the black water mystical serpent's miserable shrieks. Long Chen only saw Long Yu's claw slash out, which transformed into 5 blood-red divine dragons, instantly pouncing on the black water mystical serpent's body. Then, 5 deep ravines appeared on the black water mystical serpent's body, even tearing off a large piece of flesh. This move is really powerful. Long Chen was incomparably shocked. He had long heard that Long Yu had a king-level middle-grade battle skill passed down in her family. It was called Soul-Dispersing Dragon Claw. Previously, when Long Chen had met the Eagle Martial King, he had used the Soul-Dispersing Eagle Claw, but it was just an imitation of the Soul-Dispersing Dragon Claw. Its power could not be compared to the Soul-Dispersing Dragon Claw at all. Seeing Long Yu use it now, Long Chen was quite shocked. He remembered that this move was called 5 dragons break the heavens. The black water mystical snake was the heavens, so it was broken. A large piece of flesh was torn off. The black water mystical snake let out an earth-shattering scream, and its green eyes turned blood-red. Under Long Yu's attack, the black water mystical snake was thrown towards the martial emperor, Yang Ningfeng. It was obvious that the black water mystical snake had been seriously injured. Yang Ningfeng's face turned cold. He moved, and when he reappeared, a gust of wind swept towards the black water mystical snake, and crashed into the black water mystical snake. That fierce gust of wind was actually the shadow of the black water mystical snake's legs. Another heavy attack. The black water mystical snake was completely crippled. With 3 experts of the same level as it could not even escape. Under the attack of the martial emperor, it was more than half dead, and its body fell towards the demon king, Jiang Wuxia. Since you have all attacked, let me finish it off. The demon emperor let out a long roar and threw a punch. A blurry shadow appeared behind him and condensed into an earth-shattering fist seal. It suddenly hit the black water mystical viper's head and immediately dented it. The black water mystical snake let out its last cry. Then it died. No matter how strong it was, it could not do anything against the 3 of them. When the blackwater mystical serpent's life force disappeared, its body rapidly expanded. Not long after, it had completely recovered to its previous size of several thousand meters. Its huge body was like a mountain range, lying in front of Long Chen. When the black water mystical snake died, everyone was stunned at first, but then they realized that it was time to fight for the Red Emperor seal. The first to react were the 3 experts. Without saying a word, they plunged into the black water mystical viper's corpse. They could not carry such a huge corpse away. Moreover, they did not have such a big cosmos sack, so the only way was to plunge into the black water mystical viper's corpse and find the Scarlet Emperor seal. At this time, they did not care how disgusting the inside of the body was. After all, the Red Emperor seal was worth a lot. The 3 experts all had strong bodies, especially Long Yu. Her sharp claws could basically allow her to move freely in the body of the black water mystical snake. After all, the toughest part of the black water mystical snake was its skin. Her claws could easily tear apart its muscles and internal organs. When the 3 experts entered the body, the people of the Wushu Alliance and the Ancient Demons area looked at each other and then flocked to the body of the black water mystical snake. They took out their weapons and cut the body. If they were lucky, they might be able to find the Red Emperor seal. Of course, Long Chen also wanted to take action. Then it was a chaotic battle. Jiang Wuya and the others left, so Long Chen had nothing to fear. If he really could not do it, he would use the blood escape. He took out the wilderness breaker and rushed toward the black water mystical snake. The people of the Wushu Alliance and the Ancient Demons area all plunged into the body of the black water mystical snake. If they met inside, Long Chen did not believe that they would not fight. For Long Chen and the others, the life of any one of the dragons was more important than the Red Emperor seal. Therefore, if they did not have a way to protect themselves, they would not make a move in such a chaotic situation. As soon as Long Chen approached the body of the black water mystical snake, someone stopped him. It was Jiang Wushang. I think, if Long Yu gets the Red Emperor seal and I kidnap you, does it mean that I get the Red Emperor seal? Jiang Wuxia said with a chuckle. If Jiang Wuxia gets the Red Emperor seal and I kidnap you, does it mean that I get the Red Emperor seal? Long Chen asked. Zhang Wushang stopped him, which was good. For Long Chen, it was better to try his luck outside than to try his luck inside the body of the black water mystical snake. If he accidentally encountered a martial emperor or a demon emperor inside, he would be finished. In such a small space, he could not even use the blood escape. At this moment, except for Long Chen and Zhang Wushang, the others had all entered the body of the black water mystical snake. Long Chen was not afraid at all. Instead, he used Zhang Wushang's words to refute him. Zhang Wushang was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile, "I know what you did in the ancient demons area. Do you really think you can defeat someone at the second level of the Earth martial arts realm? Cut the crap. Come with me if you have the guts." After saying that, Long Chen dashed away from the black water mystical snake. Zhang Wushang hurried to catch up with him. As soon as Long Chen entered the ancient demons area, he had heard of Zhang Wushang's reputation. He was the top genius in the ancient demons area. When he was at the 9th level of the reaching heaven state, he had been able to leave his handprint on the reaching heaven demonic pillar. At that time, Long Chen had just entered the reaching heaven state. Only 2 months had passed, and Long Chen was already in the same position as Zhang Wushang. The others were fighting fiercely in the body of the black water mystical snake. They had no idea that the battle outside would also affect the outcome of the battle. Long Yu would not let Long Chen die, and Zhang Wushang was Zhang Wuxie's future hope. He would not let Zhang Wushang die, either. It could be said that only the Wushu alliance had not obtained the Red Emperor seal. The outcome of the battle would be decided by Long Chen and Zhang Wushang. Of course, Zhang Wushang was confident that he would win. "It seems that you don't even have a king-level offensive combat skill," Zhang Wuxie said disdainfully, looking Long Chen up and down. Long Chen only had the Zhenwu demonic form and the phantom doppelganger. Long Yu should have taught you the soul-crushing dragon claw, but it's too late. Of course, even if you learned it, so what? The ancient demon fist scripture in the ancient demons area is 10,000 times more powerful than the soul-crushing dragon claw. In that case, this guy had even learned the ancient demon fist scripture. Long Chen felt a little pressured. Of course, he couldn't be a burden to Long Yu. "I can't be considered an expert until I reach the Earth martial arts realm. It seems that I have to figure out how to reach the martial arts realm as soon as possible." Long Chen made up his mind about his next goal. As for Zhang Wushang, he could only try his best. Gently raising the desolation breaker, Long Chen said, "I don't need a king-level offensive combat skill to deal with you. You're arrogant enough." Zhang Wushang smiled faintly. He had expected Long Chen's arrogance. The battle for the Red Emperor seal was intense, so Zhang Wushang had to race against time. So after he finished speaking, he immediately attacked Long Chen. Dragon Soul Transformation. Long Chen immediately reached his strongest state. In the 9 apertures, the remnant soul of the golden crow burned fiercely. This made Long Chen seem to have become a source of heat in the cold, dreamy cloud swamp. The mud around him was burned into a thick mist. Whoosh! The phantom doppelganger stood next to Long Chen with a mid-level heaven-level sword in its hand. Its figure moved and soon surrounded Zhang Wushang from the front and back. At this moment, Zhang Wushang was attacked from both sides. Chapter 554. Long Chen had stayed just to watch the show and care about Long Yu's safety. He hadn't expected that Zhang Wushang would take advantage of the situation to attack him. Long Chen had caused the ancient devil region to suffer such a great loss. As the young master of the ancient devil region, Zhang Wushang's killing intent was even stronger than Zhang Wuxie's. Therefore, Zhang Wushang attacked with all his might. The true martial devil body is good, but in the ancient devil region, the strongest body-refining combat skill is the ancient devil body. Zhang Wuxie sneered. From Long Chen's attack, he had already guessed that Long Chen didn't have the strength to kill someone at the second level of the Earth martial arts realm. What he didn't know was that Long Chen had never been defeated by an opponent at the same level of genuine qi. Because of the devouring blood world, Long Chen's dragon soul transformation, his magnificent genuine qi was comparable to the genuine essence of the first level of the Earth martial arts realm. The fight for the Red Emperor's seal would only take a short time, and Long Chen needed to finish it quickly. Therefore, he used the devouring blood world as soon as he came up. The blood-red space instantly surrounded Zhang Wushang, and the mist floated around him. This was an irresistible and terrifying attack. Under Long Chen's devouring blood world, Jiang Wushang was stunned for a while. To be honest, he had seen Long Chen use the devouring world of blood before, but he had never thought that it would have such great power. The boundless suction force acted on his body, causing all the blood in his body to boil. It was as if every drop of blood had its own spirituality, wanting to break through the limits of his body and return to the nature outside. Therefore, Jiang Wushang had to use his genuine essence to suppress it. Once suppressed, he couldn't use nearly half of his genuine essence. Because of this, Long Chen seemed to be in a higher realm than Jiang Wushang. What kind of crooked method is this? In the face of absolute strength, it's nothing. Jiang Wushang calmed down, but he didn't slow down. He didn't bother to look at the phantom doppelganger behind him, and directly rushed toward Long Chen. His body turned into a shadow, moving quickly. Ancient demon body. The ancient demon body possessed immense power. At this moment, Jiang Wushang used his quintessential essence to suppress his bloodline. He punched out, and a huge force attacked Long Chen. This so-called ancient demon body was indeed not simple. However, Long Chen wasn't a fool. He wouldn't choose to fight him head-on. He abruptly dodged to the side. By this time, the phantom doppelganger had already reached Jiang Wushang. If Jiang Wushang continued to attack, it would be impossible for him to come out unscathed. Helpless, he could only step aside, courting death. After dodging the phantom doppelganger's attack, Jiang Wushang retreated. However, the phantom doppelganger had already caught up to him, and a sky punishment sword formation suddenly slashed at him. The phantom clone's heaven-punishing sword formation was naturally much weaker than Long Chen's real one. However, Jiang Wushang's strength had already been suppressed by the devouring world of blood, so the heaven-punishing sword formation was still very troublesome for him. Today, I'll help you destroy this troublesome doppelganger. Jiang Wushang sneered, not the slightest bit afraid. At this moment, he clenched his fist, and a fist technique evolved. In an instant, he clenched his fist and punched out. It was the ancient demon fist scripture that the Devil Emperor had just used. Long Chen was now closer to Jiang Wushang, so he could see more clearly. A faint silhouette that blotted out the sky appeared behind Jiang Wushang. As he threw a huge punch, the black silhouette burrowed into his fist and suddenly exploded. It had already become a hideous black fist mark. Long Chen seemed to see the face of a devil on this fist mark. Have you used your ultimate move? Long Chen smiled faintly. When his phantom doppelganger had used the sky punishment sword formation, it had already been put away by Long Chen and was safe. At this moment, the huge sky punishment sword formation and Jiang Wushang's ancient demon fist scripture clashed head-on. Although Jiang Wushang could only use half of his strength, the ancient demon fist scripture was still a king-level battle skill, and it was still not something that Long Chen's phantom doppelganger could resist. The phantom doppelganger's attack was quickly defeated. Silver spear and wax head, as expected. Jiang Wushang sneered and punched again and again until the sky punishment sword formation was completely destroyed. But was it over? Just as the phantom doppelganger's sky punishment sword formation dissipated, Long Chen's sky punishment sword formation arrived. Compared to the previous one, this one was more than 10 times larger, and the dense sword talismans were burning with blood-red flames. The blazing flames shocked Jiang Wushang. He clearly knew that Long Chen's sky punishment sword formation did not contain flames, so where did these blood-red flames come from? Moreover, Jiang Wushang felt a terrifying majesty from the flames. Destroy! The heaven punishment sword matrix came wave after wave, and this wave was even more terrifying. Its power, coupled with the power of the Golden Crow's remnant soul, was at least 10 times stronger. With a whistling sound, the endless sword matrix rushed toward Jiang Wushang. The Eagle Martial King, without the suppression of the devouring blood world, was still no match for Long Chen's move. Jiang Wushang was not much better. Although his ancient devil fist scripture was powerful, he did not have enough power to support it. Under the attack of Long Chen's sword talismans, the ancient devil fist scripture was quickly destroyed. The endless sword talismans burned with blood-red flames. When Jiang Wushang was forced to put away the ancient devil fist scripture, they wrapped around him and suddenly attacked. Long Chen also intended to kill Jiang Wushang, but now was not the time. Moreover, Jiang Wuxia was too powerful. Before he had the power to deal with him, Long Chen did not want to cause trouble for himself and the others. With a thud, while Jiang Wushang was surrounded, a horrified expression on his face, Long Chen's desolation sword pierced into his lower abdomen, and then he slapped the back of his head, causing Jiang Wushang to faint from the pain. Of course, such an injury was not fatal for Jiang Wushang. Even Jiang Wushang himself was dumbfounded by this result. He had not expected that Long Chen's final sky punishment sword formation would be so powerful. Even if he had cultivated a medium king-level battle skill, he would not have been able to block Long Chen's sky punishment sword formation. How is this possible? Before he was knocked unconscious, Jiang Wushang's face was full of disbelief. However, the pain in his abdomen told him that this was completely real. Of course, Long Chen was able to do this mainly because of the power of the Golden Crow's remnant soul. This additional power was too terrifying. At the moment, it could at least increase Long Chen's attack power by several times. Defeating Jiang Wushang was not surprising to Long Chen. He held Jiang Wushang's neck in his hand and stood in front of the huge Blackwater mystical snake's corpse, waiting for any movement inside. At this time, the Blackwater mystical snake's corpse exploded. Obviously, there was a fierce battle going on inside, and obviously, the Red Emperor seal had been found. After Long Chen waited for a quarter of an hour, a few large holes suddenly appeared on the Blackwater mystical snake's skin, and a few figures rushed out. It was the Demon Emperor Jiang Wuxia and the two demon saints. At this time, they looked pleasantly surprised. Obviously, they had obtained the Red Emperor seal. Obviously, luck played an important role in finding the Red Emperor seal in the Blackwater mystical snake's corpse. Therefore, Long Chen was not surprised that the Demon Emperor had obtained the Red Emperor seal. In fact, he was even pleasantly surprised. However, this time, he was afraid that he would make a big enemy. Next, Long Yu and the people of the Wushu Alliance also came out from the Blackwater mystical snake's corpse and surrounded the Demon Emperor Jiang Wuxia and the others. Martial Emperor Yang Ningfeng's face was gloomy. He said, "Demon Emperor, you and I are both subordinates of the Martial Emperor. Let me bring the Red Emperor seal back to the Martial Emperor. I am sure he will reward you greatly." The Demon Emperor Jiang Wuxia laughed dryly and said, "Who said I had the Red Emperor seal? Which of your eyes saw it? I don't have the Red Emperor seal. How can I give it to the Martial Emperor?" Jiang Wuxia, do you want the ancient demon realm to be completely annexed? If you want to live like today, you should know what's good for you and hand over the Red Emperor seal. Yang Ningfeng's face became even more gloomy. If it's because of the Red Emperor seal, the ancient demon realm is not afraid. You can come at me. The Demon Emperor's attitude was very firm. The ancient demon realm could survive the threat of the Wushu Alliance, so it was not easy. This Demon Emperor Jiang Wuxia must have something to rely on. At this time, Long Yu found Long Chen. When she saw Jiang Wushang in Long Chen's hands, her eyes lit up. She immediately stood beside Long Chen. Long Yu's action attracted the attention of the others. For a moment, everyone saw the unconscious Jiang Wuxia in Long Chen's hands. At the same time, they saw his abdomen, which was dyed red with blood. Wushang. Jiang Wuxia's heart twitched when he saw this scene. Fortunately, Jiang Wushang wasn't dead. Otherwise, he would have gone crazy. After more than 20 years, he finally managed to raise a son who could inherit his business. If he lost his son just like that, Jiang Wuxia would definitely vomit 3 liters of blood. They all knew what had happened. When everyone was fighting for the Red Emperor seal, Long Chen and Jiang Wushang had taken the opportunity to fight. Then, Jiang Wushang had been defeated by Long Chen and then taken hostage. This is Long Chen, the one who joined hands with Jian Chen to kill Sword Saint Sikong. A middle-aged man whispered in Martial Emperor Yang Ningfeng's ear. Yang Ningfeng looked very serious. He looked at Long Chen carefully and said, "It's rare to see a cultivator at LV9 of the Reaching Heaven state with such fighting strength. When he reaches the Earth Martial Arts realm, he will be able to fight against cultivators at LV2 of the Earth Martial Arts realm. That must be it. I can't believe that such a genius can't be used by my martial alliance. Instead, he's colluding with the Dragon Clan. The only way is to kill him as soon as possible so that I can be at ease." Yang Ningfeng had already made up his mind. He was afraid of this young man. The people of the Wushu Alliance were full of killing intent. The people of the ancient demon area were even more furious. At that moment, the Demon Emperor looked at Long Chen coldly and said, "Let him go, or you will die a horrible death today." Long Chen would not be frightened by him. He said indifferently, "Let him go. This is a relatively easy matter. It is impolite not to reciprocate. I will let him go, and the Demon Sovereign will give us the Scarlet the Arch seal. How about that?" You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.